Testing. On stage, or do you want to be down? You want to be up, so you want to be sitting right over here. Organizer? Yes. Okay. So Natasha Kim is just over there. She's part of the panel, right? Yes. Okay.
So who is she?
Welcome, everybody. We'll get started in about 1 minute. So if you could find a seat, get a cup of coffee. Welcome, everybody. It's absolutely spectacular to have all of you here, especially so early. And welcome to the first food day here at COP 15. Yeah, we've been talking about this for a long time, and it's so spectacular, and all the organizers that have worked together to make this happen. So thank you so much. Over the next, between 9 and 5 o'clock today, the next several hours, we're going to be exploring food and the role that food plays and how food can be a global enabler to actually reduce biodiversity loss, to fight climate change, to increase human health. And because food is the cause of so many of the ills that we see right now, we're going to be exploring the solutions to a lot of these crises that we're facing today. And the focus of today is going to be on implementation and how we can pivot from these global targets, from this global talk, to actually implementing on the ground. So we've got a number of sessions today focusing on finance, the role of the consumer. We've got a session on grasslands and biodiversity. So there will be something for everybody here. Now, the first session to set the stage is going to talk about the nexus between biodiversity, climate, and land. and the impact that food has on all of those and the solutions that food can actually play. Now, to moderate the first session, I would like to call up the moderator, João Campari, the global food practice leader for WWF. João, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Brent. Thanks everybody for coming here. This is a real landmark or a watermark moment, if you will, because the first time that we talked about a food day at a COP was in Glasgow last year. And the moment that we called for this food day at all COPs, actually, immediately the community that works on food system transformation jumped in. So this is the third time that we have a food day at COP. We had at UNCCD in Abidjan earlier on. We had it in the UNFCCC COP27 in Sharm el Sheikh, and now we are having it here at CBD. So it's really a landmark and a watermark that I like to say. We cannot forget aquatic and blue foods from the mix. So it's we're very pleased and honored to have this moment to discuss food. Food systems cause approximately 70% of the biodiversity loss on land and 50% on freshwater. So we cannot talk about reversing the curve of biodiversity loss if we don't bring food system transformation front and center stage of this conversation. So we are very hopeful that the GBF will take this strong message forward and really do all it can to effect food systems transformation for the sake of nature, climate, and people. So to open this panel, I would like to hand over to my Director General, Marco Lambertini, who's the Director General for WWF, for his opening remarks. Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Joao. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm going to just share a couple of reflections. Here we have an audience of food experts. But let me just inject, first of all, a reflection that I think we all probably agree with. Finally, food has landed on the climate and biodiversity agenda. And I think it took a long time, but now it's firmly in it. We've seen this at COP27, COP26. We are seeing it here. And I guess the UN Food System Summit really made that happen by connecting the food agenda to so many other agendas, including, of course, the environmental one. So I think it's something you should celebrate at the beginning of Food Day. The second reflection is that our relationship with food, by the way, food is everything. Every single living organism, from a bacteria to a whale, main preoccupation is food. The food journey resembles very much the journey that we have been having as humanity with nature, with the environment in general. And that means that we have been, on one hand, focusing on resolving a single issue, food security, without thinking of the consequences that that particular approach could generate. And I think this is the story of our relationship with nature. We've been taking nature for granted for so long. We've been taking, extracting, using, and of course with population growth, with overconsumption in some of the regions of the world, and with technology progress, formidable technology progress, the pressure of our food systems on the natural world has grown exponentially over the last few decades, honestly. And this is a blink of an eye compared to the story of life on Earth. And so there is a bit of a link between how we got to where we are in terms of food systems and our own relationship with the whole natural world. But the good news in all this is, I think, is that we finally beginning to understand that actually nature is not something that we could consider an expendable commodity, but it's something that we need to actually manage very carefully. Not just because we have the moral duty to coexist with the rest of nature, but because actually it is in our own interest. And I think this is the part of the narrative that is really changed in the last few decades, where we are beginning to understand that actually we depend on nature much more than nature depends on us. Nature will adapt, will we? And all these reflections are, I think, important in defining our approach to food security, to nutrition, to how we can secure a future that where everybody has food, good food, but at the same time, the natural system that are the very foundation of producing that food are preserved as well. And that's the challenge. The challenge is to try to find a way to respond to the need of humanity, but preserving the foundation that actually provides for us nature. And we are at COP15. And COP15 is a historic opportunity because it's an opportunity to set a clear direction on nature conservation alongside the direction that we set in Paris for climate. Of course, these are conventions. There's a lot happening outside, but setting the direction on nature is something that we've been missing for too long, for too long. We are behind on climate, we know that. We need to accelerate. But imagine if you didn't have Paris. Imagine if you didn't have the 1.5 degree North Star Southern Cross to drive action about climate. We need the equivalent for nature. This is the opportunity for leaders to embrace a global goal for nature that drives concerted action across all sectors, including the food one, to really deliver a nature positive future. Move away from our nature negative reality of today, where we are degrading nature at our own risk, towards a society, an economy that actually treasure nature, value nature properly, and protect it for all the services that nature provides back to us. So it is exciting to have the Food Day at COP15, the first time ever, and it is even more exciting to have so many people interested in making the nexus environmental, the food and environmental nexus work, both for the planet and for people. Thank you, Joao, and I wish you a great conversation in the Food Day at COP15.
Thank you, Marco, for your reflections. And there's a lot that we need to do, so that we need to produce food like farm with nature and not against it. So without much further ado, let me pass to our great colleague, Maria Elena Semedo. Maria Elena is Deputy Director General for the FAO. Maria Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you, obrigada. Good morning, and I'm very pleased to be here on behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization. And I am pleased because for several reasons, we are here to discuss food. We are here to discuss how to transform our agri-food system. But because this discussion came out of FAO, meaning that for a long time, agriculture, when I talk about agriculture, I'm talking about agriculture sectors, agriculture, fisheries, forestry, and so on, are always seen as the responsible for climate change, as the responsible for the degradation of biodiversity loss. Here, we are looking at solutions, and we are talking that they are interlinked. We cannot have one without the other. And for this, I'm very pleased. I'm pleased to be here with all of you. But what are the situation now? We all know, but it's just to remind us. We have 828 million people suffering from hunger, and we have 1.3 billion suffering from malnutrition. They don't have a diverse diet. They don't have access to a healthy diet. And our food, and as it has been said, and biodiversity are linked. One side, we have food depending on food security, and nutrition depend on biodiversity, and also the ecosystem services they provide. We depend on biodiversity for diverse food and products, as well as for water, for healthy ecosystem, for stable and productive soils to grow crops, the pollinators, and the myriad of other species performing essential services. The diminishing of genetic diversity of crops livestock, fish, fodder, forest species, severely compromise our capacity to adapt agri-food system to climate change, emerging pests and pathogens, you talk about the diseases, the changing of ecological condition to the demand for diversified, balanced, healthy diet and renewable materials. Yes, many of the diversity loss depend or are originated by inappropriated agricultural practices. Our agri-food system, the way we produce is not sustainable. And now we are here to discuss about the new global biodiversity framework. And our message is the global biodiversity framework will not succeed without an active engagement of all stakeholders across the food and agriculture sectors. We must prioritize our collective efforts to restore production ecosystem, halt deforestation, land degradation and desertification, improve soil fertility, and rebuild overfished stocks. The sustainable use of biodiversity, the second objective of the CBD, can have positive impacts on the resilience, efficient, and sustainability of agri-food system, while addressing biodiversity loss, climate change, and ecosystem degradation. This to tell you that the full agenda depends on food and agriculture. And let me just finish to give you an example of Karina. Karina is a woman in a Imataca Forest Reserve in Venezuela, and he has established the Venezuela first indigenous forest business. Today, Karina woman developed 3 nurseries, cultivate food and wood, and sell indigenous forest and agroforestry products like honey, cassava bread, and artisanal woodworks, all while sustainably managing the forest for future generations. This, my message is, we need to build bridges between agriculture, food security, and biodiversity to transform our agri-food system to be more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. We in FAO are ready to support the framework. Let's keep up this agenda forward and count on FAO. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Marilena. I love the power of the story that you shared, because the transformation of the food systems is in each one's of our hands, right? I mean, we need to create ownership like Karina did in her own part of the planet. So thank you very much to Marco and Marilena. Now I have a number of speakers to join me here on stage, if you will. I'm going to call you by name, and so that we can begin the discussions about what it will take to enact the transformation on food systems. So let me invite Natasha Kim from the Government of Canada to join me. Natasha, welcome. Heike Hen from the Government of Germany. Welcome. Yeah, please. Doreen Robinson from UNEP. Welcome. Juan Lucas Restrepo, please join us. Juan Lucas is from CGIAR, CIAT Biodiversity Alliance. Christian Samper from the Bezos Earth Fund. Welcome, Christian. And Angela Churi Kalhauge from EDF. Very good to see and meet all of you. Welcome, welcome. Um, so, this is going to be like a free flowing conversation, right? I'd most be interested what your organizations are doing to transform food systems, to reverse the curve of biodiversity loss, while, meeting the challenges, addressing the challenges that we have. I mean, the pandemic and the war have caused lots of trouble in supply chains and so on. So what will it take for us to move forward? The challenge of incorporating food systems transformation in the GBF. And I'd like to know what your organizations and what you are doing to implement the changes that need to happen. So why don't we start with our host government, the government of Canada? So Natasha, would you be keen to start us off, please?
That'd be my pleasure. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you so much for having me here. My name is Natasha Kim. I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister of Strategic Policy with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, and welcome to Montreal, and welcome to Canada. Hopefully you'll get to see some snow later this week for those of you from out of town. But I'm really excited to be part of this event, so thank you so much for having me. Um, Perhaps first I'll just acknowledge that I come to you all from the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people in the National Capital Region that is now known as Ottawa. So I'm very pleased to be here with you today and welcome everyone to take a minute to acknowledge the original guardians of the lands that you are from. Um, I mean, fantastic introductions this morning. So thank you, everyone, really setting the stage for the importance of food systems to our lives and to the planet. We all know food systems include the way that food is produced, processed, distributed, consumed, and disposed of, and it has a direct impact on all of our lives. So in 2019, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada was very pleased to launch our first ever food policy for Canada. And we had a very ambitious vision that all people in Canada are able to access a sufficient amount of safe, nutritious, and culturally diverse food, and that Canada's food systems are resilient and innovative, help sustain our environment, and support our economy. So the policy really does aim at establishing broader linkages and collaboration with all actors in Canada's food systems and to increase the collective capacity and effectiveness to achieve positive health, social, economic, and environmental outcomes. It's trying to do a lot of things at once, but the critical nature of food systems, as everyone knows, have really come into sharp relief during the past few years. And we've seen it through the pandemic, through the war in Ukraine. We've also seen it through very extreme climate events here in Canada, and I know other places around the world have as well. We've experienced in just the last couple of years historic levels of drought, floods, wildfires, and most recently a hurricane in the Atlantic region. So very much direct impacts that the climate is having on how we produce food here in Canada. So that's why our food systems are clearly very much at the heart of achieving all of our sustainable development goals. So it was a real pleasure for us to really look to leverage our food policy to establish our national pathways as part of the United Nations Food Systems Summit. And that exercise, I would say, really showed how much our food systems advance all of the goals across both health, Indigenous and local food systems, how we advance a sustainable environment as well. So it was a really fantastic opportunity to be part of that engagement and have that broad dialogue across the country to develop it. I will say, just this past November, Canada also had the real pleasure of co-chairing the Ministers of Agriculture OECD meeting in Paris, where all OECD members recommitted to the triple challenge of having our food systems transform so that they can provide sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to a growing world population, address environmental challenges in agriculture, and third, to support livelihoods all along that food supply chain. So tackling that triple challenge, we think, is going to be really key to transform our food systems and advance all of our sustainable development goals together. In Canada, I'm really pleased to say that just this past week, we launched consultations for a sustainable agriculture strategy. And the development of the strategy is really so that we can establish a longer-term approach to agro-environmental action in the agriculture sector that can advance sustainability in all of its dimensions, competitiveness, and vitality going forward. So the goal will be to look at agri-environmental issues in an integrated manner and really develop approaches collaboratively with a diverse set of stakeholders and partners. So within that broader frame of sustainable development, we'll be looking at 5 key themes, including biodiversity, climate change mitigation, adaptation and resilience, soil health, and water quality and quantity. So we really wanted to take this approach because we know that on farm, these issues just can't be looked at in isolation, but we must consider the agro ecosystem as a whole and how food is produced. So for example, we can talk about methane emissions from livestock production, but we can't do that in Canada without thinking about the natural grasslands and the pasture lands that support so many ecosystems and wildlife habitats. We have actually an estimated 68% of wildlife habitat capacity within Canadian agricultural landscapes being supported by beef production here in Canada. Similarly, I don't think we can talk about the incredible benefits of no-till farming and the carbon sequestration it offers, the benefits to soil health, without also talking about the inputs that are needed to make that production system work. And of course, we can't talk about more sustainable production without talking about the impacts that that's going to have on farmers' livelihoods and how we make sure that it continues to be profitable to produce food for both Canada and the world. So we expect to find a number of win-win-win solutions because there are many mutual benefits with a healthy ecosystem and sustainable production. As we all know, biodiverse agricultural landscapes support many ecosystem services like soil fertility, water filtration, pollination, resilience to extreme weather events, and climate change adaptation. And we want to be able to leverage all of those co-benefits. But we also expect some tough issues and conversations, and I know other countries are engaged in that as well. I think we're pretty lucky here in Canada that we aren't starting from scratch, so we can leverage all the incredible work that's happening across the country by our farmers to adopt more sustainable practices that are regionally appropriate and really respond to making their lands better for generations to come. And then we also have our efforts in science and innovation that have been longstanding. A recent initiative is our Living Labs Network, where actually we bring together scientists, farmers, industry representatives, and Indigenous communities together in the field to test out new practices, to gather that data and to learn from that going forward. So we'll actually have a presentation on that at the Canadian Pavilion this Sunday. So I invite you all to learn more about it there. I will say we've also recently launched with provinces and territories a new sustainable Canadian agriculture partnership for the next 5 years that will start in April. That will include a resilient agriculture landscapes program that will look to reward ecosystem services that are happening on the landscapes, including conserving and maintaining grasslands, conserving and maintaining wetlands, and all the incredible benefits they provide, not just to biodiversity, but to adaptation and resilience. And then finally, I'd just like to highlight the incredibly important aspect of sustainability, that's the social component. So just making sure that we are looking to break down those barriers to women, Indigenous peoples, youth, and other underrepresented groups so that they have an equal opportunity to really participate in our food systems and to bring that diversity of ideas for the transformation ahead. So we know this is a journey, and we're really excited to be part of it and part of this dialogue here. And thank you so much for listening. I really look forward to hearing other panelists.
Thank you very much, Natasha. It's interesting that you touched upon the government of Canada has delivered a platform, an integrated strategy to address the key the what we call the triple challenge, right? We're living through a biodiversity crisis, we're living through a climate crisis, and there is food insecurity on top of this. So what you describe, it is an integrated framework, the deployment of a unified strategy to address the three of these crises together. So thanks for bringing that up, for discussing that with us. I'd like now to turn over to another government representative, Dr. Heike Hahn, who is the Director for Climate, Energy and Environment at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the BMZ. So if you would help us understand, Germany has such a high profile globally, and what is the German government doing to help resolve the triple challenge of food insecurity, biodiversity crisis, and climate change? Over to you, madam, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for organizing this event, and it's really great and well deserved to really celebrate Food Day. It's really at the heart of the COP, and it should be. I mean, of course, COP 15, everybody is talking about 30 by 30, and rightly so. But I mean, what we are talking about today is also about the other 70%, and talking about the drivers for destruction of nature, and talking about a different approach that delivers what we need to fulfill the SDGs. I very much agree, in a different way that protects nature. And therefore, agriculture is certainly at the heart of this conversation, and the food systems in a more complex understanding as well. So I think from the German perspective, I must say honestly, we already learned also during the last, let's say, 10 years, from starting out from a rather traditional agriculture perspective and moving like everybody else, and maybe not always at the head of the curve, I don't know, at the head of the pack, towards the food system approach. And in this respect, also, you were also, Natasha, talking about policies. We also adopted a new core strategy, and also revisited our initiative that was already focusing on our special initiative focusing on agriculture and food and nutrition security, to integrate a more transformative approach that really tries to integrate food security, food and nutrition security, but as well with climate and biodiversity aspects. And therefore, I think we are on a journey there. I would not say, yes, we are engaged, but we are not completely there yet. I think we really try to find different avenues to bring together the different interests and find ways that work for all stakeholders, but all the different objectives. And I'm talking quite bluntly and honestly here, but this is what you asked for. So I can give you the glorious picture of German cooperation. But it's not really really forthcoming on every program on how we can have all stakeholders, specifically the most vulnerable stakeholders and their interest, as well as producing enough food with less resources and less harmful impact on nature. So I think we try to develop different programs, listen to stakeholders, and also are open for try and error, and revisit what we've been doing. And I think one thing that evolved over time, that we put now even stronger focus on the policy environment. So policies are key, looking at value chains, looking at, the agriculture sector, but also on harmful subsidies for nature and other aspects. So really invest in a way that has also a strong policy agenda. And therefore, within our G7 presidency, that is coming to an end very soon, and that is also a stressful year. But we tried also to, from a German perspective, work with the G7 that at home we get our agriculture sectors and food systems in a better place, but also in our contributions internationally. We try out, for example, compensation action that tries to bring together agriculture and ecosystem benefits, also at the heart of the discussion at COP15, and bring more money to stakeholders. And we also engaged in deforestation-free value chains. This is something also at the EU level we very much support, and therefore bring policy together with investments that really embrace the transformation that has to work for all stakeholders. And following in the pathway of Canada, we also have now a feminist development policy that means also talking about the most vulnerable groups, talking about empowerment, a rights-based approach. And I think this is also at the heart of the discussion for food systems. And just one last remark, I don't want to mention the 2 billion or elaborate on the 2 billion that we invest annually in food systems, but rather highlight at the end of my input, don't forget about nutrition. I know that we are in multiple crises. I know that it's really difficult with hunger rising, value chains breaking down, climate stress. But if we don't have learned that we have to talk all the time about nutrition when we talk about hunger, then we are not on the right path. And we need biodiversity to achieve this. So really, again, coming back to my beginning, we need an integrated approach, and we try to follow this path.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I love the way that you brought the human aspect into this unbalanced equation today, right? I mean, if we, and one particular aspect of the points that you raised that called my attention was that we need stronger focus on changing the policy environment. When we talk about biodiversity laws and food, we can never forget that we already produce food for more than 10 billion people, and the planet has about 8 billion. So there should be a surplus of food going around, and no one should be left behind in terms of health and nutritious food for all. We can also not forget that 75% of our calories, only calories, come from 12 plants and 5 animals. Of all the array of plants and animals that there are out there to be sustainably produced and sustainably harvested to feed everyone. So nutrition is not decoupled from biodiversity and from climate change. So I appreciate you bringing that to the attention and calling the importance of this integrated approach. So thank you very much for that. Now, I'd like to talk about science. And here I have a good partner that was in the journey of the UN Food Systems Summit alongside Juan Lucas, you know, our fearless leader and warrior for nature positive production. It was a delight to work with Juan Lucas all along the Action Track 3, development of the UN Food Systems Summit. And Juan Lucas is the Global Director for Partnerships and Advocacy at CGIAR and Director General of the Alliance of Biodiversity International in CIAT. So Juan Lucas, bring us the good news from science. Over to you.
Thanks, Joao. It's great to be here. The new goods from science is that science has already unlocked and identified some solutions, but we definitely need to invest a lot more on science related to food systems transformations if we really want to get solutions at scale. So it's positive in terms of direction of travel, but we still are a long way. I brought a few points for this meeting. The first thing is that we need to celebrate that we indeed are having our first food day at UNCBD. We had it in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27. Food will be featured very highly in COP28. That's already underway. And hopefully the 3 Rio Conventions start connecting themselves through this common theme of food that's clearly part of the solution space across all targets and ambitions of these conventions. The second element is that we need to understand that solutions, sometimes we focus only on production, and of course production is important, but as you mentioned, it's production to consumption, it's about cultural changes, it's about understanding on how to balance a very complex system, not only from one of the elements, but across all of them. We need to bring new science as well as to embrace and acknowledge what's already there. Traditional knowledge in this space is absolutely critical. And as we heard from Germany, we need to keep addressing trade-offs because, of course, it's nature, but it's food security and nutrition and livelihoods. And within those elements, we need to look at trade-offs and identify sweet spots at the nexus that help advance those 3 elements simultaneously. And there are fortunately some solutions that can do that. We also need to become more multi-sectoral. So it was great to hear Maria Elena speaking in this convention. And over time, we need to have, hopefully, lots of ministries of agriculture together with ministries of environment, planning, finance, etc., trying to find this solution space together. It's also important to understand that we cannot be optimistic in the sense of identifying one silver bullet, one solution, but all of the solutions are contextual to their local environment. So they need to be crafted, tested locally, and that means involving the communities, local universities, and communal groups, local governments, etc., for the solutions to really move forward. In closing, of course, the first signal is that we need to move really quickly as the GBF is approved, or as what independently of what is approved. We need to move quickly. We need to draw from best practice. We need to see and assess those lessons learned. And in that way, I'll try to share the screen if it works. Otherwise, during the meeting, you will be able to, we'll share with you a QR code of a publication that we are launching today with the Crop Trust, UNEP, WWF, and the Alliance and CGIAR, precisely on showcasing a global collection of best practices that can lead the way and give examples that, yes, there are solution spaces that can help us. So we are ready to move forward. And of course, remember that the investment in research around food systems transformation to unlock further new solutions for impact at scale will remain being a critical element of this solution space. Thank you.
Thanks, Juan Lucas. One thing that you mentioned, it's like the need for us to move quickly, right? We have, I mean, if someone here is a farmer or a rancher or a fisher, we have 7 years to deliver nature positive food systems if we are to meet the UN sustainability agenda for 2030. 2 years ago, and it was during the summit, I wrote a blog called The Last 9 Harvests to implement the change. Now, if I were to write another one, it would be like the 7 last harvests. And in this 2-year period, nothing changed. So when are we going to move from commitments into action, right? So the clock is ticking, as Juan Lucas mentioned. So we generally talk about trade-offs, in the food systems, like equity versus or distribution versus biodiversity versus climate, and we can't. We need to synergize efforts. We need to resolve trade-offs when they exist, right? And nature is not there patiently waiting. It's being destroyed, and we need to reverse this curve of biodiversity loss as soon as possible. So thanks for bringing specific cases to our attention that you can see on the screen. Now, let's move to global policies. I would like to invite Doreen Robinson from UNEP, because I saw you nodding when Juan Lucas was talking about the time and the urgency. So take us forward on that, on this dialogue, Doreen. Over to you. Delighted to have you here.
Thank you. Yes, I wish I could do something more on the urgency. I want to talk about 3 things, I think, that we haven't already mentioned. The first I want to talk about in global policy frameworks is the concept of fit for purpose. And I think that's something that often gets lost in negotiations, and we have to keep it front and center. There is not a global food solution for climate, and another one for biodiversity, and another one for pollution, and another. There is a global food solution that has to work across these frameworks. So I think as we develop them, part of the urgency is also to give attention to that fit for purpose, that we can that we can strike that balance across them all. And that really means that we have to take this systematic approach, and we have to have the goals, the solutions, the targets, the monitoring frameworks aligning across these policy frameworks. Very easy to say, very hard to do. So that takes me to my second point, which is really about what are the opportunities here with the GBF. And I think there are a couple, and many of them are bracketed, but we're moving closer to unbracketing them. And I think that a couple that I want to highlight is yesterday was Restoration Day. And I think restoration, where UNEP is the partner with FAO, co-leading the Decade on Restoration. Restoration is in the global biodiversity. Wow. I didn't know I had that power. I'm going to come over. My voice is being heard in the universe, apparently. Okay, so I'll speed it up here, talking about restoration, but I think there's also some goals and targets that we can look at. I mean, not goals and targets, I don't want to use that words, but there's some opportunities in how we think about spatial planning, landscape, seascape design that really blend this idea of productive landscapes, wild landscapes, and seascapes, and how do we put them together and manage them together and not separately, because life is complex. Food security is complex. We don't have to compartmentalize things. So I think as we finish, we collectively and folks behind us and around us finish these negotiations, we really have to make sure that we set that framework in ways that allow and incentivize and de-silo these ideas in the framework. The third point I want to talk about is implementation. What good is the plan if you can't enact it? And so really there, I think we have to look at how, when we leave Montreal, how do we actually have the systems in place? And it's a big part of what's going on here. How do we have the systems in place, the means to implement? Two areas that we're looking at very closely is first, I started with Rio Convention alignment. We have to have NDCs and NBSAPs, the unfortunate acronym of National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plans, talking to each other. They have to be aligned. Countries don't need us. Again, they must meet these commitments separately, but they have to find ways to connect the co-benefits. And we're certainly working with the GEF, UNDP, and other UN agencies to figure out how to do that at a country level so that these plans talk to each other. But it also means aligning to One Health plans. We've talked about the health benefits, nutrition plans. It means aligning fiscal and economic policies. And there it talks about, we're going to talk later today about repurposing subsidies. I hope we'll talk more about natural capital accounting and how to bring that into economic decision making, because that's good for food systems, good for biodiversity, good for climate. And also we have to talk about circularity in value chains. The 1.3 billion tons of food waste every year. We don't need that. That is waste. That is for nothing. That's not feeding anybody. That's not helping anybody. So putting these things together in an inclusive way, getting the action plans at the country level is what's really important. And that takes me to my final point, because I think at some point you asked, what are we doing about it? Our institutions. UNEP is proud to be part of, well, we were proud to be part of the designing the food, supporting the UN Food Systems Summit, but we're also co-chairing with WHO still the UN Task Force, and that's really on food systems, and that's really a way to bring the whole of the UN system together to support delivering on those 100+ national pathways that we heard about. But the other place that we're working is also on, and I think a lot of us are working on, what does nature positive mean? Driven by science that we just heard about, but also driven by standards and ways of actually showing impact, not taking an emotive response, but taking a science and evidence-based response. And there, I would love for other partners to reach out more. UNEP doesn't need to have its own nature positive movement and set of standards, and then WWF has another, and FAO. That is not going to help anybody. That's not going to help any countries. So we have to find a way to let 1,000 flowers bloom, because it is all hands on deck and we need more effort in this, but we also have to find a way to converge these dialogues so that we don't overwhelm already overwhelmed ministries and uncapacitated ministries with 20 different sets of standards and practices that may not be, going back to the beginning, fit for purpose. So I look forward to discussions today that also how we collectively can find that convergence that brings the best of what we all as partners can bring to this food systems transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doreen. It's very important what you mentioned last, that we converge and that we find common messages. Otherwise, there will be so much cacophony in our discussions on what nature positive regenerative agriculture and climate smart and all of this happens, that will dilute efforts. And we don't have time to waste or resources to waste by diluting our efforts. So convergence is very important. We at WWF, I was having a chat with the team that what we're going to do at the beginning of the year is to take stock, get rid of all the nomenclatures, nature positive, climate smart, agroecology, and focus in what each model is delivering, right? And I think there will be more convergence than anything else in these models. And then we, by assessing the convergence, we can see what are the outliers, what's different and what's missing, right? So that each of us in our with the missions of our own organizations can bring onto the table. But convergence is important. We'll start from there. Thanks for highlighting the importance of that. Now, I'd like to pass to Angela Churi-Kauhauge. Kauhauge, I got it right. Angela is Executive Vice President for Impact at the Environmental Defense Fund. So, Angela, walk us through the impacts that EDF is delivering on the ground for nature, people, climate together. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for the invitation to join you today in what, in my view, is one of the most important conversations that's happening at this COP. Several before me have already highlighted the interconnectedness between biodiversity, climate, food, and land issues. And what I want to highlight is an issue that hasn't really been spoken about just yet, and that is how then do we close the loop in getting those solutions, especially to smallholder farmers around the world. And this is the question of finance and investment. Right now, we know that about 1 billion farmers around the world are already facing the climate change damages to their farms and their livelihoods. And they're managing as best as they can, but they can only do so much without the support of lenders, insurers, cooperatives, and other financial institutions that they partner with during every season. And we know that without this support, there will be continued stress and damage, given that many of the solutions that they may be working with may not be fully optimal. There is a serious need for investment and finance to be able to help them access tools and solutions to be able to plan to address the risks that lie before them. So in response to that understanding, what we've been doing at EDF has been to try and understand the problem also from the perspective of those that they need to partner with. In this context, the banking sector around the world. So we surveyed around 167 agricultural finance institutions in North America, Europe, and India. And what we were trying to do was to figure out what banks are thinking about their role, especially in relation to climate adaptation, and of course recognizing the link between responding to climatic impacts, the link between how they can respond to also how they can manage biodiversity loss and how they can also secure their livelihoods through their own operations. And we know that food systems, has been said several times before, has a dramatic impact on biodiversity loss, both on land and sea. I thought the figures that were raised this morning are pretty daunting. 70% on land, and 50% in water. That is a problem I don't think many people have managed to get their minds around. And banks know this as well. But despite that knowledge, we found that 87% of the agricultural finance institutions, first of all, recognize that extreme weather will have negative impacts on their business has had negative impacts in the last 5 years. And about 90% of them expect climate change to pose a material risk to their businesses in the future, largely due to the higher probability of default and losses as climate impacts make it harder, especially for farmers, to repay their loans. But only 25% of these institutions factor climate change into their decision making, in the decision making processes in a significant way, which I think is a huge part of the problem, which means that farmers are not able to access resources to deal with these risks that are that are imminent. So our conclusion from this work is that agricultural finance institutions need to incorporate climate change, biodiversity loss, and other risks into the lending practices. And they need to consider the role of protecting biodiversity as part of that. So the report that we did also showed that these institutions are not preparing for the reality ahead of them, at least not preparing for that in a significant way. So I want to just highlight 3 steps that could be considered in this regard. First, the need for more collaboration with each other and to partner with experts to develop the resources and tools they need to be able to rapidly advance financing for climate adaptation, for biodiversity management, and of course for building these resilient food systems. We know that there are partnerships going on. We are working with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development and UNEP finance initiative to try and develop some guidance for banks on how they can actually go about integrating a vision of the net zero within their portfolios, which of course will translate into how they interact with farmers and other stakeholders in the sector. Secondly, they need to use existing modeling tools to assess and predict some of the risks and integrate them in a way that will help impact the loan portfolios for farmers. I just heard from the colleague now about the importance of aligning the different plans, whether it's NDCs or NBSAPs. But for these to actually mint out into real actions, the investment portfolio becomes an important step in that direction. And finally, they need to develop financial products and services that will help farmers transition to climate resilient, low emission farming systems. And we are doing some work in the context in North America in the context of the Farmer Business Network, which was launched a new rebate program for farmers operating loans. And such initiatives are interesting learning platforms, especially when we're trying to look at lessons from different geographies that could actually be utilized to inform and inspire others to develop similar measures, but of course, fit for purpose to the particular context within their working. So in conclusion, I think as we talk about this interlinkage between biodiversity and climate change, food systems and land protection, it is so important to think about the space within which a lot of this comes together. And that relates to how we manage finance and investment and how we make this available, especially to farmers, so that they are working with solutions that solve for more than one problem at a time. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Angela, thank you so much. Appreciate your inputs and all that EDF is doing to effect change on the ground. Thank you. Let me turn over now to Christian Samper. Christian is the managing director and leader of Nature Solutions at the Bezos Earth Fund. Christian, Bezos Earth Fund has or is putting together its food program. Let us know. I mean, discuss with us what's are your vision for this program, and how to help resolve the triple challenge of food insecurity, biodiversity loss, and climate change. Over to you, Christian. Delighted to have you here.
All right, thanks, Joao, and it's good to be with you today. And the first thing I'll say is we need to talk about more than just our food program, because the intersection starts within our own strategy. Look, we all know that one of the biggest challenges we have is how do we feed the planet without destroying it. And we also know that we can't solve the climate crisis without agriculture. And if we don't solve the agriculture issue, we're going to destroy and lose the biodiversity, full stop. So I think the key question is sort of, as many people said, how do we show the interlinkages between these? In the case of the Bezos Earth Fund, which was created just a couple of years ago to focus on climate solutions and nature solutions, which would look at that specifically, that intersection between the two. But on the nature side, we've identified a three-pronged strategy, which is summarized in three words: protect, restore, transform. So the key issues behind protect is we have to protect the most important intact places that are left on the planet. And there we've already announced that we're going to invest $1 billion specifically behind 30 by 30, done in the right places, in the right ways with Indigenous peoples, local communities, including here in Canada. And as part of that, we've created a coalition with 11 other donors. We launched something called the Protect Our Planet Challenge, which is a $5 billion private pledge that we put on the table here, partnering with public donors to try and mobilize the finances that are critical to implement the framework. Restore, we need to restore some of the areas that we've lost. There's absolutely no doubt behind that. But we need to do it in the right places and in the right way. And that ranges all the way from restoring degraded areas into production systems, but also restoring some areas in certain production systems into natural systems and dealing with issues like enhancing connectivity between protected areas, rewilding some of these areas. So there's a range of tools there that we need to look at. And you'll hear a little bit more about this. You've got a panel on restoration. My colleague, Andy Jarvis, will be speaking in the next panel, so he can go a little bit more into that. But then the transform is critical. We need to both transform our food systems, but also energy systems and others. So we're putting some bets behind all of those. We've announced that initially we're putting $1 billion between protection, $1 billion between restoration, and $1 billion behind food systems specifically. Now, what we're trying to identify there is where are the win-win solutions and the intersections? Where are the cases where we can do things that are critical for climate, for nature, and for environmental justice, which is another very important area. So we're starting to identify topics, places, geographies where we can do this. And this is critical in terms of helping with the implementation of the framework. Because I agree with you. I mean, one thing is what happens this week, whatever framework we end up adopting, whatever that piece of paper says, we need to be able to implement it. And a quick comment on three issues I see this week, and I've been involved with the CBD for almost 30 years, but it's a real issue. One is start with the framework itself. We have a protection target, we have a restoration target, we have food systems targets, but we're not linking them, even within the framework. So we need to show how these things interlink and what the win-wins are, and that's something we haven't done. Second is we're still seeing a problem here where some of the negotiators and countries are saying that's outside the scope of the Convention on Biodiversity because it deals with food. Tell me anything of food that doesn't fit in within the framework of global biodiversity. So we need to break down that and say that is very much within scope. And the third issue is implementation. And as many of you heard, I mean, there is a real challenge this week about how do we mobilize finance to help with this. So we're willing as private sector and private donors to do our part to deploy the funding that we can to try and accelerate that, do the partnerships with the private sector, the public sector to do this. So our funding is deployed through various partners here. Start right here with the CGIAR. We're funding the CET and the Alliance in terms of how do we use agrobiodiversity to look at increasing carbon capture by roots and helping with mitigation in forages. We're supporting EDF on looking at things like methane and methane satellites and looking at various systems. We're supporting WWF in terms of how to develop PFPs and partnerships to protect some of the critical places. So the example is exactly how we can help support these institutions to also work together. So I really hope that we can continue finding the right partnerships, but we're very interested in looking at win-wins here, where we can focus with the right players in the right places to accelerate the implementation. And I agree that we need to do it now. And whatever happens this week, we need to move ahead and really start implementing. Thanks very much.
Christian, thank you very much. I love the framework that you're using on protect, restore, and transform. This is the same basic framework that we used throughout the UN Food Systems Summit as well on our work on Nature Positive, which was protect, manage, and restore. So that's it's very nice to see the alignment here. Before we close the panel, I'd like to invite to the stage Pavan Sukhdev. Pavan is a good friend. He's a founder and CEO of GIST. And also he is former president of WWF International. And he's the UN Goodwill Ambassador. Pavan, if you'll indulge us with your presence here on stage to give us your concluding remarks. Very nice to see you again.
Thanks, Joao. It's a great pleasure to be here and to have been listening to all of you intently and taking deep notes in the vain effort of trying to summarize, in fact, a very rich vein of thought that we have seen out here. So let me just pick a few themes, which I was very, very pleased to hear from many of you. And perhaps the first one I'll begin with is the power of linkages. I think too much is said too often, which is trying to isolate food systems as either food or only production or only climate or only waste. And I think a holistic lens for this is absolutely essential, and the understanding that actually food systems underlie pretty much all of the Sustainable Development Goals and underlie the success that we can or cannot conceive when it comes to climate, biodiversity, health. I know the UN statistics well, that it's 24% of GHG emissions in farming. But if you take food systems across the value chain, from the deforestation that happens in the Amazon or in Indonesia to grow the soya or the palm oil or the beef that feeds into our production, that is then transported across 2 or 3 continents, that is then consumed, and of which 1/3 is wasted. If you account for climate change and food systems on that, almost half of greenhouse gas emissions of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions are actually food system emissions. And that's the lens change that happens when you look at things in a systemic point of view. I'm also very impressed that Canada and Germany, as represented here, and thank you for emphasizing that, are taking such holistic approaches in talking about, in Canada, sufficient, safe, and nutritious and diverse food for all, accounting for both the health dimension as well as the cultural dimension and the equity dimension of food systems, because it's not just about nature and food, it's all of the above. I was very pleased to hear references both from Germany and Canada on what is effectively the underlying ecological foundation for food. And you mentioned, Christian, the importance of restoration of natural areas, but of course part of that restoration is the restoration of soil biodiversity and the restoration of pollinators, because without soil bacteria being back in their richness and without pollinators, the fundamental challenges of growing food are going to be too much for us to bear. There is undoubtedly the need for finance, and there's clearly many solutions that are being explored in many areas. But I want to pick on Maria's point of a story when she began, and the power of story, by narrating my own favorite story, which is about a women-led movement for natural farming in the state of Andhra Pradesh, in my country, India. My friends, this movement has basically been coordinated by well-meaning donors, and finance was absolutely essential, as you rightly pointed out, in achieving this. It was, in fact, a blended finance between government and philanthropy, as it happens, from the Wipro Foundation and the local government. And it was achieved through women's self-help groups taking on board the need to change the way they grow food and the way they communicate and collaborate in communities. So it's now known as Community Managed Natural Farming, or CNF Andhra Pradesh. And friends, it has reached 600,000 farmers as of now. My own company has been happily involved in researching and evidencing the 3 locations, the 3 geographies where different farming, delta region farming with largely conventional agriculture, dryland farming with some irrigation, and tribal farming, which I call default organic because it can't afford pesticides and fertilizers. And in each of these areas, these natural farming women are actually doing better in terms of yield. So the yields of every crop, from rice to groundnuts, to papaya, to pomegranates, to corn, to red gram, black gram, in millets, everything is higher by using crop cutting experiments over the last 5 years. And of course, because at least in the Delta region, the input costs are lower for them, so therefore their profitability is higher. More profits at the farm in these three very diverse kinds of regions means more income in the hands of women and in the hands of poor farmers. And that fundamentally is a solution to poverty. And if they eat food which is devoid of chemical inputs, that's a solution to health. And as you well know, and I remember painfully, the results of the 2016 report, which came out from the UN and others, the Global Nutrition Report, which said that diets had become the #1 burden of disease in 2016, or 6 years ago. So clearly the health dimension has to be considered as well. If we account for food systems and their performance, and if we look for models of success which are holistic, I believe we have solutions to many of our problems. And I'm very pleased that all of you in your own ways have brought in the different strands that are needed to be accounted for. So, of course, this complexity is daunting. But then so is the complexity of the Sustainable Development Goals, all 16, 17 of them effectively. But my question to you is this: we have created a complex world of difficult problems. Why should we imagine there to be a simple solution? So I say to you, let's embrace complexity. Let us accept that this is the way forward and that we need to look cross-system, eco-agri-food system, and human health, and society, and equity, and gender, and all of the above, which is basically all of the SDGs. And think solution space in that vein and measure success in that vein. I believe this is possible. I know many of you are involved in the Team Agri-Food effort. You're doing exactly that. Congratulations. And I encourage all of you to let's keep thinking of that. It is about complexity, embracing complexity, and moving together. Thank you.
Pavan, thank you so much as ever. Wonderful, wonderful points that you made. Yeah, let's embrace complexity for the rest of the day too. What a fantastic panel. What a way to open the first ever food day at a CBD, and there will be many others to come. So thank you, panelists. Thank you, Pavan, and thanks everybody for coming in. Over to you now, Brent, please.
Yeah, thank you everybody for the words. Let's embrace all the complexity. And speaking of complexity, we went over with the first session. And if you're wondering who I am, my name is Brent Loken, Global Food Lead Scientist at WWF. And I will be helping to walk through the next, just making sure that everything is going smoothly this morning. Now, we have gone into the coffee break, which is going to be following the next the very next session. So we won't actually have this coffee break, but there is coffee back here if you want to, get up, and if you want to grab some, it's just right over there. Now, speaking of the next session, and there was some talk in the first session about the role of land and the fact that we have to restore the land out there. And deeply connected with actually protecting biodiversity is the land and making sure that we no longer exploit it, but we also need to actually restore it. And to walk us through this, we've got a wonderful panel, and the person that will be up here moderating the panel, I would like to call up to the stage right now, Melissa Ho, Senior Vice President for Food and Freshwater at WWF US. Melissa.
Great, thank you. Great first panel, lots of great themes. We know elevated food has arrived, climate on the agenda of climate and biodiversity. We need a systems approach. We really need to ensure that food systems stop the degradation of land, especially land conversion. And then we really want to manage better the land that is in agriculture going forward. So that is really what is the key and what we are going to focus on this next panel, and going deeper. And what do we mean by food systems approach? And what are some areas and very specific levers we can pull to drive improvements on the food system agenda for climate and nature? So this panel is really one near and dear to my heart. We are really going to focus on soil health. And soil biodiversity is really one of the fundamental pillars of achieving a climate and biodiversity agenda. We are really going to also focus on grasslands, rangelands, and savannas, which we know how important tropical forests are, but we often forget about other important biomes and where food systems intersect, including grasslands. So that is the focus of today's panel. We're going to start this panel with two high-level overview talks. One, the first from Nigel Dudley, who is Nigel here, I hope, from Equilibrium Research. Hello, Nigel, who will give us an overview of what is at stake in terms of adding soil health into the agenda of the Global Biodiversity Framework. And then we also have Monica Kobayashi, who is with the CBD Secretariat, who will really also walk us through how soil health shows up in all three of the Rio Conventions. So that includes the Climate COP as well as UNCCD, and then where it shows up, especially in the CBD framework. And then we have really a fantastic panel where we'll talk more. As Christian Samper in our last panel said, we know we are going to have ambitious goals in the Global Biodiversity Framework, but we can't wait to think that the negotiations will be advancing as ambitiously as we would like. So we need to get started now. So we'll have a panel discussion really thinking about what are ways out in the world beyond the convention that we will get going on restoring soil health. So first, let me turn it over to Nigel.
Lovely, thanks everyone. Apparently this is going to work. There you go, yes. Okay. So this talk draws on research that we've been working on between our own consultancy, Equilibrium, WWF, and Plant Life International. A lot of people have been involved in this. Really, it's looking at the role and importance of grasslands, savanna, and rangelands in climate change strategies. And the central message is that grass-dominated ecosystems are huge carbon stores. And they've tended to be ignored because per area, they don't store anything like as much as forests, and they've been left out of the equation to a large extent. But they're important because of the area they cover. Rangelands alone cover more than half the world's land surface. So proportionally, they're very, very important. We actually don't know that much about carbon storage. You can see 25 to 35% of global carbon store in terrestrial carbon in grasslands. We don't know more precisely than that. And that's in itself very frustrating. It shows that they've been largely ignored. And really important, 90% of it underground. So this is broadly soil carbon sitting under long-term grasslands and providing benefits which are globally important in extent. There are also, of course, and one of the reasons why we're interested in it, one of the reasons we're talking about it here, they're hugely important sources of biodiversity. Go into a natural grassland. This is a beautiful slide from a privately protected area in Armenia. Incredibly rich, not only in plants, but also in associated insects, in birds, in mammals, lots of a big proportion. Go into any natural grassland anywhere in the world. In the summer, you'll hear the buzz of insects, you'll smell the pollen, you'll see everything around. It's an incredibly rich ecosystem. And we often forget that because many of the grasslands we see around us are highly managed and very poor. But given a chance, they're incredibly rich. And ancient grassland is particularly important. This is a picture from Uruguay, a plantation. Uruguayan grassland has been managed on a fairly low level for thousands of years. The grassland's been in place, it's rich, the soil carbon has built up underneath it. Go and plow it like this and put in a short-term eucalyptus plantation, you get a huge pulse of carbon out of the soil, you lose the carbon, but also the carbon stored in the eucalyptus actually doesn't stay stored for very long because most of the uses are quite short-term. It just simply doesn't provide long-term benefits. Conversely, and I think this is something that is often ignored, often underplayed, is that grassland can actually be a more stable form of carbon storage than forests in a fire-prone area. And the problem we're having with many forests now is that they grow up, they're big carbon store, but then a fire comes through every few decades and releases a whole lot. And as you know, deforestation and burning is a major source of carbon. If you have a light grassland fire, it probably doesn't get down to much of the carbon below the soil. So that's why in areas like California, for example, they've done some research and found that we're looking about long-term carbon storage. It may well be better to have grassland. This is in Costa Rica, and it is prescribed burning in order to maintain grassland. So grassland's very important from the point of view of climate mitigation, of storing carbon. It's also got a huge adaptation role, and that adaptation role is going to be increasingly important as the climate becomes more unstable, as we're under more pressure. It reduces soil erosion, dust storms, desertification. Some of the richest countries in the world, like Kuwait, now have incredibly high levels of child asthma, and that's because of the amount of dust in the atmosphere, and that's because they've really lost their grasslands. It protects against flooding. It helps aid against protection of surface and groundwater sources, good for water security. Obviously, a huge role in food security, right through livestock production, maintenance of pollinators, wild foods, and many recreational, cultural, aesthetic benefits. So not only is grassland a critical factor in mitigation of climate, it's also an adaptation tool. So because of that, we've got three key messages to the CBD, and this is my last slide. I'm going to try and catch up some time. The first is that we need to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural grasslands, savannas, and rangelands. We say GSRs because we've never quite come to conclusion about which is what term to use. But grasslands, savannas, ranges, all very important grass-dominated ecosystems. These need to be clearly represented in national biodiversity strategies and action plans, and many of them are left out at the moment. A lot of work within Africa, but much less elsewhere. So a real push to try and bring those into the center of the CBD. We also, and this is really important in terms of the debates that took place a few weeks ago in Sharm el-Sheikh, we also need to make sure that some of our responses to climate change don't undermine grasslands. And what we're seeing in many countries at the moment is that natural grasslands or semi-natural grasslands, ancient grasslands, are being plowed up to put in timber as a climate mitigation policy. We're seeing that in the UK, where I'm from. That's simply, it doesn't work very well because, as I say, you lose more carbon from the release. The gains are likely to be short-term, and it's a real perverse incentive. And it's one that needs to be identified and called out much more strongly than it has been up until now, because this is really happening at the moment, and it's threatening some of the world's most ancient grasslands. And then the final point, and this draws back to stuff that Christian Samper was saying and others, that we need to have an integrated approach. So CBD actions need to be aligned very closely with the UN framework on climate change and with the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. I see Sasha Alexander is going to be on the panel in a few minutes. He's going to be able to respond to that. But the UNFCCC has got their nationally determined contributions, which again have very low uptake or reflection of grassland ecosystems within them. So we need to work with countries to recognize those roles, and the UNCCD's land degradation neutrality targets, and many of those targets are again within grassland ecosystems. So there are three messages. We need to protect what's left. We need to make sure that we don't have a perverse incentive by encouraging destruction of grasslands to plant trees as a as a mistaken climate response, and we need to speak with one voice. And in this context, particularly the CBD, the UNFCCC, and the UNCCD. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nigel. Fantastic overview on importance of grasslands. Again, often forgotten, and then where and how we need to be looking and aligning across the three conventions. Next, I'd like to invite up Monica Kobayashi, who is with the Secretariat for the Convention on Biological Diversity. She is managing agriculture and inland waters, and she's going to speak a little bit more about where soil health shows up in the global biodiversity framework itself, and then a little bit of historical context across the conventions as well. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to be here and be part of this Food Day. In 1984, a scientist, Mr. Hans Jenny, he noticed the increasing gap between humans and soils. And he highlighted that maybe it's because soil science is very complex and difficult to explain to people. So today I have a big mission that is connect all of you with soils. Let's start with biodiversity. Soil biodiversity is all kind of life that spend at least part of their life cycles be in underground. So it's from mammals, insects like pollinators, to microorganisms like bacteria and virus. In 1 gram of soils, we can find hundreds of fungi, thousands of microfauna, and also billions of microorganisms. It's much more than all humans in this planet. But we only know 1% of our soil species. Above ground biodiversity and below ground biodiversity is in a very intense interaction. When we talk about food, we usually think about fruits, vegetables, animals, and crops. We don't think about soil biodiversity. But without soil biodiversity, we cannot produce food because they are interacting with crops. They're helping crops to fix nitrogen, trying to decompose material and form nutrients for plants. But also, soil biodiversity provide us many ecosystem functions and services like water retention, water purification, soil formation, soil restoration, and also organic carbon fixation. This brings me to the second Rio Convention, the climate change. So soil biodiversity, they decompose organic matter and then they form soil carbon and they fix in the soil. Also, soil biodiversity helps to capture carbon from the atmosphere. Usually, soil organic carbon is used to measure soil health. And this brings me to the third Rio Convention, that is the combat to desertification. When we talk about increasing soil biodiversity, we also increase soil health. We also increase soil functions and services. The decline of soil biodiversity has an implication on land and maybe will drive to land degradation. So soil is in the heart of the three Rio Convention. It's the nexus between them. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot restore terrestrial ecosystems without soil biodiversity. And also, it's fundamental for the achievement of all sustainable development goals. A little bit of the history in the convention. Soil biodiversity is part of the convention since the beginning, in 92. And then, after COP adopt the international initiative on soil biodiversity, and then the next COP, they adopt the first plan of action on soil biodiversity. During the last decade, we had the Aichi targets in the decade on biodiversity, and FAO was responsible for implementing this initiative. In 2020, FAO published the report on the status of knowledge on soil biodiversity. This was in response to COP decision from COP14. In the report showed us that despite all efforts, we're still losing soil biodiversity. And what can we do now? So at this COP, parties, they are adopting the new plan of action on soil biodiversity. And this plan will be instrumental to support the implementation of the post-2020. Because national strategies, national frameworks, and the policies, they're very limited regarding the conservation, restoration, and also measurement of soil biodiversity. Second, soil biodiversity has a huge gap of knowledge that which we need to address. 87% of the knowledge on soil biodiversity comes from the North Hemisphere. So we need to address this gap. And also, soil biodiversity needs to be considered in agriculture ecosystems, but all managed ecosystems, including urban areas. And last but not least, soil biodiversity is like very important because we all depend on food and soil. What if soil biodiversity disappears? A couple of days ago, I saw the dinosaurs from UNDP. And then the message was, please humans, do not choose extinction. It sounds funny, yes, but it's very true. If we lose soil biodiversity, we're losing the basis of the food web. And this can drive to all terrestrial ecosystem to collapse. So we all have a role, and then we need really to support, to leverage soil biodiversity, because we need to have solutions. And the restoration, conservation, and sustainable use of soil biodiversity is part of the way in the response to live in harmony with nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great. Thank you so much, Monica. And I will also add, in addition to thinking of restoration really being grounded in soil health and soil biodiversity, this framing we are having on this panel around grasslands restoration, especially 2026, the UN last year declared 2026 to be the year of rangelands and pastoralists. So that agenda will converge, and we are really working hard to thinking of what does restoration look like, especially in the grasslands context. Okay, so now I'm going to invite up our panel to the stage. The first panelist I'd like to invite up is Maria Jose Villanueva. She is the Conservation Director from WWF Mexico, having spent more than 10 years in WWF Mexico, and is also a leader of the Jaguar Initiative. Come on up to the stage. Thanks, Maria. And also I'd like to invite Carlo Fado. He is with the Alliance for CIAT Biodiversity, He has had more than 20 years of project management around the world, currently based in Nairobi and leading the Nature Positive agenda for the 1CG system. Next, Sasha Alexander. I saw him earlier. Oh, there you are. Hello. He is policy officer with the UNCCD Secretariat, also co-author of the Global Land Report, Outlook Report. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Andy Jarvis, who has more than 20 years also in international development and ag research, and has recently joined the Bezos Earth Fund as the new director for the future of food. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stage. Yes, no, you are going to close us out, Ian. Yeah, thanks. Great. So thanks so much, colleagues, for joining. And maybe let's just start with an opening round of reflections on where and how, based on what you've heard in the opening session, as well as from our opening speakers, what and how do we think of the restoration and agricultural agenda in the global biodiversity framework? And from your perspective, from the field, from research, from a donor, and from another convention, what are the priorities and what is needed to advance this agenda? Yeah, let's start and go down the line.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be invited to speak in behalf of all the people that are actually at the field of this space. Sometimes when you get to these meetings, it's really hard to land on what is actually happening on the ground and trying to understand how. And we were hearing in the beginning of the panel that implementation is key. And my first reflection by hearing Nigel and Monica around the importance of grasslands and soils is that in reality, this doesn't happen. It is hard to witness. I am from Mexico, and we have experienced a 90% of loss of grasslands in our country. If we were to go back in time and have a Living Planet Index before 1970, we will see a massive amount of loss of grasslands and savannas that are not reflected appropriately now. These are unrepresented ecosystems in our protected area system. And in a vision of 30 by 30, I would hope to see a more prominent role of these important areas that have served to build the civilization that makes us now. So I think that the policy that needs to be on the ground at a national level and a subnational level needs to be strengthened. And how do we translate this new GBF onto policies that actually provide the benchmark to do this? I think it's critical. These are my first reflections, but then I can share with you some of the examples of what we're doing on the ground. So over to you.
Yes, thank you, and very exciting to be here in this panel for me as well. I think I really appreciate and it cannot be overemphasized, the role of soil biodiversity for production. And it really plays a role in its interaction with the above ground biodiversity. It's a system. It's very complex. It has very complex feedback loop. And so when you think about grassland and when you think about the impact of degrading those grasslands or degrading rangelands, it's really a massive loss of the soil biodiversity, which in turn sustain the above ground biodiversity. It sustains in many ways. It helps the plants to uptake nutrients. It helps the plants to be more healthy. It helps the plants to thrive in those environments. So the moment you degrade it, and the moment you cut this above ground biodiversity, you reduce the diversity of grass, what happens is that you lose automatically that soil biodiversity. And before that soil biodiversity, that it's so instrumental for the plants and the animals to thrive above ground, takes many years to recover. So I think it's the take-home message would really be it's better to prevent than to cure. And when we need to start restoring these degraded areas, we need to start now, because that takes time. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Melissa, and thanks for the opportunity to talk here. Those of you in the last session, you heard about what the Basis Earth Fund is working on. We have this conservation, conserve, or protect, restore, and transform. It's these three pieces. Restore is really in the middle, and the way we see it, it's restore in both directions, right? And when it comes to grasslands, it's really where this balance that we were talking in the earlier session is really actually failing, right? I mean, we saw and Nigel showed some wonderful photos of fully functional, beautiful, biodiverse, carbon-rich grasslands. That's fantastic. The reality is the vast majority of grasslands around the world are fully dysfunctional. And it's kind of where the balance that we were talking about in the last session is completely failing. It's neither good for climate, it's not good for nature or biodiversity, nor is it good for livelihoods. You often have one cow every 5 hectares around there doing a load of damage, producing very little, and producing very little good and a lot of bad. And that's certainly the reality there. One of the things that we believe is that land is a critical resource. Land is it's the ultimate finite resource on the planet, and with the crisis that we're facing, the population that we have, the trends in diets and so on, it's only going to get more and more critical. And so, one of the things grasslands is certainly, and rangelands is certainly a big focus of ours of, how do we get those in the middle that are not functional right now? How do we make them more functional? Be it rewilding and going back into high biodiversity value ecosystems, but also just making them more functional. And I can tell a great example later of how you can completely switch it around in different contexts. But I really think, grasslands are right now, they have all of this potential, but it really is the ultimate land use right now, which is not functioning for people and planet, and should be a major priority.
Sasha.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, colleagues. So you just mentioned people. And so, Nigel and Monica did a great job in setting it up, but I heard very little about people and livelihoods so far in this discussion. And for the UNCCD, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, we think that pastoralists and herders are one of our more important stakeholder groups. And so we, as since 2015 and the SDGs and the land degradation neutrality targets, we have almost 500 million hectares committed under LDN. And over half of that is croplands and pasture lands. So we see, in terms of the GBF, we see some ready-made synergies that we can capitalize on if we merely talk to each other, if the ministries communicate with each other and agree on an action plan to how to tackle and address restoration in those areas. We have about 2 billion people that are relying on these rangelands for their livelihoods. So I think it's a really good opportunity for us to do immediate implementation of the GBF, working together with the UNCCD. Thank you.
Great. So just to recap really briefly, some of the key points, starting actually with Sasha's around food systems has arrived on these global agendas for climate and nature, but really at the heart of it is people. And we've talked a lot, obviously, food systems show up in the SDGs, but the intersection of this agenda, and then especially where grasslands play a role, when we think about how do you implement and operationalize a food systems approach, grasslands and soil health are key for this entire agenda. I think the other piece I'll pull out is that soil biodiversity is critical for function and productivity. We know that obviously for carbon storage, for biodiversity, but it's really critical for agriculture production and for those livelihoods. So the piece I really wanted to pull on Carlos' points, as well as Nigel's, and from the first opening session, is that it takes years to restore degraded land, and we're best served if we have prevention rather than trying to cure it after the fact. And so really halting land degradation, really elevating and thinking of the systems approach around this 30 by 30 agenda, saving the remaining lands and waters that we have left and protecting and conserving them. And then, yes, we do need to restore and better manage lands that are in agriculture. And then the last thing I'll just say is that I've heard from all of the panelists that, you know, the state of grasslands right now are really poor, and that they're not on the radar, they're not on the map, and there's a lot of work to be done and commitments to be made and investments to be made by governments, by philanthropic private sector, and then really putting it on the radar of why this important biome needs investment and then is worthy of protection as forests. There's a lot. The Traders Roadmap from Sharm and from COP27 is an example of where every stakeholder has a role to play in further conservation of grasslands. So the Cerrado is an example in Brazil. But let me go down the line again, starting with Sasha at the end and working our way back. I know everyone had examples and things that make them hopeful or things that they feel are priorities of where and how to drive this agenda. So you all noted that. So why don't we go back up the line and have more concrete examples of what gives you hope or what you really are putting your own energy in to advancing the agenda. Starting with you, Sasha. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. So let's talk about some of the challenges that we face in terms of grasslands, rangeland restoration. We know that we have little attention in the global discussions, in the scientific literature, and among policymakers on these issues. And we know that there's significant benefits, although they're often difficult to quantify. They're often difficult to make a business case for why we should be investing in grasslands. So there are some fundamental challenges and differences between the way that croplands and grazing lands are managed. And that is sort of maybe at the heart of one of our challenges, because we're dealing with perennial vegetation. We're dealing with really a wide range of different landscapes and soil types and climatic conditions, altitudes, and organisms. Whereas in terms of crop management, you're very controlled in your use of annuals and fertilizer applications, and you have a number of tillage and irrigation options, which you don't have in these huge, extensive areas. So that's one challenge. Then another is the perception and the benefits of restoration. Pastoralists are often more concerned with animal health than they are with soil health. So they find it can be a challenge to see the connection between soil health interventions and increased productivity. Many of the benefits we see from rangeland restoration are dispersed and are often seen as common goods or public goods. But there is good news, and there are a number of initiatives out there and a number of solutions. Rotational grazing, managing timings are often very helpful in terms of increasing soil health. We also have the issue of stocking rates, stocking densities. Those can be used in particularly in community-based rangeland restoration projects very effectively and very cost-effectively. We also look at other more expensive or other more challenging types of remediation or rehabilitation with regards to seeding, forage, grasses, and other types of vegetative management techniques over large areas. But in some cases, those can be done as well. So I'll stop there, and I have a few more words. I think we'll have another round of questions. Cheers.
Okay, so I can I can give a couple of examples, and one of the things is I keep saying this to everyone. I've been 44 days on the job as of today, and so just getting going. I still am on my honeymoon, and so I've got to milk that excuse while I can. But the Best as Earth Fund is really just getting going, really on the restoration agenda. We've done so far on the restoration front, particularly, we've done two things. Last year, we invested $50 million in restoration in Africa, and this year in Sharm, we announced another 50 million. And that's been focused mainly on one of the gaps we've seen is community-led grassroots organizations on the forefront of this. And so what we're trying to do as much as possible is support organizations that are on that front line making that change. And so we've been working through AFR 100 on that in Africa. The second example is one that Christian mentioned in the opening session, and Juan Lucas there will know about this one very well. And it's in Vichada in Colombia, and we've been working on grasses that are deeper rooting, generating more soil carbon, more sustainable practices, systems for livestock. And there in Vichada, it's a fascinating example. These are grasslands that are these fully dysfunctional grasslands, basically. They're getting burnt regularly by the ranchers. You have half a head of cattle per hectare. It's producing very little with enormous environmental damage. You're not protecting the wetlands. You're not protecting the water sources and so on. And so, that's the traditional practice. One of the things that I think we need to be quite strategic, again, thinking about land as a critical resource. In those kinds of systems, how can we really maximize that productivity and take pressure off other areas? And so there in Vichada, for example, is a farm that now has essentially turned this, what was a net emitter of greenhouse gas emissions, into a net sink, basically. It is an actual livestock farm that is a net sink. And it has, instead of the half head per hectare, it's now got three heads per hectare, six-fold increase basically compared to the neighbors. And they have the wetlands and the riparian kind of forests and things protected. It's an example of how you can do it, and that is with the right controls in place and the right enabling environment. You can concentrate production where that kind of gain has the maximum potential, but then also that can take pressure off places of huge biodiversity value, which is just a little bit to the south where you have the start of the Amazon biome. And so those kinds of things, there are huge opportunities to rehabilitate wetlands, grasslands, not only back to rewilding, but also back into production to be much more better on the ecosystem services, much better for people, much better for climate.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to bring a positive example and paraphrase what Juan Lucas mentioned earlier. We have a lot of scientific knowledge that can be upscaled, and we know what is important and what works. In Mongolia, there was in the 70s, 80s in Inner Mongolia, they start converting grassland into agriculture, and only to realize that the productivity of those systems would last about 4 to 5 years, and then you need to move to the next stretch of grassland, because the moment you start destroying that environment, you really, the soil is fragile, so you really lose the productivity very quickly. We are working on a very long-term project. Some of plots have been there for 25 years. We know how much soil biodiversity has been destroyed that is functional to the support of the grassland. And we know that after 25 years, some of the species are not back yet. So that's what I mean when I say it takes time. It takes up to 25 years to have that biodiversity restored. And for what? For 5 years of crops? Poor productive crops? I think it's not worth it. So we know that mechanism through which the soil biodiversity destroyed, to which how these affect the biodiversity, the richness of species in the grassland. And I think if we can apply those principles, those concepts, and those knowledge, I think we can prevent a lot of that degradation. And also, I would like to link to what was mentioned in the previous panel around nature, natural production in India. We have same story more or less in Kenya. There is a long-term project by FIBOL in Kenya, and they also show that when you produce organic, using intercropping, crop rotation, understanding how that affects the soil biodiversity. At the end of the day, after a few years, you have every single crop in that scheme produce more than in conventional agriculture. So I think we can start demystifying with scientific evidence the fact that unless we produce in a conventional way, we cannot achieve food security. It's not true, but we need to apply this at scale because at the moment these are only examples. Thank you.
Totally agree on the scale. I think that is a missing link. I would like to share some examples from our region. Latin America is a region that produces 14% of the food of our planet. And if we want to achieve, and these are places with high biodiversity, 6 out of the 17 megadiverse countries are part of Latin America, and we have opportunities and of course the challenges that has been mentioned. I remember being in the field with one of the farmers, well, the livestock ranchers, and he said that the opportunity of creating life beneath the legs of the cows. And this is an example of how do I read nature positive in when you do best practices. We are pushing forward among and across the region the roundtables for sustainable beef and meat. And this is a place where we can convey with different stakeholders about the different needs and perceptions of what needs to be done on the ground. And this has proven to be an excellent way of convening different interests and producing sound science toward contextual different challenges. Among that, we were able to work with the national aggregation of producers of meat, of beef in Mexico. And another anecdote I want to share is that we were talking to this group that said we have 300,000 hectares, where we want to test ecosystem-based adaptation and regenerative livestock production. And they were testing us because when we started to have results, they were seeing increasing production of their grasses, health in the system, and also in their livestock. They said, okay, now I'll tell you the truth. I have 2 million hectares more. Let's work on that. So I think it's all about trust also. We come with this complex terminology with very complex, and I embrace complexity, Pavan, but I think that in order for us to reach the decision makers at a small scale, we need also to simplify our message and show results. The second example I want to share with you is that we are launching, and now it's an example in the Restoration Day yesterday, of an alliance among all Mexican different stakeholders around restoration. It's called AMERE. We launched it. We are the partner 100, and we are sitting down to promote together with producers the national policy for restoration in Mexico, while we are providing the stepping stones and the experience and the amount of experts that are out there to help grassroots projects do restoration in a way that makes sense ecologically and productively. And the third one is how are we tapping our mainstreaming our work that needs to be done within the financial sector. So we have been working with a Mexican bank to mainstream and use information around grasslands, places that need to be protected, places that have risks around water replenishment. And this is another important thing. I think we've mentioned climate, we've mentioned people, we've mentioned food, we haven't mentioned water. And I think that this is another key issue that needs to be addressed, and the grasslands are absolutely critical in water replenishment and our watersheds. So with this bank, we are developing a a system, a geographical system that is now used for them to decide if a credit for agro livestock projects apply. And this helps de-risk their credit, but also help inform a farmer when you are getting into lands that might not be resilient in the future and you might not pay the loan, as our colleague from EDF was sharing shortly. So these are some of the examples that make us hopeful, but there's still much to be done.
Wow, I'm not going to attempt to summarize it all, but I want to pull on a key thread, especially from Maria Jose's last remarks about grounding a lot of high-level discussions we're having here at CBD and targets and frameworks down to the producers and the ranchers and the people that live in the landscape. And that also was a theme that came up with Sasha and others. And we have the privilege of partnering with WWF Mexico from the WWF US side on the Great Plains landscape. We think about grasslands around the world, but in North America, we have the Great Plains, which are at serious threat of being converted here at home. And partnering with ranchers and Native nations on that conservation agenda is so critical. And making sure the solutions that were described work for those people, both technically, financially, that is where rubber hits the road on where we're going to get adoption and drive the impact is really right on the land itself. And so I think the pieces that I also wanted to end with, and let me just check with time. I will give every panelist, so think about it right now, probably 30 seconds on your closing remark, and then we really want to hear from Ian Dunn to close us out on this session. I think the idea that we need to elevate and clear up misperceptions about restoration and about the role of grasslands. I think there was some discussion around how there's a diversity of these biomes around the world. I will point to a rangelands mapping exercise, the first of its kind that was launched, I think, 2 years ago with a range of partners, including the UN, the CG, WWF, and more, to really put literally grassland ecosystems, rangelands, savannas, pastures, champas, their names are all different in different parts of the world, but to literally put them on the map. And then I think the other piece is, and only when we recognize them and see the status of them and their importance will policymakers, investors, and people really value them. I think the other piece we know is that we have solutions that exist in all these different contexts. There will not be a one-size-fits-all silver bullet answer, but the idea of contextualizing and tailoring it for those producers, those stakeholders, that local biome is so critical. And I so appreciate wearing a hat of freshwater and food. That sustainable intensification will obviously have implications on water, and we really need to think about the riparian and wetland pieces in addition to intensification of the land. And then the last thing I'll just say is that I think that is what food systems intersection with climate, nature, and people really is. It starts with grasslands, and that it's not just grasslands or degraded forests, but have as Nigel Dudley so brilliantly said, ancient grasslands or old growth grasslands have value in and of themselves for all of these things that we care about, and that we need to think about them beyond just degraded forests and value them in their own right. So with that, let me go down this line again, 30 seconds, and you guys can pop in as you want on any closing remarks you would like, and then we will turn it over to Ian Dunn from Plant Life to close us out.
Thank you so much. I think my final reflections is that we've discussed grasslands. Sometimes there are grasslands that we don't even see, that were there. So much transformed these ecosystems that we don't even have a notion that there were beforehand. So our invitation is to come back, see them, put visibility on them. One thing that for me it's absolute joy is to hear about the EU deforestation law. But what is still very frustrating is that's still focused on forests. I still hear there are many things that we need to do on forests, but grasslands, and we haven't spoken as much as dry forests that are also in savannas that Nigel mentioned, are the unseen terrestrial ecosystems we are not seeing. And we hope that we can raise the profile and keep on pushing these important policy things towards that. So I'll just urge every one of us that all the negotiations that are happening here are very important. The parties are doing their best job as possible, but also we have a very important role to play as national organizations, as donors, as private sector, and as research institutions. So let's speak up and become a champions for grasslands and for dry forests. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My last message is really that we need to work to make production systems more nature positive. I like the approach that was described before by Bezos, her foundation, in the sense that we need to have this restoration that goes up. And that, in my view, and from the production system point of view, means that we need to have production that is more nature positive. It's fine to have the 30 by 30 objective, but the remaining 70 needs to be nature positive and needs to be managed in a sustainable way. We need to prevent further degradation, and we need to work to have more nature in production, and this will bring better food, more nutrition, healthier, and at the end it will be the overall solution for addressing the issue that food system is causing to nature, climate, and the environment. Thank you.
I'll go general, way beyond grasslands and into territory that I'm a bit more familiar with, probably. The two messages, I think, in the framing of GBF, one is there's a lot of talk about putting nature into production, and that's absolutely critical. But I think there's not enough about keeping food out of nature as well. And a huge piece of this is also just taking the pressure off natural lands. As you say, it's way easier to protect a grassland than restore it. The costs are phenomenally more expensive to restore or rewild. So you have to protect it. That's the one thing, and I think that's really important that we keep that on the radar screen. The other one is there's too much emphasis, I think, in these dialogues about what I call the process. It's how you get there. And you have the battles of agroecology versus regenerative versus sustainable intensification. We need all of that stuff, right? I mean, it's all good, it's all fine, and it really depends on context. And when it hits the ground, then sure, but you have to keep the eye on the prize. The eye on the prize is biodiversity protection, climate mitigation, and generating environmental justice and benefits for people, right? So, you keep your eyes on the prize. Don't worry necessarily too much about how you get there. I think that's the key message.
So what is UNCCD doing about this situation? We're working with WWF and other partners in the run-up to the International Year on Rangelands and Pastoralists. We want to develop various knowledge products that would help address the data gaps and raise awareness among policymakers that there indeed are solutions out there that are within our reach. We also would like to work with donors and other financial instruments to develop an investment model that would create a pipeline of rangeland restoration initiatives in advance of the year. We don't have to wait until 2026 to begin thinking about this, but we want to start preempting or preloading the rangeland push. So the UNCCD is focused on assisting countries with capacity building and designing restoration projects and programs that will be attractive to these investors and these donors. Thank you.
Thanks, Sasha, for putting that plug in. Thank you all, panelists. We are going to close out now. Really appreciated this lively and really rich discussion. We're closing out now with reflections and remarks from Ian Dunn, who has more than 25 years in the business sector. He's currently the chief executive of Plant Life, also a Royal Fellow of the Royal Geographic Society, among many other distinguished titles. And so let me turn it over to you, Ian, to close us out.
Well, thank you very much, and what a task you've given me to do so. And I'm going to try and weave together some of not just this session, but also the first session we had this morning. But first and foremost, to say it's a really great opportunity to be able to talk about GSRs, grasslands, rangelands, and savanna, because we've had very little opportunity to do so. They are regularly overlooked in terms of their biodiversity, not just from a soil perspective, but right across the kingdoms, but also from a climate perspective. And there's lots of noise around us, but I'm just going to ask you to pause in just a moment and think about the kind of habitats we're talking about this morning. We're talking about the plains of Africa. We're talking about the steppes. We're talking about the Cerrado. We're talking about the prairies, very close to where we are now. But we're also talking about the magnificent meadows of Eastern Europe. And you saw Nigel's picture of an Armenian meadow, an identified important plant area. And we're also talking like areas like we have in the UK on the grass, chalklands, which are the most magnificent meadows. So I'd like you momentarily, with all this noise around us, to try and visualize one of those habitats which is close to you, because they are deeply embedded in human history. And the absence of focus on GSRs is not just failing indigenous peoples and their culture and their spiritual rights and local communities. It's also an assault on all of humanity and, in fact, of the natural world. You've heard about just how extensive the GSRs are. So we've had wonderful examples, and I'm going to do a very quick recap in a minute, of the conservation science. We've also heard just how many gaps there are in our understanding of GSRs and the soils that support them. We now need to fully and wholly combine that conservation science and the work we need to be doing on conservation science with the social sciences. We need to embrace the art, the culture. We heard a little bit about storytelling. We need to bring these aspects together so that we have the science combined with the behavioral change so we can drive the impact we need at scale. So I'm going to just pick up a very, very few key points that resonated with me this morning. Firstly, GSRs, they are really big. They are really big. The rangelands alone, we've heard, are 54% of terrestrial land mass on our planet. 90% of their 35% of carbon, terrestrial carbon, is underground. We never see it. We never think about it. I think one of my panelists mentioned how much of the knowledge, or maybe it was one of the early speakers, is understood in Northern Europe. In Northern Europe, we only measure carbon in the first 15 centimeters of soil. We don't go deeper than that. Think how much carbon is held below that 15 centimeters. We heard from Sasha that livelihoods are a key part of this and must be part of the debate. We heard from Carlo about just how complex the feedback loops are and how we must make sure we understand them. Monica left me with a really great thought, and it was a lovely summary, that unless we understand and embrace the biodiversity underground, we will not understand and embrace the biodiversity above ground. And that's a really important part of the story of soils this morning. Maria Jose talked about implementation. Implementation is absolutely key, and policy is absolutely key. I'm going to close on those remarks in a minute. And I very much like the essence that Andy brought to us, that we've lost the balance of understanding around GSRs and grasslands. We've lost that essence of where they fit into the wider dynamics. So GSRs, grasslands, they boost biodiversity. They help us fight climate change. They mitigate and they adapt. They lock up and protect huge amounts of carbon. They are essential to food security. They are absolutely core to cultural belonging and cultural systems and worldviews and ways of knowing. And they are fundamental to our economics. So there's a strong societal economic imperative as well. So in terms of just some final thoughts, and it applies to all of us here this morning, we have a huge privilege to be here. We also have a huge responsibility in being here. We're here for 2 weeks, but it is an absolutely critical time, and we all know this, that's why we're here. We have to now start to make a difference. So billions of people today are dependent upon the decisions we make this week, and billions of people are dependent upon the GSR, and the grasslands and rangelands and savannas around them. But I'd like you to also think that billions of people ahead of us who have not yet got a voice are also dependent upon how we make those decisions today. It's a huge responsibility, and I have no doubt we are capable of embracing it. But it does mean that we have to be thinking more than that as well, because not only do we have this responsibility to the many billions of people around us who can't be here today. But we also have a responsibility to the 6 kingdoms of our planet. So it's not just the animals, the plants, and the fungi. You know, we have this Anthropocene, or this humanity, which is now fundamentally able to change the future of lives that we don't understand, we maybe have not even identified. And we must start to embrace that. GSRs, grasslands, rangelands, and savannas are fundamental to us doing that. And they are part of the richness of our world. They're part of the beauty of our world. And they're part of the holistic complexity of our world. We've heard this morning, I think, just how amazing they are and how critical they are to our future. And the call from all of us now, in terms of the GBF going forward, is that we must protect them. We must manage them appropriately for all of those reasons I listed, and we must restore them at pace wherever we can. So from my side, I've learned a huge amount. Thank you for joining us this morning, and I'll hand you back to Melissa.
That's it. Thank you so much, everyone, and thanks so much for attending.
Panelists, we've got one more session before we're going to break for lunch. And Ian, just to end on those last words of our huge responsibility. I mean, it's something that I think we should all think about as we head and think about this day. So we've got one more session before lunch and 5 sessions after lunch. So the next session will go until about 12:15 or so. And then after lunch, we're going to talk about aquatic foods and also terrestrial foods, bringing those two together. We're going to talk about moving from targets to action that focus on implementation. We've got a session talking about the power of the individual consumer. We've got a session talking about finance, and then we'll close the very last session will be focused on business. So with that, I would like to bring up our very special moderator for our next session, David Betke.
Thank you very much, Brent. If I could ask my panelists, please already choose a seat. And I see that a lot of people are taking the chance to grab a coffee. Please do so. Take 1 or 2 minutes. You've been a very patient audience with a very long program so far, but don't run away, because I think this panel really continues with a few crucial issues that have been left out. Sasha Alexander just mentioned that we haven't talked so much about people. Well, now people who are actually on the front lines, especially women on the front lines of protecting biodiversity, will speak, and hopefully we'll get a conversation going. My name is David Bethke. I work for TMG Research. And next to me, I have Sharon, who graciously stepped in as co-moderator of this event. She works for Women for Biodiversity, and our original co-host, Shruti Ajit, unfortunately fell ill. Do you want to say a few words?
Oh, yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for gracing our event today on this food day. Today is going to be amazing because we have an amazing list of panelists here. My name is Sharon Nyambura. I am with the Women for Biodiversity. And we hope you enjoy the session because we want it to be as interactive as possible.
Thank you very much, Sharon. So, since we're already running a bit late, I'm gonna start us off, or not me, but Nadine Azou, who is a IFAD's senior biodiversity specialist, and she was overseeing the implementation of IFAD's biodiversity strategy 2022 until 2025. And she also works as a freelance consultant in the interface of environment and food systems. And she's worked on environmental management for more than 20 years. And she's gonna give us a bit of a meta level perspective, and then we're gonna start with our panel. Thank you, Nadine.
Thank you, David. Thank you all very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and panelists, thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for asking me to provide this keynote address. So I'll just start by saying, well, welcome. And to talk about this session, so the headline title of this session is Protecting Land and Protecting Food. And indeed, a session on land tenure and food sovereignty and the role of indigenous and local women is, in fact, essential to a food day. As we heard earlier this morning from Marco Lambertini, every organism is concerned with food. I thought that was a really nice thing that he said, but we need to remember that land provides food. So for women and indigenous peoples, land rights means rights to food and cultural continuity. We have learned from indigenous peoples that food is an expression of their connections with their environment and with the spiritual world. Food carries nutritional, medicinal, healing, spiritual, social, cultural, relational, and emotional dimensions and values. Land access and use forms the basis of any agricultural food system. When access and tenure rights fail to comply with human rights and social, economic, and environmental sustainability, agricultural food systems are compromised. And this may lead to the exclusion of vulnerable groups, along with unsustainable patterns of food production and consumption. The role of tenure security in terms of access to safe and nutritious food is strongly related to gender issues. Women are the ones most likely to suffer from changes to their natural environment. For example, as a result of land use changes or external interventions into their landscapes, large-scale land acquisitions that displace communities, the encroachment of extractive industries on indigenous and communal lands, and the impacts of climate change and natural disasters are among other and different factors affecting indigenous peoples and women's rights to land. Their land tenure rights are often the least protected, while at the same time, and as we know and as we hear time and time again, they are so crucial to safeguarding biodiversity, food sovereignty, and health in their communities as well as in their societies. Women are not only generally responsible for food consumption at the household level, but they are also often the most engaged in food-related agricultural production. Tenure security for women is therefore clearly very important. I don't think I need to preach this to you. So tenure security and control of land also have positive effects on women's empowerment from financial, economic, and social perspectives. An increasing body of research shows that when women in the household have tenure security, including rights to the land that they cultivate, they gain improved status, which can lead to greater influence over the household decisions regarding food consumption and production. But despite this, the reality is that land rights are not equally distributed, and women typically fare the worst because of entrenched patriarchal practices and customs, limited access to justice, and a lack of legal awareness of their rights. Women living in rural areas make up a quarter of the world's population, and they have an indispensable role in the rural economy, but research shows that less than 15% of rural women have secure land rights. So as IFAD, I just wanted to say that strengthening and securing land rights of women and indigenous people are really important for our work. So in the contextual backdrop of our policies on improving access to land and tenure security and on our engagement with indigenous peoples, at IFAD we push for policy reforms that improve women's access to land. Creating an enabling environment for indigenous peoples towards accessing collective titles over their ancestral territories has been one of the cross-cutting activities of a range of IFAD-funded programs, primarily in Asia and Latin America. TMG, one of the co-hosts of this session, and their partners, women-led organizations in Kenya, are working on an inclusive digital reporting tool allowing women to report infringements on their tenure rights. This will create a database of the myriad of issues women face in their role as stewards of land and biodiversity. I will conclude. What I did also want to say that it is true that the issue of land rights can be a thorny issue and one that policymakers and program implementers have often shied away from. Recognizing and protecting women's rights to land often challenges social norms and established power relations. However, it is important to remember that there is an agreed global language on the responsible governance of land. In 2012, members of the UN Committee on World Food Security unanimously adopted the voluntary guidelines on the responsible governance of tenure of land, fisheries, and forests. The members of the Committee on Food Security are also parties to the CBD. So, in essence, what this means is that parties to the CBD have already agreed on principles of the design and reform of tenure rights that explicitly address the needs of people in vulnerable situations, such as women and indigenous peoples and local communities. The recent land tenure decisions of the parties to the UNCCD are another source of inspiration, hopefully, for the negotiations here at COP15. These decisions recognize the key role of legitimate tenure rights for fighting desertification and protecting soils. This achievement might also inspire those developing the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Securing women's and indigenous peoples' land rights is crucial to fulfilling their human rights. Embedding measures that address gender-sensitive tenure security and land tenure practices within policies, along with participation in policy dialogues and across the food system, will increase empowerment for women and youth and indigenous peoples. So today we will hear examples of how women protect their land and their food sovereignty. TMG, WWF, and Women for Biodiversity are working with their partners to ensure that the voices of Indigenous and local women are heard in fora such as this one. So the panel will provide examples on the strength of women, but also highlight some of the challenges to their roles as champions of biodiversity protection, sustainable land use, and food sovereignty, at the core of which is the protection of legitimate tenure rights. So with that, I will finally conclude and wish you all a fruitful discussion and a fruitful rest of the food day. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much indeed, Nadine. And also for reminding us that while we put land a bit central, it's not only about land, it's about the tenure of fisheries and forests as well. And our panelists will highlight that. And let me just quickly introduce the panel, and then Sharon will kick us off with a round of questions. We have Milka Chepkorea, who is a member of the Sangwa indigenous peoples in Kenya. And for more than 7 years, she has already been working for the recognition of her community's ancestral land rights. And currently, she coordinates a program called Defending Territories of Life at the ICA Consortium. Then we also have, Griselda Alvarado Picaro, who is a graduate of the National University and a specialist in gender and development. And she works for Cope Solidar, where she supports a series of processes such as the organization of the First National Congress of Small-Scale Artisanal Fishermen, and other processes within Cope Solidar. And then last but certainly not least, we have Marlene Elias, who is a senior scientist at the gender lead at the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, and she also leads the Alliances module of the CGIAR Gender Impact Platform. And unfortunately, not able to join us was Cristiane Juliao of the Pancararo people in Brazil. She had a short notice press conference to do, and also there was a lot of back and forth regarding interpretation. If she can, she will join us at the end of the session, and maybe we can ask her input as well. Join them on the stage. Right?
Thank you, Nadine, for that inspiration and very thoughtful introduction. Now, to our first panelist, Melka. A lot has been said with regards to production and consumption work that women do in the ground level. Now, to my question is, what is, in your experience, the key factors towards food sovereignty with regards to the work women do? Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon, and greetings to everybody. I come from a forest indigenous community, and our food systems are related to the forest. And when it comes to, a traditional community like my own, most of the food production system is controlled and utilized by men. I wouldn't want to condemn our system that much because it doesn't deprive women of their value and their role in producing food for our communities, because we live communally, collectively on our land. And there are, you know, um, we call them our community bylaws, our regulations that tells us who does what and what time and how we store our foods and how we produce these foods. But Sharon, as you've said, and that, as the keynote speaker just said, women really are at the center of food production and food sovereignty. That is the case even for my community, because the knowledge of how we have our foods produced is with the women, even though most of the work that is done, sometimes the hard work, the labor of producing food is done by the males. This knowledge is passed on, has been passed on from the generations in the past to my generation by women. I have learned so much of how we produce food, how we store food from my grandmothers and my great grandmothers. And these discussions are not done outside in the fires where our community elders sit, but they sit there to say how our land is used without discriminating on who uses land. And maybe this is the time to say, just why do we have to, why are we having to push for the recognition of the rights of women and the fact that women are the one producing food? Is because commercialization came to land, massive food production for sale came to people's lands, and so it found the roles of males and females not equal, having males to control more use of the land and utilization of the land. And so production of massive plantations of maize, of coffee, not in my territory because we don't do that, but I'm speaking of, indigenous people in local communities, territory widely. Most of those huge food systems that is for commercialization just came right into the hands of men. And so they took control over everything, and that's why there is a lot of, recognize what women do. But in a traditional setting, you wouldn't see the inequality because food is produced for all of us. It's not produced for sale, so we don't imagine that we are producing food and then the benefits will go to the male alone. So I just wanted us to appreciate that that is where we got it wrong. We started to produce food to sell and in massive volumes that disregard the conservation of our rivers, conservation of our forests, because the commercialization came with clear more land, create more spaces for more production, source as much water from the streams to a dam to irrigate 1, 2, 3. And it just goes down to increasing gender inequalities, because food is no longer seen as life, it is now seen as a source of money. Money to who? To the male. And that's why females have now to push for this recognition of our roles in food production. And I know I will come into this later. These kind of spaces where businesses is being talked about and production of food is being talked about is where I think even we are furthering the inequalities to do with food system, because if we are still looking at food in a way or in the way of patenting them to get money, then we will yell at as women maybe for forever to want our rights to be recognized, because all systems that has the huge amount of money doesn't recognize the role of women in the management, in the production, in the passing on of knowledge of food production. And there is a call for all of us to be human, go back to who we were, recognize that women have a role on this, and stop the money, money competition that then makes food a commodity and makes food not a right, but give it to the ones that can buy or give it to the ones that have more money. What about the women who sit in the villages to just have their gardens and milk their cow and goats and feed their families? Isn't that sustainability? It is. But when we put the price tag on food, then women are out already because the factors for food production is not in their hands. And so, as you say, what would be the ideal for me is when we undo all this, all these wrong paths that we are taking when we are discussing about food production. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Milka. And I think reminding us that removing the price tag and looking beyond, that's a that's a very powerful ask, but also a very difficult one. I think the issue of tenure challenges, especially from the perspective of women, it's getting slowly more recognition also in contexts like this one. But I think, as we already established, it's not only about land tenure, but it's also about the tenure of fisheries. So I wanted to ask Griselda, from your own perspective, from your experience working on food systems in the marine and coastal context, do you have similar experience or something to add or clarify?
Okay, thank you. Um, sorry for my English. I think it's not very it's not very good. So I prepared my intervention. So I will read it to you. It's more easy for me. So I work in Cope Solidar. RL is a cooperative that have 22 years of experience working in the small-scale fishing artisanal sector, not only in Costa Rica, but through all Mesoamerican region. And in all this year of work, we have identified how artisanal fisheries have not been valued at the same level as agricultural activities. This has given us the opportunity to learn to learn and accompany the process of demonstrating that the small-scale fisheries and mollusk gatherers women in this activity is the main and the only resort of employment that they have, and therefore is the only opportunity to access to the right to the food security. Despite the fact that marine species have a high nutritional benefits in the context of small-scale artisanal fisheries, these does have don't receive sorry don't receive the economic or social recognition uh, for the great effort made by the women, men, and young people in this sector. However, we have a series of successful cases in which small-scale artisanal fishery communities have organized themselves and in this way have helped their communities to move forward. For example, we have the case of Cope Solidar, Copetárcoles RL is a cooperative of small-scale fisheries. It's located in the Pacific Center of Costa Rica, and since the year 1985, they were funded and through the to the to the actually remain, and they're in constantly updating all the facilities, and all these is benefits for the all collaborators and small scale fishers and women from the community. Also, we have the case of Copemoluchomes RL. It's a cooperative of 47 women dedicated to the sustainable extraction of mollusks and conservation and restoration of the mangroves.
Thank you very much. And I think it's very brave to sit here as a Spanish native speaker without interpretation and going through this. So yeah, I think. So now we heard from two women who have very strong personal experiences working on tenure issues that women and indigenous women and local women face, and I wanted to ask Marlene, listening to Milka and Griselda, how does this experience link to your own work, and do you see similar challenges in other contexts, and how does this relate to the CBD and the Rio Conventions?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to my fellow panelists as well. Yes, of course, I mean, we see many of the same issues in the different contexts where we work, from India to Kyrgyzstan to Burkina Faso. So there's a lot of context specificity, but there are also a lot of patterns that recur. And I do want to say that even though sometimes my research doesn't enter through the lens of women's land rights, inevitably this issue arises. It's a primary concern for women, which is not surprising, of course, in agrarian settings and forest settings and so on, where land is the primary or most fundamental resource for securing livelihoods, also linked, of course, with identity, culture, and so on. And also where the lack of rights to land basically excludes women from the formal agricultural system. So they're not able to access credit, they're not able to access a lot of extension services. They're often not perceived as farmers in their own right. And they're also at risk, of course, of losing the access to land that they have, because these are often rapidly changing contexts where, as Nadine said at the beginning, there are large-scale land transactions, land grabs, a lot of risks to those women and men who don't have secure rights to the lands that they farm. And this, of course, has implications also from a biodiversity perspective. We know that local communities and indigenous peoples maintain lands that sustain 4/5 of global biodiversity, including through traditional seeds and crop cultivars. And within those communities, as we've heard, women play very primordial roles in managing and sustaining biodiversity, but their rights to land are particularly insecure. So we know that there are over 30 countries where women don't have the same rights to land, to own and inherit land as men before the law, but that in more than half of the countries, they actually face severe customary and normative constraints to accessing land. This is obviously significant for their capacities to manage biodiversity, to sustainably manage land and soils, to access and be able to implement climate smart agricultural practices. So from an instrumentalist perspective, it's clear, and the case has been made for the importance of women's land rights in order to achieve the goals of the 3 Rio Conventions. And that's why the issue figures in the texts of the GBF and in the UN and in the gender action plans and linked to the GBF and to the UNCCD. We also see across contexts that women's land rights are an enabling condition for their capacity to participate fully and meaningfully in governance processes linked to biodiversity and climate and restoration and sustainable land management. And again, this is a target in the GBF and an objective of the gender action plans of all the conventions, this capacity to participate meaningfully and effectively in governance processes and to be able to receive benefits from initiatives related to biodiversity and climate and restoration, such as payments for ecosystem services and REDD+. And then finally, from a food sovereignty perspective, it's not possible for farmers who don't have autonomy over their production systems, or it's not possible for farmers to have autonomy over their production systems if they don't have rights to the land that they farm, or for women to be able, who risk losing land, their access to land if their husband passes away, or if they fall into disfavor with their in-laws or their sons or their husbands. And I can say, and I've seen this in many contexts, that you've never seen someone dispossessed as quickly as a woman who loses her husband. And within minutes, sometimes the brothers are
divvying up, his brothers are divvying up the land amongst themselves. So this is a very major, major insecurity for women farmers. So as really the fundamental element that would allow self-determination in production, women's land rights are the basis of food sovereignty. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Wow, interesting. The woman who has lost the husband, who is grieving, is the one who loses at the end of it. And now to the policy aspect, because we are here to discuss the policy, the frameworks, and what is to be implemented when we go back. To Griselda, with the good work that you do with the communities at Cope Solidar, could you tell us what policy information or what policy you would recommend to ensure that the women who are working in the as smallest collectors to ensure food security and conservation of biodiversity could rely on or look up to?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I read the answer too, but hearing the intervention of Milka, I remember that small-scale fisheries actually have a voluntary guide from FAO. So I think that that instrument, that book, is the actually guide that women, men, and young people in small-scale fisheries have to fight for her right and recognition of the work and the labor. Actually, I want to add that every policy that would make not only in Costa Rica, in also all the world, is important to do with the the um, the free, prior, and informed consent to guarantee they actually participate and recognition from the full ideas from the organization in the small scale fisheries.
Thank you very much. So, Milka, what do you expect from policymakers gathered here, and how can the implementation of the CBD and the new GBF protect or support the role of women in the context of food sovereignty?
Thank you again. I think I will put my response into two. Because the global biodiversity framework and the discussions about the the GBF, it's greatly going to inform what happens at country levels and therefore what happens at community levels where these women are, because land is not in these forums, it is back in the villages. I think what I expect is that the targets just don't remain on paper, but informs policies at the national level in terms of especially trying to undo the gendered inequalities that has been supported even by policy back home. It is unfortunate to know and to, to to live with the reality that women access to land and therefore how they are able to protect and be food sovereign is so much linked to who they are married to. And so that when your husband dies, then you lose the land and you lose your food sovereignty. It is sad. And I expect that these gender specific targets go down to communities to undo such bad practices and policies that work towards that. And because land ownership is in different systems, coming from a forest indigenous community, our land system is the collective ownership of land. We, it let me just start with the individual ownership of land, which is, common among many local communities in Kenya, and everybody having their titles. And so there is the push to have women also owning lands and having titles, and that is improving their food sovereignty, because when you have a piece of land where you can produce the food, is then it gives you power to produce what you want and to what amount and conserve environment, which then links up to the global biodiversity framework that we are talking about here. In those kinds of communities where land is owned individually, then it is paramount that we push for equal rights of land, because then it gives women the power and, the level to be food sovereign. But the same strategy shouldn't go down even from the global biodiversity framework to the policies back home to push all the communities to subdivide their land, because then we are still giving more power to, how will I call it, like men going this way and women going this way, and so food sovereignty will still be a problem. So with collective land tenure and land ownership, it's about going into they call them the land use management plans, the communal land use management plans, to make sure that the land is used effectively by both males and female, and give them, be equitable in the ways in which women will use the land and be able to produce food. Yeah. So it is in different perspectives, but the policy should really be able to protect everyone and should not continue with the, gender inequalities that are happening on ground. Because you sit here and you ask yourself, if we continue saying that, then we are looking at individual land ownership, then it goes down to individual food sovereignty. But foods are not produced by women for themselves. They don't produce them to get the massive monies that cooperatives are producing food for. Women produce food to feed first the family, including that husband that do not want to give them a space to produce the food. They produce the food for the family first. And if the policies don't go down to undo the unequal nature and practices, then we're not helping. So I'm hoping that this kind of framework informs a gendered, sensitive, and responsive way of legislation back home and into the villages, or maybe learn from the collective land ownership that women, that communities are in right now. We have a lot of dynamics when it comes to communities and how they produce their foods. You wouldn't imagine the role of women in food sovereignty in pastoral communities, for example. Food is based on livestock, and livestock is owned by men, but it doesn't mean that the women are not benefiting from the foods that is then harbored in the livestock that men own, and on the land that they collectively own. So there is a lot of dynamics that these policies should be able to look at, and collective use of resources on the land that then produce the food, like say oasis on community lands. If you subdivide the land and assume this table is our land, and it is her place that has the water that we all need to take. If we individualize the land just because we want that woman to have a piece of land, where will she get water to have her crops, growing, if she is the only one who has the piece that has water? So there are a lot of dynamics that need to go into the collective use of land and the management plans that communities put in place. And these policies should be able to recognize that we are not just talking about individual land ownership, and so a woman should get a land, but also look at the dynamic that are there with collective use of land and how that affect food sovereignty as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Milka, for reminding us the nexus between food sovereignty and land tenure rights. there is a common phrase that says, if you empower a woman, you empower the whole society. And now to Marlene, with the many challenges that you have told us today, what do you think or what do you recommend that the policymakers take into account in regards to food systems and gender empowerment, that it should not be forgotten in the global biodiversity framework?
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I would pick up on, I think, Maka, your points are so important, that what equality and equity looks like is very different under different types of tenure regimes as well. And formalization is not always the answer, but lack of formalization is also a risk, and formalization can lead to different kinds of outcomes, including subdivision of collective lands. It's very, very complex. But I would still, as a recommendation, I would just stress again the importance of women's land rights. However, they need to look, which will be different under different tenure regimes, and what that implies, whether it's a governance and decision-making question, or whether it's individual titling. Those are very important specificities that need to be contextualized as well. But land rights really as a basis for equity in food systems transformation, and really also land rights as a lever for achieving most of the GBV targets. So that's the point I would really like to make, is that, there's a transformative potential in securing women's land rights for achieving the GBV targets, and also for thinking of climate and restoration, and in that sense, and sustainable land management. And in that sense, women's land rights really are a rallying point across the Rio Conventions. There are a way that there can be synergies achieved as well across the Rio Conventions, and not only across the Rio Conventions, but also with many of, if not most of the SDGs. So Nadine provided some figures earlier, but I can say that, some evidence shows that in Tanzania, for example, women with strong property and inheritance rights earned 3.8 times more income than women who didn't have those rights. So it's linked with economic opportunities. In Nepal, children with mothers who own land were 33% less likely to be severely underweight. So there's a nutrition aspect. In Rwanda, women with strong land rights were 19% more likely to engage in soil conservation. So it links with soil, it links with environmental goals, and many, many, many more. So, given the multiplier effects of women's land rights, they are relevant to the mandates of many different actors, many different ministries. That's why they're recognized in many different international and national policy frameworks, and they allow us to achieve many different goals. And this convergence has to make it possible. It should make it possible then to crowd in resources, crowd in capacities to work towards securing these rights as a basis for a more equitable food systems transformation. And I want to say that having this in policy frameworks, having land rights recognized and addressed in policy frameworks is an incredibly important point, but a step, but it's not enough. Of course, policies have to be implemented. Implementation needs to be funded. Capacities for implementation need to be built. A lot of supporting institutions need to be developed. Grievance mechanisms and councils and registries, and there's a whole apparatus that needs to come along with that, where where land rights are going to be claimed. Women have to be informed of their rights. Collectives that support women, that advocate for their rights, have to be supported. Environmental defenders have to be protected. Customary authorities, men, have to be engaged as allies. It's incredibly complex. And I think very critically, the informal constraints, the norms that discriminate against women's rights have to be addressed. And underpinning all of that, or accompanying all those processes, data have to be collected. There are huge gaps in terms of data as to women's land rights. And the data has to accompany also the changes and generate, opportunities for accountability, of course. So change needs to be monitored. So the challenge is very big. The mobilization, the investment that's required has to be commensurate with the challenge, but the returns will be many, many times bigger, many times greater. And we can't afford not to do it. We can't afford not to address women's land rights in the context of the GBF and as a transformative pathway for a more prosperous, more biodiverse, more sustainable agri-food system. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Marlene, and thanks for highlighting the extreme complexity. But I think it's good to underline the financial dimension and the need for financial support to reach indigenous and local women if they are to continue their role as stewards of land and food sovereignty. I'm also sure that those of you whose blood sugar levels still allow them to follow the conversation, your thought processes have probably been activated, and maybe there will be one or two questions from the audience. I think we're just gonna take the time to still do that. If you wanna raise your hand, I'm gonna hand you the microphone, but please make it brief and make it a question.
Just 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry. This is not a question. This is going to be a very brief comment. I am very tempted to do this since after listening this inspiring women, and this I am doing it as part of who I am, part of the Latin American Scientific Society of Agroecology, SOCLA, just to say and to, sorry, to, okay. To mention that in this discussion about women and biodiversity, agroecology plays a very important role. Agroecology recognizing that is a biodiverse systems that from biodiversity contribute to enhance, restore, and enhance ecosystem functions. And with that, agroecology is proven that contributes to women to overcome the challenges, for instance, of scale in terms of access to land, access to services to help them to produce, access to finances and economic support to keep producing. So agroecology uh, contributes in many different ways, and I just wanted to point out this because it's a very important strategy to advance in autonomy of women in this context of many challenges that are imposed to women, including the responsibilities of care and providing biodiverse healthy diets to families. So I will leave it there just to point out the role and the relevance of agroecology in these dynamics of women, both rural, peri-urban, and also urban women. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Does anyone on the panel want to react very briefly to this comment on the relevance of agroecological approaches? Otherwise, we go to the question in the back, I think.
I can start it?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Yiqing Song. I'm leading pharmacy network in China. Congratulations for the panels, are very well done. And finally bring up the local people, especially local women, which are very important in food systems and addressing the interlinked issues crossing climate change, biodiversity, and food system transformation. And but I want to bring up, I think it's a missing aspect here, seed, especially living seed, farmer seed systems, because our farmers said that healthy food starting from healthy seed. And we all know that, as our panelists mentioned about that, women play a very important role in food production. And the knowledge passing by and is by women and to the coming generations. And the seed, saving, exchanging, and improving selection are mainly done by women in local levels. So they are seed custodians. We all know that. And the seed are very important link people spiritually, knowledgeably, and ecologically passing by. But this is really, and we also mentioned about nutrition. Diversified farming living seed are very important to contributing to our diversified food systems. It's important aspect. We cannot miss that in for the food system transformation. Looking at how uniformity we are dealing with in our food, in our diet, which are really urgent issues. So I really want to bring up these issues. And also that the local peoples, local women, they are really in action now. They are contributing, maintaining those living systems, and in action there. And contributing with this, they are doing climate change adaptation, contributing to eco-ecology, agriculture for food transformation. So we really need to give more recognition and support for them. And based on that, last Friday, working together with, we have a side event on supporting small-scale farmers and enhanced farmer systems. And working together with about 20 organizations, we make a declaration on support small-scale women farmers and indigenous people. So I would like to share with you, with my team here also. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this intervention. I think we're really nearing the end of our time. I think there's one more question here in the front, and then we're gonna go wrap it up.
I was actually going to ask about the seats. So, yes, go. And I have another question, I think for Milka. My question is if collective land tenure actually gives women access to the land and rights, because I'm from Mexico and this doesn't happen everywhere, but I have seen that in some communities, even if the land tenure is collective, they don't really, or this doesn't, like collective doesn't necessarily include women. So I wanted to ask you your opinion on this.
Should I just take that? Please. I didn't get you very clearly, but I want to assume that you are talking about that you're asking that collective doesn't really mean women? Or, sorry.
Yeah, basically, if collective land tenure includes women, like in practice for real, because many times is there like ideally, but I have been in some communities where this is not necessarily the case. Like this is collective land, but men are the ones that are actually making the decisions and having access to it.
Yeah, that is true. And that's why I talked about bringing the women in the collective land management plans. That is where to make it clear rather than pushing collective tenure to individual tenure, because then it's still, I have had situations where women are killed for their lands to be taken. So it gets it there when it goes to the individualization. But when you incorporate women rights to access and to use the land in the collective land tenure management, it is better that way, because then the land doesn't belong to one specific person but all the communities, but the access is in one collective land use management plan that all community members agree to how it is used. And that also means that women get a chance to sit on the land management committees and governance structure of the land. It is what we are trying to do in our community. It's not to say that collective land tenure is free from patriarchy and the harmful patriarchal processes. It is there, but how can we better cohesion in the same way than dividing men and women and bringing a lot of other crazy things and ill intentions of women being killed or women being divorced or left out just because they are not supposed to be in a communal collective use of land. And thank you, Mama, from China. I think really the work that what was lost with the massive production of food is these things that you're talking about, including the traditional food systems. because now governments, cooperatives are going into, you have to certify your seed to plant it, and do not recognize that my grandmother, so my grandmother comes from an agricultural community, and for them they plant their own maize and wheat and millet, but they don't go to the shop to buy the certified seeds. They do their own seeds and have the maize tied up at the fireplace to dry and to keep it up away from pesticides, and that is what they use in the next season to plant. But what has corporation and massive food production done? Criminalize those food systems and seed systems, and want all the foods to be gotten from the cooperatives certified, and it kills the agricultural, the agroecological food systems that women depend on. Because for women, like I said, we don't produce food with the intention to sell and be, we produce food because it is nutritious, because of the diversity, because it is grown with no chemicals. It doesn't have to be certified and go through all those crazy processes of genetically modifying them. And I think really going towards that path of recognizing the small scale, the agroecological, the non-chemical food production is the way to go. Otherwise, we are losing nutrition. We are eating chemicals and poison in the name of food. So really good work with what you're doing right there.
Thanks a lot. Anyone else on the panel who wanted to react?
Yeah, maybe I can just come back to the question of women's rights within collective rights. I just wanted to mention a really excellent report that was published a couple of years ago by the Rights and Resources Institute that looked precisely at that question. So they looked at a number of different community-based tenure regimes across around the world, and they pulled out, you know, all the gender dimensions, aspects related to inherit, are women allowed to inherit, are women considered members of the governance structure, you know, lots of different dimensions of gender equality, and yeah, just to say, far and wide, there's a lot of inequality within those regimes as well, and there's again a lot of contextual specificity, but you know, the norms that tend to structure our societies are reproduced in all of those institutions. So unless there are explicit ways that they're being addressed, they're sort of, these institutions tend to reproduce many of the same structures that underpin our societies at large.
Thank you very much. There's one last very urgent question for Griselda, which I wanted to give the chance to ask, and then we really need to wrap up.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to raise this question because often we forget to highlight the importance of fisherwomen, and even in the CBD, and I know it wasn't your purpose, but even in between our conversations, the sea is often forgotten. So I just want to bring again the attention to Griselda, because she is here with a big mandate of voicing the fisherwoman and the mollusk gatherer. So my simple question, Griselda, for you is, which is your main demand for COP? Like, ¿qué quisieras ver al final de la COP sobre las mujeres pescadoras? What would you like to see at the end of COP related to fisherwomen?
Okay, thank you, Amelia. I think that the main demand that the fisherwomen and fishermen and young fishers from all the communities, not only in Costa Rica and also in Mesoamerica, is to sit at the table with the parties, with the negotiators, work together in build the targets. For example, the target 22 or the target 3 that is very concerned for all the small scale fishers communities. Um, I think I express much better in Spanish, so I'm going to speak in Spanish. Creo que la demanda más importante que las comunidades pescadoras artesanales tienen para esta COP es construir en conjunto las metas que se han estado negociando desde la semana pasada. Estuvieron aquí pescadores representantes, molusqueras de Costa Rica, de Panamá, de Honduras, de Francia. Se sentaron en la mesa, expusieron sus demandas, fueron escuchados y creo que generó un buen impacto que va a ser escuchado, que va a ser recalcado y que va a estar presente, esperaría, en el statement final cuando la COP15 llegue a su clausura.
We're going to get a very quick summary translation.
Okay, so the most important demands are that all the fisher women and men can sit and join together for the targets and build together a new perspective of what they need for the targets, especially target 3.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for everyone on the panel. I wanted to give the organizers of the session each 45 seconds to summarize, to present the main takeaways from this session. So that would be one person from WWF, one from Women for Biodiversity, and then I'm going to close. Is that going to be you for Women for Biodiversity, Sharon? Okay. And Christina for WWF? All right. Start with you.
45 seconds. Wow. Okay. First of all, I want to thank all the panelists. It was great. And I learned the lesson that to transform food systems towards sustainability and equity, we really need to protect local food systems or traditional food systems based on the values that the panelists highlighted: solidarity, mutuality, recognition, communality. All of those things are important, and empowering women, of course, which means also bringing them out of invisibility of that informal sector, put them at the table of decision making and policy making through gender responsive policies and resources. And I think if you want a nature positive world, we really need a gender positive world first. Thanks.
Thank you.
It has been a very rich discussion. And I believe from here we can leave this space knowing that the tradition people did it. And it is sad that we are coming at this age and era to undo everything that has been done for ages. It has been more than 2,000 years prior, and these things have proceeded. And so we need to go back to where we lost it. We need to go back to where women were disempowered. We need to go back to where our seeds were taken away from us, the knowledge, the production, the storage, and the consumption issues were taken from us and given to the corporate. The corporate have taken this from us and have made it worse. And so it is ours. We need to take back, and our rights need to be voiced out. So we need to come together, not do it. They say divided we fall, together we conquer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, indeed, and also for everyone in the audience for your patience. Just a very quick summary from my part. I think there's not really much to add. As TMG, we work on rights-based approaches, and I think the need for rights-based approaches as a solution to the challenges that we heard about on this panel, that is extremely obvious. But fortunately, our panelists also highlighted that there's a lot of important work already being done, which sometimes is forgotten in these fora. But also we have policy measures and we have processes to build on. So the voluntary guidelines on the responsible governance of tenure, they are already there. They are already agreed upon. There is already a process going on in the context of the UNCCD, the sister convention of the CBD, where land tenure rights have been affirmed as a key issue relevant to the implementation of the convention. So there are processes to learn from. There are the people who are already doing the work, and if we can bring those two levels together, then there definitely is a way forward. And with that, I thank you all, and I wish you a very good lunch.
Thank you for a fantastic panel. I think the message on divided we fall and together we can actually make this happen is a good way to go into lunch. It's been fantastic to have each one of you together on this journey for this morning. We've heard from a wide range of speakers. Please be back here at 1 o'clock where we will not forget the marine systems. We're talking about bringing marine and terrestrial food systems together. So we stop talking about them as separate, we bring them together. 1 o'clock is a fantastic, healthy lunch in the back for you. We'll see you in 40 minutes or so. Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to get started in another minute or so. So if you could just grab your coffee, grab your seat. All right, are we ready for this afternoon? Okay, so we should, okay, so let's give it another couple minutes. Yep, okay. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and get started with this afternoon sessions. We've got 5 fantastic sessions this afternoon. And we heard this morning on several times that marine aquatic foods doesn't get the attention that it deserves. Right? Exactly. So in this session, we are going to correct that by talking about the fact that we can no longer talk about marine and terrestrial systems as being separate. We have to bring them together into one food system. And we have a fantastic, absolutely fantastic panel moderated by Lauren Baker from the Global Alliance for the Future of Food.
Thank you so much, Brent, and thanks everybody for joining this afternoon. What we're going to do with this panel, first of all, I'd like to invite all the panelists up to the table. And we're going to hear from some diverse perspectives, of course, like we've been hearing from all day, about food systems transformation with a real focus on the aquatic terrestrial nexus. And for the Global Alliance for the Future of Food, this is of particular interest and importance. Right now, we're just beginning to have a conversation, and I would say it's a late conversation about how to take a more integrated approach and actually shift our narrative to be more inclusive of aquatic food systems and really think about this nexus point, because, of course, aquatic and terrestrial food systems are intimately connected and joined up. So I'm really excited about the work that we're doing. Our work on food systems really revolves around 7 calls to action related, which are kind of key levers to food systems transformation. We've heard about them all this morning. Governance, the centrality of governance and reforming and doing kind of deep structural change related to food systems governance, inclusive governance, participatory governance. Research, the way we need to fundamentally change the way we think about research and do research and uphold participatory approaches. Externalities, thinking about externalities of the food system. That's a big conversation here. Reducing harmful externalities of food systems. Public finance, private and philanthropic investment, how we can work together to provide new and appropriate financial mechanisms to support the kind of work that we've been hearing about over the day. Agroecology and regenerative approaches, another key driver for us. And whole food diets, healthy whole food diets, as a pillar of health, linking human and ecological health. So that's where we're approaching this interest in the aquatic terrestrial food nexus. And of course, it takes place within the context of the climate biodiversity nexus. So with that, what I'd like to do today is really have a conversation and a dialogue. We're going to hear from each of our panelists for about 5 minutes. Open it up for discussion. We started a really interesting discussion right before lunch, and we want to hear from you, and then hear closing comments again. So with that, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Monique Barreto Galvao, who is with us from Brazil, from Rare and Fish First. Fish Forever. Thank you. Fish First and Forever. And so, Monique, you've got a slide deck, so we'll tee up the deck, and then we'll kind of go through the panel from there. We do have a clicker. It should work, yep.
Hi. Use this one. Okay. It's not. Or I can just. Now it's working. Okay. And here is up where it is play and come back and come back. Okay. Okay. Right, come back here. Okay.
This is backwards. This is
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Thanks, Lauren. Nice to meet you all. My name is Monique Galvão from Fish for Oil program. I'm part of RARE team. RARE is an NGO that has program in 8 countries. So I'm going to share a little bit about our program, and the idea is to share a little bit of our experience in the ground regarding small-scale fisheries and blue foods. As you might know, like more than 200 million people relies and depends on small-scale fisheries for food and livelihoods. We are talking about like having 50 out of 51 million fishers that are small-scale fisheries. So most of them are the small, not industrial fishing. And half of the global catch, 85%, is for human consumption, not for animal food, for instance. And we are talking about almost 3 billion people that rely on 20% of the animal protein in fish, as you might know. And all this life that is actually in 100% of the mangrove and 83% of the coral reefs actually is in the coastal zone, is the nursery. Mangrove has actually, it captures between 5 and 8 times more than continental forest. So mangrove sometimes is put aside, but actually is forest and is really important for carbon sequestration. And in the fisheries agenda, 70% is today fully exploited and overexploited. And we have the target 3 in the global framework being discussing as the 30 by 30. You guys might heard about it, right? So when you talked about the 30 by 30, everybody wants the protected area, terrestrial and marine. But what really means protected? If you see from 2000, like less than 1% of the ocean was protected. In 2019, we have data that around 7.5 of the ocean, we have protected areas, marine protected areas. But actually, how works protection? Like, what needs to be doing to really manage those areas? We rely on people. We depend on people, especially the communities that lives in that areas. So we don't have the number exactly what the effective means, if they have the management plans, if they have the fisheries agreement, if they are participating decision-making process, if they have data. So it's not just putting the law and get the legal, but actually be functional, right? So when we talk, and I bring a little bit of my experience in the Amazon coast, in Brazil we have around 1.2 million people that are fishers. It means 1 out of 200 Brazilians are fishers. It's a big population. And in Pará state, which is the Amazon North coast, we are talking about 224,000 fishers, which correspond 25% of the population of the fishers of the country. And 95,000 is women. And we work in what we call the MPA's area. In the legal framework of Brazil, the name is RESAXES. So the RESAXES, which is an MPA, we work in 12 MPA's area. So imagine, Philippines, 3 countries of Philippines inside of just the Pará state is 1 state of Brazil out of 27. This is the size that we are talking about, right? And we just have 2 management plans that are really established in those MPAs that have 20 years. So it's not just matter to have the law, it must be functional. And who works to function that? So I bring a picture of Miguel Assis, is our partner in the ground. So Miguel is a crab fisher. He has 56 years old. He's a father of 6 children, have 9 grandchildren. He works 8 hours a day in the mangrove, and he do per month $150 to survive their family. And if you see in their body, is not mud, it's diesel, because he uses repellent for mosquito. This is the people that we work with, that actually we expect to also get their livelihoods and protect those mangrove, because it's their lives. And actually, the food security is the most important for them. And we need to connect the dots around food security and conservation and bring this behavior for the protection itself. So currently, this population, we are talking in case of Brazil especially, they are vulnerable, they are invisible, but they are super important in the value chain, right? But we have a hope, and we believe that small-scale fisheries is the path in a sustainable management. So how we do this? So we empower fishers, because they and get the pride that they have food providers. They are engineer of rural economy. They are custodian and guardians of natural resources, and they hold deep knowledge about the areas. So we really think that the problem is global, but the solution is local with them. And in Fish Forever program, which is a program that we are running in 8 countries, and we have 3 main principles. One principle is behavior change in the community, for them to understand the behaviors needed. Like, I need to be registered to understand who fish, where fish, when they fish. I need to participate in the management bodies. I need to report my production, and I need to respect the laws, or maybe change it. Rights-based management, they have the rights as citizen. Fisher is important economic activity, and the pathway to scale is not a rare program. We work via partnerships with the government, with universities, and of course with local leaders. I'm not going to get into details. I'm open to discuss with you guys. We have a holistic approach, and with 8 elements of Fish Forever that comes from community engaged management, the fisheries management bodies, financial market inclusion, policy and governance, managed access, network marine reserve, data for decision making, and then blended finance, because it's not just funding from the government or from the private, but it's a blended fund, right? I just bring 2 cases and 2 stories to keep in mind an example, a tangible example. So this is a community of women that they are catching oysters, right? This bank of oysters is really special, and the seed of these oysters just exists in that state of Pará. And they notice during the years that this bank is going to vanish, and they understand the stocks going down. And actually, the community knocked in the government's door and said, we need to do something. Our traditional knowledge shows that we are not going to have this in time frame in 2, 3, 5 years. And we are working with the universities to get the data to understand the cycle of the oysters, which is 2 years. And the idea is to get a protected area in order to get the stocks going and get their food security and this special seed that has the Amazon coast. So the decision making, the action, who took the action was the community, was not the government. That's why we need to focus and invest on them. Another case, crabs. So the crab, they cook, they catch the crab, they cook, they take out the meat from the crab, and the family works in the cycle of the chain. So the man go there and catch, the woman, they prepare what we call the meat of the crab, and with that they add value on top of it. So instead of paying 45 cents of a crab, they get a kilo of a crab that they can sell for 150 reais, for instance. So this increase a lot. However, they don't have, as you see, a lot of hygiene, and they don't have, equipments. So they came up with the idea of 100 families to establish a place to process this meat collectively. So we are working towards to get the capacity building in order to get the hygiene needed to perhaps get a stamp, and they can sell this better in a better quality. So they are entrepreneurs as well, as you can see. So I just close my sharing with this quote from a leader that I love. This woman, she's very powerful. Her name is Sandra Regina. She said, "The mangrove of all Amazon coastline is our supermarket, is our drugstore, is our life. We are small-scale fishers that live and survive from the mangrove. We must be, and we are the guardians of this ecosystem." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monique. Really, really interesting. And thank you for sharing those stories. And I think there'll be a lot of themes too around, infrastructure, new market mechanisms, cooperative and community-based economies and markets. So, anyways, let's pick that up as a theme through the panel. Our next speaker is Mariam Bassi. She is with the African Food Sovereignty Alliance and from Nigeria. She's a lawyer and human, environmental, and food rights advocate. And Marian, over to you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. I work with the Friends of the Earth International, and like Lauren has said, I represent, and I come from a continental network called Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. We represent over 200 million people, fisher folks, small-scale farmers, indigenous communities, forest-dependent people, and pastoralists. And I also have the mandate of the Health of Motherhead Foundation to speak on their behalf. Today, as we celebrate World Food Day, I stand in solidarity with the peoples, small-scale farmers in Africa and across the globe who are fighting for the rights of peoples, Mother Earth, and food sovereignty. Our government must remember that small-scale farmers are still the first victims of our agricultural system, of the industrial agricultural system. The ones producing food can hardly live from the land anymore in our societies, whilst they are exploited by intermediaries, corporations, and financial bodies that are making a lot of money at their expense. We think, and this is the message I was asked to pass on by the small-scale farmers when I told them I was coming to speak in this forum. And they said, Marian, you must give this message here. So it's not just me, it's the backing of the many millions of farmers and fisher folks we represent. They said, and I verily believe them, we think it's inappropriate for big green northern NGOs that has not really worked on our food systems and with our small-scale farmers, indigenous peoples, peasants, and food movements, and who has just received $100 million from Bezos, whose Amazon.com is actively destroying local and ecological food systems to organize an entire food day, inviting big fertilizer companies and agribusinesses, and we are not here. Where are our farmers? Where are the fisher folks? I mean, I don't see them in this panel. I don't know if you are there. We don't see them. They will want to be here to speak for themselves. So I'm here animating their voices on their behalf. A genuine food day will start from the farmers, the fishers, food movement, agroecologists, forest-dependent communities, pastoralists, and indigenous peoples. We do not accept this attempt to fabricate a corporate-friendly and food space by big greens, philanthro-capitalists, corporations with grocery interests. However, as a way forward, the IPES Global Assessment Report singled out industrial agriculture as the most damaging driver for biodiversity loss. Therefore, any GBF which does not fundamentally change the current agricultural systems profoundly will not be addressing the root problems of biodiversity loss. Illegal, thank you so much, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing are discussed in unilateral and multilateral spaces. However, there is no much frantic commitment to stop it. Research has shown how 10 countries, China, Japan, South Korea, Russia, USA, Thailand, Taiwan, Spain, Indonesia, and Norway spent over 15.3 billion on harmful fishing subsidies in 2018. And much of these were on fishing in areas beyond national jurisdiction. In Nigeria, Niger Delta, where I come from, there are trawling vessels, even within 5 nautical miles around communities. Overfishing and overcapacity are other areas in which some industrial fishes are engaged in. They do trawling, which nets all types of fish, whether matured or not, whether breeding or not, hence contributing to biodiversity loss of gigantic proportions. Large-scale fishing enterprises are emasculating artisanal fisher folks and disrupting them from their traditional fishing grounds and impoverishing them in the process. In addition, cage fishing in fresh waters, lakes like Lake Victoria in Uganda, has displaced artisanal fisher folks and blocked the routes that they follow when casting their nets and hooks. Furthermore, the feeds given to the fish in the cages is polluting the water that indigenous people use for domestic activities, including drinking, and the list goes on. The irresponsibility of some governments and corporations alike, driven by profits, disposition, control, and capital accumulation, have placed a bounty on these critical, fragile, and stressed ecosystems. This has bettered all manner of proving invasion and assault on our water bodies. These have their consequences on life and on our food systems. There is also the issues of pollution from activities offshore or near shore or from land, which either causes eutrophication or totally destroying the components of the ecosystem. These activities are partly responsible for the increasing dead zones areas that cannot support aquatic organisms anymore. These destroy biodiversity and, by extension, our food system. Deep sea mining, destruction of coral ecosystem, extinction of marine organisms, and many more issues plugging these ecosystems. Much of the impacts are offloaded on communities, as you can imagine, who in some cases no longer have access to their traditional fishing ground on account of sea grab for exploitation or pollution, just for profit and selfish interests. Biodiversity loss, to me, is a system created by the market environmentalism model. This model believes in the elimination and substitution methods in which they destroy natural and local varieties and propose to replace them with gene tech maneuvers. Concluding, it should also be noted that food issues can also be weaponized and could be the foundation of the new colonial empires. The good thing is that remediation and restoration is possible for biodiversity. It only starts with the frantic will for its realization. We must go to the roots. If issues are not treated at their roots, they regenerate and grow branches. What should be done? The artisanal fisher folks have to be empowered to reclaim and control their territory and their activities, and also using agroecological methods and principles, agriculture in harmony with nature, not against it. Step on the brakes, the precautionary principle. halt dangerous and mindless offshore and nearshore and shallow water extraction, map out biodiversity hotspots, research to what extent they have been degraded, damaged, and start remediation and restoration efforts. Finally, food issues are justice issues. They are right issues. It's our culture. It's our life. Defend it, protect it. Thank you so much.
Miriam, thank you so much. That was really powerful. And for me, especially as a Canadian, one of the things that I appreciated about what you said is reminding us that this is the challenges and tensions in this conversation, which are really real, are rooted in our colonial legacies. And this is something we're also trying to these legacies we're trying to grapple with. And of course, as philanthropy, I'm coming from philanthropy, also trying to grapple with issues of justice, reparation, etc. So I appreciate what you said, and I won't say more. I'll just let what your words stand. Thank you. Georgina, you're up next. And I would like to introduce Georgina Catacora Vargas, who's with the Latin American Scientific Society of Agroecology, SOCLA. And Georgina, I think you will link what Marian and Monique said to the moment that we're in right now with the post-2020 biodiversity framework and the negotiations. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Lauren, and good afternoon to everyone. Yes, actually, I'm going to address 3 points that integrate somehow the points raised by Mariam and Monica. And also, I'm going to try to relate to 2 of the targets that are being discussed here in the context of the Global Biodiversity Framework. First, my first point is very obvious, and is the interdependencies and mutual influences that exist between the aquatic and the terrestrial ecosystems. Therefore, the interlinks that exist between the aquatic and terrestrial food systems, which are very much intertwined. As I said, this is very obvious for the community that we are here. Yet I am bringing it here because this is something that has been lost in the discussion of Target 7 related to pollution, which is really unfortunate when discussing about fertilizers. And why this is important, I would like to bring some data about this. Agriculture, I'm going to link it with agriculture, covers about 40% of the Earth's surface. That is huge. And this is covered by many types of agriculture, but only one type of agriculture occupies 80% of that 40%, which is industrial agriculture. This industrial agriculture, based on simplification of biodiversity, meaning monocrops, is responsible of 82% of the global increase in global house gases emissions. It uses 70% of all fresh water globally, and it produces more than 50% of synthetic nitrogen that comes from fertilizers, causing severe processes of eutrophication. Sorry, English is not my native language, and also hypoxic zones, meaning zones that completely lack oxygen and are basically dead zones. This is very much related to the management, to a very much synthetic input dependent agricultural and food systems that we cannot neglect. But once again, this has been lost in the discussions, and this is unfortunate, and this is something that we need to bring back in the discussions and in the policy processes globally and nationally. So this is my first point. My second point is also in relation to the current discussion on Target 10 that is being discussed right now, here right now in another room, uh, which is very compelling and although controversial, unfortunately. And agroecology, recalling one of the statements made by one of the parties, is not only for agriculture. Agroecology is agroecological approaches that work based on biodiversity, establishing and managing biodiverse systems, both at biological level but also at cultural level, are not only relevant for agriculture, are also relevant for forestry, for aquaculture, agroecological aquaculture, also for restoring landscape, ecosystems and landscapes, because as the other types of agricultural systems, agroecology has many influences. They are very positive, therefore agroecology is multifunctional. So agroecology, through this agroecological management, has positive impact in the direct pressures and direct causes that result in biodiversity loss, because through agroecological management it is possible to reduce the pressure on land change use, to reduce pollution, direct exploitation, all of them relevant to adaptation and mitigation to climate change. And because biodiversity relies on local biodiversity, native varieties and species and races, it also arguably also can contribute to address the fifth major direct cause of biodiversity loss, which is invasion of alien invasive species, or introduction of alien invasive species. And meta-analysis and extensive literature review shows that our ecology has the potential to produce at least twice than conventional agriculture, but not of only one thing, but many multiple crops and foods, has the possibility at local and family level to provide at least 60% of the vegetables needs by a family unit of 4 people. And it has an energy efficiency using 10 times less energy and producing twice more at least than conventional agriculture. So the numbers are very clear, that the evidence is there. So our plea has been here and is going to continue being to invest and support our ecology, because it contributes to biodiversity and enhance its functions that are very relevant for socio-ecological resilience. My final point, my third point is, therefore, for transforming our food systems, it's very important to recognize that, that there are multiple effects on unsustainable food systems that are based on simplification of biodiversity. Once again, monocrops. Because when we have monocrops, all the ecosystem functions relevant for sustaining that production, like nutrient cycling, pest regulation, climate regulation, among many, pollination, many others, are lost. And in that logic, synthetic inputs are being put in the system, which cause more harm than benefits. So simplifying life, simplifying biodiversity, monocrops is not the way to go. Second, in this last point, is agroecology has an integral effect. And to enhance that integral effect, we need something that Lauren was saying on governance. To manage these terrestrial and aquatic food systems from a territorial perspective. That is a very important and powerful governance element that not only integrate the biophysical aspects, but also the institutional and social aspects of the territories. Therefore, it needs to be biocultural, it needs to be human rights based, to carry out what Monica was saying, to lift up community-based approaches uh, that are also supported by proactive and constructive institutional support, both from the public and non-governmental institutions. And working from the human rights-based approach means making visible those actors that participate in our ecology: women, youth, fishers, pastoralists, gatherers, peasants, small-scale holders, making visible also the roles of our ecology, and recognizing that that conservation from an isolating point of view is not the solution. The intensification based on inputs is not the solution either, But what we require is a system, are systems locally adapted that besides being effective and productive as it is part of the current text in Target 10, they also are restorative and contribute to socio-ecological resilience. And because our ecology works based on life, our ecology is a strategic path for this. So this is what I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgina. And you told me earlier that you used to be a negotiator for Brazil on the negotiating team for the CBD. So I think, I think it's been really hard for you to be on the other side of the table, so to speak. But Bolivia, what did I say? Oh, sorry, of course, Bolivia. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Tom Grasso with the Environmental Defense Fund. And Tom, it's been great to work with you and Carly, your colleague, on organizing this session together. Over to you.
Thank you, Lauren. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, Tom Grasso with the Environmental Defense Fund, and I lead a climate resilient food systems program for EDF. Three things I'd like to do today, and this has just been a really robust discussion already. I'm looking forward to hearing more from my co-panelists, but also from the audience about these issues. One is how we got here today to be talking about the intersection of aquatic and terrestrial food systems. Two, why it's so important, and three, where do we go from here? So just very briefly, my organization has worked in global fisheries for over a decade, and one of the things we began to learn from fishing communities in many countries around the world was to help us better understand what they were losing when overfishing was occurring. What they were losing, not just the fish, but the other values associated, the cultural values, the food values. And so our science team began to look into what the food value and the nutritional value was of fisheries. Come along the Eat Lancet report in 2017, which was lacking in a real understanding and assessment of the value of aquatic foods in our global food system, and the Blue Food Assessment, of which a couple of my colleagues were co-authors. We understood that there was an opportunity to really raise the awareness of aquatic foods in the broader discussion around food systems. Then the Secretary General of the UN said we need a UN Food Systems Summit, and we were off and running, and a bunch of colleagues, Nicola Dyer from the the Safe Seaweed Coalition, Jim Leap from the Blue Food Assessment over here, Fabrice de Klerk from EAT, and others, many others, WRI, WWF, all said we need to bring aquatic foods into the discussion around global food systems, first time ever. And so that's why we're here today, and I think the conversation is really advanced because it's not just about the fish, it's not just about the seaweed. As I think Miriam said, it's about the people, and the people, whether they're fishers, and farmers, or women who work in these communities, this is what this is about. And we can't do biodiversity conservation without thinking about the people who are most reliant on those resources. So that's why we're here today. Where do we go from here? We have a couple of really important events coming up in 2023. One of which, obviously, not surprisingly, is COP28. It's been made really clear that food needs to be a priority, top priority. How do we address food systems in the context of the Cornivia dialogue? Absolutely important that we need to work together to make sure that there's really food systems approach to addressing agriculture, and agriculture includes fisheries under the UN FAO definition. So when I say agriculture, I mean agriculture in that definition. Super important. We have a long way to go. We have a little less than a year now to get there, and we need to work together to do that. The other big thing that's missing from food systems discussion and people is water. 75% of all fresh water goes into our agricultural production globally. The food policies, the agricultural policies are completely disjointed from water policy, and we need to bring alignment to that. So there's a very important meeting coming up. The first UN water conference in decades is happening in March of next year in New York, and we need to bring the nexus of food and water together in a really important way there, and we welcome folks to help participate with that. So I'm going to stop speaking because I'm looking forward to hearing more from my co-panelists, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom, and thanks for elevating, especially the UN Water Conference and water governance and how inextricably linked it is to food systems issues. And often we're leaving that behind. As the third sister in the biodiversity, climate, and I would add water, a nexus. Janie, I'd like to hand things over to you. Janie Rio is from IFAD and is a senior climate and environmental specialist. Thanks, Janie.
Thank you, Lauren. And I'm so pleased to speak last because I could hear all the comments from the co-panelists, and it's a really rich discussion. So it helps me also to tailor a little bit my message. I just want to say that from IFAD is the only UN and international financial institution, and the focus of all IFAD-supported investments are the small-scale farmers, the pastoralists, the small-scale fishers, and really the local and rural communities. So that's all our investments are or field-based are really bringing the benefits to the communities and the rural people. The purpose is really food security, improving livelihood, improving food security, but that to be sustainable has to take into account the way the environment and natural resource and water resource are managed, as well as adapting to climate change. So this has been a really growing emphasis, and IFAD investments throughout the decades, and it starts from, and like we did even recent stock take on looking at agroecology in our investments. We're curious to know how is this represented, and actually 3/4 of IFAD investments are having agroecological approaches and practices, and that's exactly because of this need to be sustainable within the landscape and within the territory. And that has been also across crop, livestock, 3 fisheries, productive system, where agroecological practices are being promoted. We do promote also diversification. Nutrition is a big aspects of food security. And this was in different, was across regions and agroecological system. So this is an area where we are will even work further, as we have a new biodiversity strategy, which will be linked to our environmental and climate strategy in the coming years. So we're really looking at integration. Our work is not separate by convention. It's really looking at these aspects which come together at local level. So we have different. We have even a dedicated program which is called Adapting Smallholder Agriculture program, which has been relaunched in a plus version, as a plus, which integrate much more the aspects of biodiversity and nature-based solution. So this is a dedicated trust fund where we try to really push the agenda on those aspects and be more innovative and really learn from that, and then mainstream into our larger scale investments through our, as an IFI, through our loans and grants. We do also work closely with local financial institution and private sector. And when I say private sector, is really the local small enterprise, farmer groups, farmer cooperative, fisher cooperative, and that are also need support in terms of integrating these agroecological practices and their operation from production and throughout the food system, and as well as the local financial institution and microcredits that also are often do not have necessarily the capacity and skills to screen these types of investments that might seem risky because they're unknown, but if there are additional financing from also IFAD, from the climate environment funds, to de-risk and to bring these to a level where they can be integrated and financed and developed further. So we do some works also in that space on inclusive green finance. And we're really pleased also to be working with the Global Environment Facility on a new food system integrated program that will be co-leading with FAO and many partners. So this is just starting, so there will be a country participating to this program with investments across crop, livestock, and fishery. And this program will have also some different types of hubs. So some will be about knowledge, about policy aspects of transforming food system, and about also leveraging investments. So this is something we're just that is just starting, and we're really looking forward to work more, and good to see so many partners working in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Janie. I liked what you said, which is, despite the way we're having these conversations, all these issues come together on the ground, right? Which is, of course, a common theme that we've heard. I would like to open it up for maybe 2 or 3 questions. We don't have that much time. I'll look to Brent to signal when we absolutely need to finish, or Martina, some colleagues, and then I'll wrap up with some very quick reflections. How are we doing for time, Brent? Martina? Few questions. Okay, great. That's fantastic. Are there any questions for our panelists? Yes, I see one there. So please go ahead. Could you please introduce yourself as you ask your question?
Thank you. My name is Masanori Kobayashi from Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasaka Peace Foundation in Japan. I really liked the panel discussions. I just wanted to ask a question to the last panelist from the IFAD. I think IFAD is very instrumental in providing microfinance to support agriculture. And my question is how that lesson can be actually applied to promote aquatic farming or fisheries, sustainable fisheries. I think the first speakers mentioned this small-scale fishery aquaculture, and I think that kind of lessons may be probably useful as large-scale funding seems to be the policy target by the many countries. But I think this small-scale microfinance, I think we would like to know more about your assessment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, that's a lot of IFAD supported investments will go into microfinance and for agriculture, but in a large sense, so also livestock and also fisheries and aquaculture. So that would really depend on basically on what is being discussed at the in terms of programming the investments at national level in terms of priorities, and also with the communities. But throughout this requires sometimes building the enabling conditions for microfinancing. So that's a lot of the work we do also in bringing maybe the fishers together and some sort of cooperative, and to developing also the assets, the tools, and the capacity, the financial literacy. So depending on where, so often first we will build up the conditions, the capacity and knowledge to, and then connect as a sustainable pathway to microfinance when there's already some better kind of conditions. I don't have the figures on how much, in terms of specific fisheries and aquaculture, but I'll look into that, and that's a good question. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charles Clover from the Blue Marine Foundation in UK. I was very interested in what the lady from IFAD said about food security. Food security seems to be the Cinderella, has been the Cinderella campaigning issue for fisheries and agriculture, frankly. And often it's been used by competitive agriculture, or rather industrial agriculture. But the curiosity is that recently, in our own little world of Europe and traditional fisheries, there have been some resounding lessons, because 70% of the cod in fish and chip shops, believe it or not, in the UK and Europe, until February the 24th, came from Russia. And suddenly, food security has become terribly important to us. And we look at the cod populations around the UK, all 5 of which are on the verge of collapse. And we wonder why we've done this to ourselves as a nation. And I don't see the connection being made by these, traditional industrialized countries with their industrial fleets and the mess they've made of the sea being used as much as possible in developing countries. I think there's a real core and important issue here in food security. I don't see it being maximized. I don't see it being used as a campaigning thing. And yet it is the one thing that both kinds of country have in common, and an issue which is at the forefront for the world in the current political situation. I don't hear much more. I don't hear enough about it. Do you know why that is?
So the question you have is, why aren't aquatic foods more part of the food security dialogue? Maybe just nod yes or no.
Sorry? Why do we hear so little about food security? Why is it not used by this community more as a campaigning tool? I thought I'd said that.
Yeah, well, so maybe just to further explain, the purpose of bringing aquatic foods to the UN Food Systems Summit and to COP27 and to here is to recognize that if you don't think about food security of the communities that are most dramatically impacted by food insecurity and climate change, you're not going to be solving the biodiversity crisis either. So I think that is the purpose, or one of the main purposes of understanding the value, the nutritional value of aquatic foods, rather than simply the commodity value of it. So I think it's part of what we're trying to do.
We have to move on to the next conversation. I know there's lots of eagerness to continue. And as a way of, first of all, I want to thank the panel. It was a really excellent panel. So please, a round of thanks. And I would also just like to pause too. And, one of the kind of tensions or challenges that we have as a global community is related to, how we convene these kinds of conversations. And in the spirit of that, I wanted to thank colleagues from WWF who have worked so hard to bring us together. And also think about or challenge, I feel myself challenged to think about how we do this better moving forward, to address, Marian, some of your concerns, to ensure that we have fisher, pastoralists, farmers as part of the dialogue, as at the heart of the dialogue and the conversation. And I think that's a really important call to action. And it relates to kind of broader themes of governance, participation, voice. So I just want to appreciate that. And at the same time, extend thanks for, the opportunity to be together today here. So we are going to move to the next panel. I'm going to hand things over to Melissa, where we're going to explore the theme of moving from simplicity to diversity and complexity related to agricultural biodiversity.
Thanks, Lauren. I'm going to help. Thank you so much again. One more round of applause for the panel. I'm going to kind of MC the rest of the afternoon.
really also wanted to reiterate the power of the last panel and some of the themes from the morning that are pulling through, and really thinking through how food systems transformation isn't just changing the what we do, it really is changing the why we're doing it. So we talk about nature and climate, but I think as this panel really elevated, it's the role of people, which has been a major theme throughout all of the panels. And so I'm with WWF US. I lead our freshwater and food work, Melissa Ho, and really wanted to pull the threads that Lauren had said, that we are all learning on the journey about how to not just do the what better, but it's the how and who is at the table for these discussions. So I think that is something we are creating more space for. That is something how we need to think about how to do this work differently and how to engage partnerships differently. And that's a lot of what food systems transformation is really trying to do. So I'm actually going to now hand the panel back to Lauren, who will be filling in for her colleague and in the next session, which is really from targets to action. And then the next three sessions after that, we'll really look at different perspectives from different stakeholders in the food system to see what we need to do to drive change. So back to you, Lauren. Thanks.
Thanks, Melissa. I'm really looking forward to this panel. And we can switch up the slide here maybe to key up the next discussion. And the next discussion is around moving from targets to action, but with a group of people who are really deeply steeped in the issue of agricultural biodiversity, and that will be the sort of focal point of the conversation. So what are the practices on the ground, the practices related to enhancing and elevating, strengthening, and promoting agricultural biodiversity as really, again, an issue that's like at the foundation of food systems. So I would like to invite the panel up to the table. We're having a bit of a different format, but maybe everybody could just come to the front of the room and have a seat, and we'll get started.
Martina, is Christiane here for this panel? Okay, okay. And, oh, that's me. So, and what is your? You are Christina? No, Marietta. Marietta. I don't think okay. Christina. Okay. Christina's not here. Okay. Is Christina joining us from WWF? No? Maybe? Okay, I think we have everybody else. Great, please join us. Hi, welcome. Okay, I really like the way this panel is organized. I'm going to reintroduce myself because some of you may, people are coming and going. My name is Lauren Baker. I'm with the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. We're an alliance of philanthropic foundations working together and with partners on food systems transformation. And many years ago, we did some work on agricultural biodiversity and seed systems resilience. And so I'm really looking forward to this panel. I'm also wearing the hat today. My colleague, Jen Yates, who was supposed to moderate this panel, was not able to join. And she's with the True Cost Accounting Accelerator and working with many, many people around the world to think about a more holistic way of assessing and valuing food systems, to understand the externalities on the one hand, negative externalities and negative impacts, but also to really think about how we value food systems differently in new and creative ways, not only environmentally, ecologically, but across human, social, cultural, and economic domains. So I just wanted to shout out to my colleague, Jen Yates. The way that this panel is structured is really creative. We're going to hear from João Campari first, who's the WWF Global Food Lead. He's going to frame up the discussion for us. We're going to pause, take a few minutes for a fun Slido interactive activity and poll. And then we'll hear responses from the rest of the panel and get into the conversation. So, Zhao, over to you.
Thank you, Lauren. Delighted to be here again. Can you hear me? There's a bit of an echo. Since this morning, we've been talking about the impact or the negative impact of the food system on biodiversity, on people, on climate, right? So the intensive production, and this the previous panel focused on that the intensive production of a narrow band, actually, of foods is driving the decline of species, the sizes of those species populations on land and in water, causing deforestation, overfishing, soil degradation, and issues with groundwater access. But there is more to transforming food systems than simply limiting these negative impacts. Food systems have been a major part of the problem when it comes to nature loss. But with the right actions, the food system can become part of the solution. For that to happen, we must unleash the potential of food systems to restore nature and support healthy and biodiverse ecosystems, while also providing enough healthy and nutritious food for all people on the planet. To achieve this potential, COP15 must deliver an ambitious global biodiversity framework that includes specific and measurable targets for food systems from farm to fork. There are 5 key areas that I'd like to highlight. First, we must start farming with nature, then against nature, moving from models where we simply extract to ones where food production regenerates and maintains healthy ecosystems. The inclusion of specific nature-positive solutions, namely adopting agroecological approaches and principles and ecosystems approaches, are critical for this. Second, we must also take a holistic approach and include consumption and loss and waste into the GBF. The GBF needs to directly call out the need for all people to shift to culturally appropriate, healthy, and sustainable diets. Doing so at the same time as reducing our impacts on nature requires us to radically reduce the amount of food that is lost or wasted. Right now, around 40% of all food that is produced goes uneaten. Destroying nature is bad enough, right? But it's even worse when it doesn't even help us nourish ourselves or those who need the most, that are excluded from the food system, which is about 10%, 11% of the planet don't get enough to eat. Reducing food loss and waste must be included in the GBF and seen as a key solution to the nature crisis. The third message is that we need ambitious actions to increase soil and water health by protecting, sustainably managing, and restoring food-producing ecosystems. But as we do so, we must avoid perverse results like planting trees in areas of grasslands and savannas, or removing farmers from productive lands. Most of our food is produced in grasslands and savannas. They are threatened by ever-expanding production and unsustainable farming and grazing. But with the right actions, they can provide food, livelihoods for local communities, and benefits for nature and climate. It is of utmost importance that specific actions for grasslands and savannas are considered in the GBF. Fourth message, there are only 5, I promise. The fourth one is about public finance that must be redirected to reward nature-positive actions in food systems. Every year, the world is spending at least 1.8 trillion US dollars on subsidies that are destroying nature, with major amounts on unsustainable agriculture, fishing, and water management. These perverse incentives damage both nature and food security, So the GBF needs to target redirecting, repurposing, reforming, or eliminating at least 1 trillion of these harmful subsidies, with significant focus on food systems. It is important that public support to agriculture is not simply removed, by the way. Farmers and food producers must be rewarded for adopting nature-positive practices. Fifth message: the GBF must also respect and recognize the value of producing practices and traditional knowledges of indigenous peoples, local communities, and women, as we've seen in the panels before this one. The groups have a wealth of knowledge in sustainable food production and are some of the most important environmental stewards in the world. This has to be woven through the framework. All sustainable food systems need equitable access to and benefits from biodiversity. It is critical that these 5 solutions or points, messages, if you will, are included in the GBF because we already know that these approaches work. There is a significant amount of evidence that these actions reduce threats to biodiversity and meet people's needs through sustainable use and benefit sharing. We've seen before that there's a new publication, the Global Collection of Good Practice Cases, that provides examples of how solutions in these areas have been practically applied with community inclusion, capacity strengthening, digital innovation, public-private partnerships, and policy changes, particularly in the Global South. Over the next hour, we're going to hear more about many of these examples and discuss the lessons that can be learned to accelerate implementation. We already know the solutions that work and now urgently need a global biodiversity framework that will unleash the power of food systems to support healthy and biodiverse ecosystems. Thank you very much. Lauren, over to you.
Thank you so much, Zhao, for framing the discussion up for us. And if we weren't at a critical point in the negotiations over the last week, I think we've reached that point today right now. So it's a timely set of key points indeed. Now we have, take out your phones because now we have a poll that we're going to engage you in. So if we could pull up the poll, it's a Slido question. You can, pull it up here. And the question, I don't have the question in front of me, but the question is, how many crops among the edible plant species do we currently eat? So this is going to test your knowledge on agricultural biodiversity. How many crops among the edible plant species do we currently eat? You can get the question by using the QR code, and we are seeing some of the responses coming in. Okay, while the questions come in, I'm going to introduce our panel, and we'll start with just a quick word from each of the panelists on this question to further tee up the conversation, and then we'll loop back and hear more from each of them. Today we have Stefan Schmitz from Crop Trust, Executive Director of the Crop Trust. We have Christina Egenter from WWF on my far right, Carlo Fada from the CG System, Biodiversity, SIAT, and Marietta Sakalian from UN Environment. So why don't we start with you, Stefan, from the Crop Trust. A few words just about what you're seeing on the slide here in response to this question, and we'll go through the panel and come back to you for your longer remarks.
Yeah, thanks. regardless of the exact percentage share, I leave it to you to give a guess here. Regardless of that, the percentage share is low, is very low. And what adds to it, it is not just that the percentage share is low. When looking at these very few crops we use, yeah, so wheat, maize, rice, potatoes, and so on, the big 10 or so, the genetic erosion within every species that adds to it, and that is high risk. Yeah, we are agriculture over the last 12,000 years created incredible diversity on Earth. That's a great cultural heritage on Earth. And these are the means for us to survive in times of climate change and feed 10 billion people and transform agricultural system to be sustainable, more nutritious, and so on. We have great opportunities today, we do not use them, and we have to change the perspective completely. Thanks.
Thank you, Stefan. I think I'll go over to Christina. There you are, go ahead.
A comment, just a comment on this particular slide, or
That's right. What are you seeing on this slide? Just a quick comment, and then we'll come back to your your longer remarks.
Okay. No, I think what needs to be said has just been said, and it is amazing, but there is still hope in local solutions, and we need to highlight and showcase these local initiatives and local solutions. We'll talk more about that.
Thank you so much, Christina. Carlo.
Yeah, thank you. I think what is interesting is that majority of people get it right. I mean, it's a very small percentage, and I think what people need to ask themselves, what are we losing? And Stefan gave the answer. We are losing nutrients, we are losing resilience, we are losing by ecosystem services. So that the fact that we only use that 0.5 or whatever proportion is not, it has a biodiversity element, but it really affects the planetary health, the human health, and so it's very worrisome.
Marietta.
To be in alignment of what has been already mentioned, it's really the very limited number of agricultural biodiversity that is used for food is alarming. Because since the humanity exists, about 200, if I'm correct with the figure, correct me if I make a mistake, about 250,000 species, plant species has been known, and only 7,000 are used in agriculture. But recently, our food system using only 12 crops. 12 species, out of which 5 are animal and 12 crops. And it's really, really big concern that there is lack of awareness about the nutrition potential of agricultural biodiversity, about the potential of many neglected species that probably are not high yield species, but have really a potential for our health, for ecosystem health, and for human health. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marietta. And I'll just add, I do think that this in particular, and the sort of food systems dysfunction that it represents, is really a lost opportunity, because agricultural biodiversity is about a partnership, a beautiful partnership between people and nature, a dynamic diversity, and really can inform a new relationship between people, planet, and nature. And really, for me, that's what this slide represents. So I think we'll go through the panel again for your longer remarks. Stefan, we'll start with you. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Well, there are so many orphan crops, neglected, underutilized crops. There are still so many crop wild relatives around in nature, But that all is threatened. It is threatened in the fields where the whole agriculture is moving towards industrialization. Our food system is an industrialized food system, and that's the reason why we only use a little bit. Very standardized, very homogeneous, very easy to handle, and quite cheap. But that has a flip side. So there is a lot more to this. Is it threatened in the field? It's threatened in nature. The crop relatives are threatened in nature. With every square mile of loss of rainforest, of nature, there is a loss of crop relatives, and diversity is also lost in gene banks in ex situ conservation as long as those gene banks are not properly funded. And we have to address all those three things. We need better in situ conservation, we need nature conservation, we need ex situ conservation, and bringing all these things together. I think that is absolutely key. We have some great experience with larger projects we did in collecting, in conserving, and most important, to make this diversity, these plant genetic resources available for use. And that requires a multi-stakeholder approach, bringing breeders, researchers, farmers, and hopefully also the consumers together for a better food system. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Christina, we'll move over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I just looking at from targets to action, and what I'll briefly talk about is local action talking to many targets in the global biodiversity framework. And local action can be very, very powerful. There is often a stigma associated with local initiative. It cannot be scaled up. It cannot change the big systems and so on. I don't think so. Comes from an experience of working with women on transforming and empowering local markets through their initiative. And as WWF, we only supported this initiative. And why it was so important? Because of course it was started as an economic empowerment option for them, for their livelihood, and it worked very well. So they made money to send their children to school, to university, and so on. So that was the major objective. But in doing so, there were three big wins. One was the income that went up. Second, and empowerment of women. The second was about becoming ecological agents, preserving local crops and foods that are really culturally significant. We all associate with food. What is our food? The food of the ancestors, the food of the grandmothers, whatever. And this also works at ethnic level, indigenous level, and so on. The third win is nutrition, and let's not forget that one, because some of these neglected crops and so on are very powerful in terms of vitamins and other nutrients, but very little research. And that could also constitute an alternative in securing food security and food sovereignty. So three big wins. The last point that I would like to make is also overall food system. We often talk about production and consumption, and we forget the distribution aspect of it. So markets in fixing local food system can be very powerful, and empowering local food chains and the supply chains that are more equitable and more attentive to local condition, ecologically and socially. So this issue of, again, it was women empowering women. So our role as an NGO and a local partner was relatively supportive rather than leading the initiative. And this through women empowering women through biodiversity. And this initiative meant also that after one village, there were hundreds of villages in the same region that adopted and started new local markets and creating, moving this awareness around agrobiodiversity. And they also traveled to other provinces in Borneo. I forgot to say where all this was taking place. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you so much. Could you say again where this all was taking place, Christina?
On the island of Borneo, the
Okay,
province
on
of
Borneo.
Kalimantan, Indonesia,
Yeah,
Southeast Asia.
That's
Yes.
right. Yeah, no, I knew that your work had been based there. That's really fascinating. It reminds me, I've done some work with Conabio in Mexico, which is their national agency for biodiversity. I know they've held some side events here. And they have this idea of the evolutionary services of small-scale campesino farmers in terms of perpetuating and maintaining biodiversity, agricultural biodiversity. And I think that's so interesting in relation to what you said. So thank you for that. Carlo, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we heard from Joao, and I would like to link to his numbers, $1.8 trillion on negative subsidies, a lot of which are to promote unsustainable agricultural practices that are so destructive to the environment. What I want to say is the money is there, and it just need to shift and change those subsidies and put them into more sustainable agricultural practices. We've heard from Stefan about how much diversity is out there and who has the knowledge of this diversity. Certainly not the scientists. This has been neglected by science. It's the local communities, the indigenous people who have that knowledge. And that's why it's so important to work with them, because we need to accelerate the process. We cannot wait for science to do their own in-depth investigation. It takes too long. Joao mentioned this morning we have 7 more harvesting that we are allowed to, and science will not be able to achieve results in 7 years of investigation. And so we have that huge amount of diversity which can contribute to resilience, to restore soils, ecosystem services, improve nutrition, etc. And we need one aspect that I want to emphasize here is that this material, these crops, needs to be available to farmers. And the only way for this to happen is through functioning seed system. And that is a very complicated issue, ladies and gentlemen, because the seed system, the seed laws, promote the adoption, once again, is part of that system that promote only certain type of agriculture to thrive. And so the seed system and the seed laws is geared towards adoption of the few varieties of the few crops that Stefan was mentioning earlier. There is no support to seed systems that promote these local varieties or that promote the neglected species. At most, they are tolerated. So one key action, I think, that needs to take place if one wants, it's really serious in promoting more diversity in production system, it's to really support this farmers-led seed system. It can take the form of community seed bank, it can have different elements, but that's the way to make sure that good planting material becomes available to communities that want to embrace diversity in their production system. And then, of course, science, where there is a big aspect of when you talk about this, is what about food security? Can we achieve food security if we don't use maize, wheat, and other crops? I think it's a complex question. When you start taking out 40% of the waste, already your targets on a growing population starts to change. When you consider how our diets need to shift to be more sustainable, then again, you need to produce a little bit less of the staple. And so I think, yes, it's possible, but it requires really a cultural change. And I think the targets, for example, the target 10 of the BGF really needs to be super ambitious on that. And I hope that that will be the result of the negotiation here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carlo. And Marietta, over to you.
So I think that among audience here, there is not a doubt that agricultural biodiversity is very important for sustainability of the food system. It's okay? Yeah. And it is important also to note that conserving and sustainably using agricultural biodiversity can contribute to achieving of the many of the objectives of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. And actually, the ambitious targets that we all are negotiating here can only be achieved if agricultural biodiversity is mainstreamed across sectors and systems, across food system, across health, nutrition. It's taken into consideration by governments in their policies, and it's incorporated in business strategies and economic development plan. And later today, we'll be referring to the launch of a compendium of good practices that agencies presented here and many other partners around the world are already implementing on ground that contribute to these targets. And I would like to refer to one initiative that was jointly implemented by UNEP, FAO, the Alliance of Biodiversity, supported financially by GF, the Food and Nutrition Initiative, supporting countries of Brazil, Kenya, Sri Lanka, and Turkey in mainstreaming biodiversity of neglected species with high nutrition potential in their policy strategies, decision making, and actions on ground. The project implemented really a very innovative, multi stakeholder, multi level approach by providing scientific evidence about the nutrition value and cultural value of neglected species, linking this knowledge to policy and actually managing to accelerate change of the policy in these countries, and also increasing awareness in countries and consumers about the nutritional value of biodiversity for food and nutrition. And most importantly, this initiative was really the support on ground to a cross-cutting initiative of CBD on biodiversity from food and nutrition. And one particular example is how through how the project brought together different partners. Federal government, national government, research institutions, academia, finance, agriculture sector, local communities, indigenous communities in revising their national biodiversity strategy and action plans, and agreeing on adopting a target or of agricultural biodiversity for food and nutrition as an indicator for biodiversity health in the country. And that is done within the framework of NBSAPS 2021. Using this example, Turkey also initiated the same process. And within the project, also many other policies have been changed. As part of the actions prioritized in NBSAPS in Brazil, the social biodiversity ordinance 281 on neglected species was adopted, which prioritized actions for conservation and sustainable use of 81 neglected species and underutilized crops in the country. And I'm referring particularly to this example because at the moment what is happening, the Global Environmental Facility is supporting through UNEP and UNDP countries for early action for readiness for implementation of the global biodiversity framework. And as part of this process, one very important component is that revision of the new NBSAPs looking into policy coherence, and that provides really opportunity, these good examples from the past to be further mainstreamed across many countries around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marietta. That sounds like a really interesting resource, and I think we're going to hear more about it in a few minutes from Jean-Lucas Restrepo, there you are. I was looking for you, but
But before, I think we have a few minutes, and I would like to take some questions. I see a hand there. It would be nice to get a few other perspectives, and then we'll hand it over to you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for this really illuminating panel. And my question is like what you've seen with crops and the conversion or the loss of diversity of crop-wide relatives that happened centuries ago is now happening in the aquaculture and the mariculture sector in a big way. I mean, aquaculture is responsible for close to half of all the seafood that we eat today, but it's comprises of a few species. Like take, for example, in India where uh, brackish water shrimp kind of dominate the sector, but it's an exotic Pacific white-leg shrimp that is farmed in a state that it never was there. And what we are seeing is not just the homogenization within the aquaculture space, but it's also kind of the homogenization of waterways around because of the escape of exotics, very similar with algal species like Capophycus alvarezi, etc. And what we are seeing is this kind of homogenization of the entire scape. Now, my question to you, Stefan, is in this kind of very global world, how do we sort of, what are the steps one would take to kind of strengthen the regional and the local to kind of safeguard biodiversity? I know it's a very challenging question and something we are grappling with all the time, but I think, how do we do this in a world that's so global and things are moving around at such high rates? There are other forces at play. How does one do this? Thank you.
Oh, you make an extremely good point. And as much as I agree that we need to strengthen local communities, local seed system, local food system, Carlo mentioned all that, and I fully agree with that. We need to see very clearly, without the big players in the food industry, with their power they have in marketing, without them, without partnership with them, we will not get any success of that. That is my opinion. So finally, we need kinds of public-private partnership. We need to get the private sector on board. We need to make clear that without them, this transformation that is desperately needed will not happen. That is absolutely clear from my perspective. Thank you.
I think this was mentioned earlier, but also, maybe you could comment on it, but the legal, regulatory, and kind of policy framework that's required really to support the kind of agricultural biodiversity that you're talking about is really essential. There is a question over here, and I will wait for a time to wrap up. And then I Ching, okay.
Thank you. We recently did some analysis on global threats to arid lands, and the two biggest threats basically were agriculture and planting trees to offset climate. Now, in Central Asia, there are large numbers of crop wild relatives across those arid landscapes. And in terms of thinking about our future food systems, thinking about the impact of climate change, these same arid landscapes are likely to be crucial for genetic diversity to enable basically to generate new varieties of crop which are going to be more climate resilient. How do you think we can factor this kind of analysis into our spatial prioritization for doing more research and also having more effective conservation measures in these very threatened landscapes? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We've been, and that's again another very important point, and it brings another dimension. There are countries that are mega diverse, regionally identified by Vavilov as mega centers of agrobiodiversity, of which Central Asia is one. And we've been working, and I think it goes a little bit on that economic dimension. How do we add value somehow to that diversity? We've been working in Central Asia, I think now for 20, 25 years, and particularly on fruit trees and adding value to the diversity of apple and a number of apricots and all the diversity that is in there. And we found out that they play multiple roles. For example, they help with restoration, they help reducing salinity, they improve nutrition, that can offer a livelihood opportunities to the farmers. We put in place orchards for distribution of seedlings, and this is really reaching thousands of farmers and smallholders. So I think, again, the methodology is there, but I think what is lacking, and I would second what Stefan just said, is that global agreement that these actions are needed, the real intervention of the private sector. I would add another element, trade agreements that can favor the promotion of these crops, SPS regulations that do not penalize these traditional crops. So I think there is a level that you can do at the community, and it's happening, and it contributes to conservation. But if you really want this to be mainstream, it needs to get to the next level of international and greater engagement of the private sector.
Christina, I don't want to, Marietta, you were going to chime in. And Christina, I don't want to put you on the spot, but maybe you would have a response as well from your experience in Borneo and Indonesia.
I was trying to think of a couple of things that maybe haven't been mentioned so clearly. One is the role of consumers in pushing. We see that people are looking, the public, whoever is looking for more varied food, for healthier food. I mean, it's a very important leverage to use. We see crops or species varieties that we haven't seen in many years coming back to markets and to shops. There is a lot to do. It's not enough, but it's an additional element. The second one, I would like to mention that when we talk about agrobiodiversity and the role of small farmers and fishers and so on, we are also talking about their knowledge. And we need to keep that and protect that knowledge as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something and elaborate further on what Carlos said, because we work together, the two organizations in Central Asia, on many initiatives related to crop wealth relatives and horticultural crops and with local cultural value. And what is important is not only to bring this into the attention within the frameworks of global international agreement, but to translate this into national policies and regulatory frameworks. Because without really and their enforcement and ground, without enforcement, doesn't matter how they're well recognized in different paragraphs, subparagraphs, sections in different treaties or national laws. But enforcement is really important, and awareness, because particularly in Central Asia, because of historical factors, traditional knowledge has been lost. Now the information is reviving, and it's really important to further disseminate this information. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, one more question or comment, and we'll begin to wrap up the panel.
Okay, I try to make short. Yes, I especially want to give big support to what Carlos emphasized about the farmer-led seed system, which is, I think Christina and Stephen also mentioned a bit about local-like action, which is very, very important. And then what I want to further emphasize that we should do this systematically from registration, farmer seed registration, community seed bank, conservation, selection PPB, and PVS, to seed production, seed certification, and link to the consumers and to the healthy food system, to the agroecology. That's what we are trying to do. Only doing this systematically that can make the whole systems the pharmacy system arriving and the linking, supporting to the healthy food system transportation. And to doing this, we also need to be careful about, because it will target to the other aspect of CBD, which is access and benefit sharing. This is what I want to emphasize. Thank you. This action, excellent done.
Thank you so much. We are pressed for time, as usual, for these kinds of events. And there is a new report that's, Marietta said, is launched today. I think we have the QR code for it. And with that, I'd like to introduce for some concluding remarks for the panel, Juan Lucas Restrepo, who's the Global Director of Partnerships and Advocacy with the Alliance of Biodiversity in SEAT. So over to you.
Okay, thank you, and good to again see you all. It's been a very interesting and positive day in terms of moving to a solution space. And we heard a very nice framing from Joao on the big picture and those things that need to be tackled and need to change in terms of meeting what's coming out of this framework. And then during the panel, we saw that we are facing this dual system that's dominated in a very clear manner by an industrialized sector that is basically thriving in terms of a very oversimplified productive system and value chains that rely on very few staples, and where, of course, it's all about the lowest cost possible per calorie, and that's this green revolution approach that's still there, and that is very embedded and hardwired across regulatory frameworks, subsidies, etc. So it's clear that the challenge is there, and of course that in the negotiation of Target 10, this is seen very clearly as, of course, a lot of the parties have the lobby behind, etc., to try to protect the way those systems function going forward. So we all agree here, it's not that difficult, and understand that there is a huge space for agrobiodiversity in terms of the solution space as a tool, as a mechanism to cope with risk. That's for resilience, nutrition sensitive, providing ecosystem services, economic opportunities, opening new ground for opportunities, especially for local communities. And that in order to do that, we need to hopefully start changing those incentives. So it's not only working with, as Stefan mentioned, and bring the industry here, but it's both, I believe, working with and around. So you need to, it's a carrot and stick in many ways, and ensuring that through good conversations, but also good pressure, we try to get into a different balance. And for that, we need to invest, and we need to invest in agrobiodiversity. There are evident productivity gaps in some promising crops that just make them too costly to be mainstream. That needs to be addressed, and it takes time. There is the seed systems, as Carlo mentioned, and some of you, that it's related to regulatory frameworks. And those regulatory frameworks are not just only about opening room for new planting materials besides those usual suspects, but it's also regulatory frameworks that reward more nutritionally dense crops and other seeds that from experience we have learned that have an amazing space, but where the regulatory frameworks work against them. So it's part of that as well. It's about ensuring that we look at this great opportunity short supply chains mean, and how we connect, for example, local production of these neglected species into school feeding programs, etc. And that's what we saw in the biodiversity for nutrition effort. And of course, also, as Joao mentioned, it's making sure that we always take into account that we need to aim for culturally appropriate diets where not one size will fit all. I just want to finish with a couple of elements. The first is that we need to strive for partnerships where co-creation is there, and that means transdisciplinary approaches, making sure the end users, the farmers, the communities are in the kitchen and are part of the devising of the solution. And that means leaving away, and I'm talking about my system, the one I represent, but that happens across universities from the north, etc. The north is still too prominent in terms of pushing certain dogmas, certain paradigms, and we need to make sure we keep working, and this doesn't sound nice, but changing the power structures between North and South and decolonializing these relationships to make sure as a whole, through equal partnerships with proper principles, we seek the solutions we need moving forward. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful final remarks. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking this panel once again. It's been a really interesting and ever important and relevant addition to our conversation today. So thank you very much. We're taking a short break now. Melissa's going to tell us.
We are going to take a 2-minute break. So stand up, stretch. Please get coffee. Don't leave your seats for too long, because we will be just on time if we start in the next couple minutes. But please really do stretch, grab a beverage, and we'll see you in 2 minutes as we transition to the next set of sessions. Colleagues, we are going to get started on 3 more sessions this afternoon. Please take your seats, grab your last beverage. We would love to get going. We've got a lot more planned for this first food day. Please, no worries, you're fine. As we're getting settled, and only thing I wanted to mention on the last panel, which I thought was so invaluable in thinking about agrobiodiversity and the role of food systems. We talked a lot in the opening session this morning about how food systems are affecting the loss of biodiversity. But this last session really highlights what is at risk of being lost and what can be gained in exploiting and really better capturing the value of agrobiodiversity in food systems, from cultural and local communities that value that agrobiodiversity all the way up to what we need to do in supply chains and market systems. So again, this food systems approach, this really celebrating and acknowledging the importance of agrobiodiversity and biodiversity in food systems, I think is so critical. So consumers were brought up in the last session, and other stakeholders and levers that need to be pulled along the value chain. So these next 3 sessions happen to focus on that. So let me hand it over to my colleague Brent Loken, who will be moderating the next session, really focusing on the consumer angle.
Thank you very much, Melissa. And it's getting into the end of the day, right? But I hope you guys are caffeinated and ready for the next 3 sessions where we're going to focus on the power of consumer, power of finance, and really focus and pivot towards how we implement on the ground. So before I call the panel up, I just want to set the stage a little bit. I don't think the clicker's working. There we go. So how we're looking at it at WWF is it's this gigantic jigsaw puzzle. And we've talked about the complexity. We heard this morning we have to embrace this complexity. We know that the food system is really complex. Yes, we get it. We know it. But where we have to start pivoting towards right now is putting this puzzle together. And I don't know if you guys work on puzzles. Does anybody else out there work on puzzles? I do. And you know what it's like when you throw out that puzzle onto the table and there's like 1,500 pieces, 2,000 pieces, and it looks so complex. And you just slowly start to pick it apart. You just slowly start to understand in terms of the different pieces and how they fit together. And you organize some pieces by shapes and some by color, and then you start to put it together, and over time it starts to make sense. And how we're looking at it is every single country is a piece of the puzzle. The solutions in that country are going to be different than some other country. How we implement dietary shifts and how we produce food, how we reduce food loss and waste. Those solutions are going to vary, and we have to start putting that together. Also, the individual pieces of this puzzle in terms of looking at the different solutions, like saying we need to look at diets. We need to look at food loss and waste. We need to look at how we produce food. They're going to be different from country to country. Now, what's so critically important here is that we have to, in all these discussions, we have to use a food systems approach. Although we're looking at individual parts, individual pieces to this puzzle, we have to also look at it holistically as we start to put that together. And we will not be able to solve this problem. We will not be able to transform food systems if we do not focus on all 3 of these actions. We have to shift diets, we have to reduce food loss and waste, and we have to change how we produce food. How this is done in different countries will look differently, but we have to focus on all 3 of those actions as we start to solve this great food puzzle. Now, the puzzle piece that we're going to focus on for the next 50 minutes or so is the power of the consumer. Now, if you go back to this previous slide right here, the consumer has the most influence on mainly diets and reducing food loss and waste, especially the waste side of things, all right? But they also have potential to influence the role of the consumer. And when we're looking at how we actually produce food, and when we're looking at all 3 of these actions, they're not mutually exclusive. Even though we're going to be focusing on the power of the consumer, this is intimately connected to food loss and waste and food production. And by the consumer doing what reducing food loss and waste, changing diets, it actually creates the enabling conditions for nature positive production to happen. So we're going to talk about the power of the consumer. If you want to know more about this report, you can go and read more at thegreatfoodpuzzle.com. We've got a fantastic panel, and I would like to have all the panelists come up here right now. Lasse Brun from the UN Foundation, Philip Loring from the Aero Food Institute, Diane Holder from WBCSD. I know you've been running around all over the place. Akanksha Chatri from WEF, and Genevieve Parent from Laval University. Welcome, everybody. And thank you up here to the stage. It's great to be sharing this panel with such a fantastic group of individuals. I'd like to start with Lasse and Philip. And Lasse especially, we've been on a number of panels over the last several months, and you've been talking about the role of the consumer and dietary patterns, and how diets have shifted dramatically over the last several generations. And if you could just talk a little bit about how diets have shifted. And we tend to think of diets as being static. And is that the case? And what power do we actually have to shift some of these behaviors in terms of what we eat?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Brent, and thank you everybody for being here today. I know it's the graveyard shift on after many days at this COP, so thanks for hanging in there. And as Brent said, I hope you're probably caffeinated. So no, diet is not a static thing, far from it. And I think what we need to focus, first of all, we need to divide between the focus on the global north, where we are today, like the G20 countries particularly, and developing countries, the least developed countries. If you look at the diets that are predominant here in the G20 countries, it is very much still influenced by what came out of World War II. After World War II, a lot of efforts were put in place to avoid famine, build food security, address undernutrition, and so forth. And therefore, a huge production apparatus was put in place with a view to do that. And that was great. It was needed, and it helped set the scene for avoiding undernutrition and food insecurity for the generations to come. The problem is now we have saturated with food production, again, in the global north, way much, actually, way too much. And one of the things I want to mention here, there is a direct link between the overconsumption in the global north and the undernutrition in least developed countries. And why is that? Well, a lot of it is what I just said, the historical development. For instance, my grandparents, they ate much less meat than my parents, and I'm again eating less meat. So things are changing over time. But I think we need to look into how some of the market mechanisms have been put in place and how we are unwilling to change even though times have changed. And I wanted to make a little analogy with the energy sector. If you look at the energy movement, we had the Industrial Revolution, which was great. We're trying to shift things around, but we should also acknowledge that sitting here today, everything, this table, these microphones, everything was built because oil was available. And now we learned it. Thank you, oil. We need to move on to something new. So we're seeing a big shift and the necessity to address energy transition. But we're not seeing the same within food production. So I would say within food production, it would be the same as if we were still hanging on to the very early days of Industrial Revolution and saying oil and coal and gas is the way to go. And that has changed. So coming back to your question more specifically, things have changed a lot. And I think a lot of the consumerism, particularly the overconsumption G20 countries, is driven by a very archaic perspective, which the powers that be, particularly in big industrialized producers, have adopted and are using very effectively. Because when it comes down to it, most consumers are not interested in overconsuming. Like if you were to put people on a small space together, let's say sitting on a bench somewhere, 3 people sitting there, one of them has a lot of food, 2 other have no food. Most sane and nice people would not, the one who has a lot of food, eat everything themselves until they got a tummy ache, while the other ones have a tummy ache for not having anything to eat. So most people are not bad in that sense, but they are failing to understand the complexity and to address that when they shop and eat on a local basis with their families in the communities. And maybe we can unravel why that is here.
just sticking with you for 1 minute here on this, and I'm going to continue with the puzzle analogy. Okay, so what you're saying is it's not a one-size-fits-all solution, especially when we're talking about dietary shifts, right? And how do you see, in terms of not being a one-size-fits-all solution, of dietary shifts being very place-based?
Well, again, I think it comes down to the geography and also the heritage of it. I mean, speaking a bit more from a controversial perspective, what was raised earlier today by Lauren was that we're still very much suffering from the colonial colonial system. And that goes down to food production as well. So we need to unravel that dominance and reverse that. And that will also play into how we address the overconsumption and the undernutrition. So in G20 countries, particularly G7 and G8 countries, there needs to be a big decrease vis-a-vis your presentation in the beginning, Brent. There needs to be a lot of cutting down on overconsumption of sugars, fats, and meats and so forth. And that will then allow for more equitable food distribution and land use available to grow more food for direct consumption for people who are living undernutrition, particularly in least developed countries.
And just for the audience, we'd like to reserve like the last 20 minutes or so if you have any questions here. So please feel free to jot some of those down. Now, Phil, switching to you, we tend to hear, that behaviors are tough to change, that nobody can shift diets, and that this is a very slow process. From your perspective, do behaviors shift quickly, or is dietary shifts one of those things that it's going to be a really tough thing to be able to do that fast?
Yeah, thanks, Brent. That is something that we hear a lot, that technology needs to meet people where they are because it's really hard to change behavior. But that's actually a bit of a misunderstanding. Behaviors and food behaviors, as Lars was saying, change quite rapidly. You know, the rate at which, for example, in the United States, people change the kinds of seafood they ate over the last 50 years changed significantly. Avocados are a great example of a food that are eaten extensively now, tenfold more than they used to be 20 years ago. And so the question becomes not necessarily one about how do we convince people to change who don't want to change, but recognize that a lot of the things that we're eating aren't things that we're seeking out, that the overconsumption isn't something that we're seeking out. The things that we're buying, in some cases, for many people, they're locked into, economically locked into certain kinds of food through cheap food policy and economic problems that are coupled or related to, but not directly implicated in how we're producing food. And so I do think it's really important to think with consumers, both why are consumers eating what they're eating, and also why aren't they perhaps eating what they want to eat, or why aren't they changing in a way that they want to, and be really careful about how much we expect of consumers to bear the burden of making these dramatic, rapid changes when they're confronted with, in many cases, food that is too expensive, maybe not making a living wage themselves. And so I think there's a lot to ask about why not. Why, there's a lot of power in the consumer. And, I'm here from Guelph, Ontario, which is the traditional lands and territory of the Anishinaabe, and it's known as dish with one spoon territory. And I think that's really important because that covenant, that treaty, the dish with one spoon covenant, is all about sort of what we're talking about here today, that we are all eating from the same dish and that we only have one spoon. So there's a lot of power in that. There's also a lot of vulnerability. And when we have consumers who, I think by and large, when I work with people talking about issues like climate change, they really want to change their diets. The first question is always, what can I do? And in many cases, what they can do is significantly constrained by what's on the shelves, what they know or don't know about nutrition, how much things cost, and so forth.
And I want to come back to that in terms of how much do we expect of the consumers, because I think that's a very important point, because we tend to talk about we need to do this, we need to shift diets, but in some places, food deserts and others, it's really hard to do that. And that leads me into Genevieve. I'd like to bring up the legal perspective, because when we're talking about the power of the consumer, right, and the ability of the consumer to be able to create the change that we often say at these forums and these summits, what is the role of law, and how can law be used to create the enabling environment or not that either enables or disenables the individual?
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the power of consumers.
I think you might have to speak a little bit closer to the mic. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to bring it there. So I was saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about the power of consumers, but through a legal perspective, because we often underestimate the fact that law, national, regional, and international, is a powerful driver for this transition. In this presentation, when I say law, it includes the constitution, legislation, regulations, and standards. So in this transition towards more sustainable food system, the consumers are very powerful. They can first demand laws that will truly act to counter the alarming biodiversity loss and address all the 3 points that we are discussing today. Second, they can also contribute to the development of these laws in food governance forum, in multi-stakeholders forums, international and national. And finally, consumers should also be part of the monitoring and the follow-up of the implementation of these laws. So from a legal point of view, beyond the power of some consumers can have over the industry and farmers by choosing and being able to afford a sustainable diet, they are powerful and they play a crucial role because they are, first of all, holders of human rights. And for instance, the right, we've talked about a lot about it during the COP, the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, the right to food, of course, and the right to health. They are the cornerstones on which sustainable food system must stand. So therefore, consumers may and should demand for a strong legal framework at all levels, international, regional, national, and local, that will drive sustainable and resilient agricultural and industrial practice to ensure, of course, sustainable diet and reduce food loss and waste. So at the international level, of course, the adoption of a strong global biodiversity framework would provide guidance for states to adopt and adapt their laws. But other changes are also conceivable, and several consumers and civil society organizations call for a change right now in international rules. For instance, Consumers International and World Obesity has developed recommendations towards a global convention to protect and promote healthy diets. We believe it's always as accurate as it was in 2014, but with the loss of biodiversity we face, we have to go further than that and ask for not only for healthy diet, but sustainable diet that support the preservation of biodiversity and planetary health. So healthy diet are not necessarily sustainable, and that's important. And there are multi-stakeholders, including coalition, including farmers, consumers, asking for that kind of change. And I'm saying hello to my colleagues from the Mouvement Nourrir l'Humanité Durablement, which is what they are asking. I could go on, so I guess I'm going to stop right now, but I can go on if you want.
So your comment on a strong GBF is important to be able to create the enabling environment, right? Especially for the consumer. Why?
It's important because they can be the only one to have this weight on their shoulder to transform the food systems to more sustainability. They cannot. So they have to be active at every level, but for that, they have to be heard. And if we answer that question and we reflect on how they can be heard through a legal perspective, consumers must act in forums where decisions about laws are taken. So an effective and inclusive food system governance is needed, and it exists at the international level and more local level. There's multi-stakeholder spaces for consumers to express themselves. But however, the immense economic power of stakeholders in the agri-food sector leads to power imbalances and in turn affect legislative innovations. So therefore, in order for the consumers to play their role efficiently, governance should address conflicts of interest and power imbalances between stakeholders in policymaking, lawmaking, and of course in their implementation.
And I think this is a very important, I just want to stay with you for one more question, because it's this very interplay of putting the responsibility on the consumer versus creating the enabling conditions that therefore allow the consumer to be able to do what we're asking of them, right? And do you have some good examples of individual countries that might have some, or communities or whatever, that actually have laws in place that are creating this environment? If so, could you give some examples? And if not, why aren't they in place?
Well, laws really affecting the transition towards food systems, more towards more sustainability in food systems. The only project that is right now being discussed is in the European Union, and we're supposed to have a text around 2023, so pretty soon. So there's no other laws around the world, really speaking only and directly about the change in food system. But we'll see with that one. But usually we have different three main categories of intervention in laws that can help the consumers. The first ones are through labeling, of course, and on food products. The second one is legislative interventions to regulate the marketing of...
Sorry to interrupt. Could you just pull the mic a little bit closer? Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So I was saying there's three main categories of intervention in laws that can help consumers. So legislation about true labeling on products, legislation about marketing, regulating the marketing on unhealthy and unsustainable food. And the third one is the legislation and intervention to educate and raise awareness for consumers. Labeling, it exists, and we can develop that kind of legislation even more. But of course, that comes with the challenge for the consumers to be able to understand all the information on the labels, and also the challenge of the amount and the mass number of label that exists. So consumers are often a little bit lost. But maybe one, if I don't want to take the whole panel, one example that really relates to our panel is about education and awareness. And France adopted a law where the establishments are obliged, public establishments are obliged to provide students with information on it and education, notably on the fight against food waste. So it has to start young, and it's a very powerful place where law can be adopted and change consumers' behavior. But there's a lot of other ways. But
Yeah, that's absolutely fascinating. And let's talk about business, Diane, because we're talking about the consumer. We started with the power of the consumer and the responsibility that sometimes I think we place on them. And what's the role of business in this? And we heard the role of law. And then what's the role of business? And can business help to create that enabling environment that we're talking about that can really accelerate this?
Yeah, Brad, thank you so much for having us as part of the panel. There's no question that business has a really important role to play in this agenda. Business provides the majority of the food that people eat around the world every day that isn't self-grown, self-consumed, or provided through emergency and humanitarian response. So the business sector has an outsized role, I would say. And we've talked about the role of legislation. That's really important. I think it's going to be quite interesting to see what happens with Article 16 from the Global Biodiversity Framework post-2020 GBF. It's fascinating that the role of the consumer has a shaping space in this framework, but I've heard almost nothing about it. So what comes out of these types of things will help guide some of that as well. But I think it's important to remember that the science that connects the nutritional capacity of food with the environmental impacts and opportunities of food is really, really young. I mean, deep on either side, but how they connect
is only come out in the past 3, 4, 5, even 5 years. So the ability for us to think about the types of dietary changes that have historically been driven from a human health perspective into how we have to make decisions, and this is driven from a company perspective when they're designing it, food innovation and sourcing plans, how that then also conveys into the environmental footprint, the sourcing impacts, and how that then connects to the dependencies and impacts for nature loss is a long road to go that has been closed in a relatively short period of time. But there's still a lot of work to do to line that up with the different regulatory frameworks that are out there. The role, though, that companies can play without having to wait for that, and this is something that companies are doing absolutely across the board in elements of their portfolio, is looking at how they can innovate and bring forward the types of food offerings that are, have to fit a whole realm of things, are culturally relevant, fit the affordability, accessibility framing for that, but that start to move us beyond the 5 primary commodities that have actually been contributing so significantly to nature loss. The movement that has to be undertaken with that to diversify ingredients is not inconsequential because of, exactly as the first speaker was saying, when we think about how we've gotten to the level of food availability, whether calorically available rather than nutritionally available, that's a different discussion, but it has driven us to very locked in global supply chains that have been remarkably efficient in what they've set out to do, at the extreme, at times, devastation to nature and the communities that are surrounding that. Those value chains need to be unlocked and reconsidered as companies look at ingredient diversification that drives benefit all the way back to the farm, the value creation that provides, and think about how do they then incorporate the health benefits, the taste benefits, the cultural benefits that those ingredients can bring in. That also shifts cost, very locked in cost elements to their supply chains that need to be rethought as they look at what are the different ways that they can look at that. There are some actually unexpected challenges within that, because one of the fastest ways to move ingredient diversification is by looking at joint investments into growing regions. There's high level of risk, though, in antitrust that has to be very carefully navigated when you're looking at those kinds of more common sourcing agreements. So these are things that need to be unpicked and unraveled when they're looking at the innovation through to production and sourcing side. There is a whole other element to this, however, so that's what they have to do without putting the burden to the consumer. And I think it's really important that we think about that, because we cannot rely on demand signal alone for a large number of reasons, some of which have come up. And yet, we can't also underestimate the curiosity and the decision-making role that fortunate consumers have the opportunity to bring to shelf. And that opportunity to look at the information on pack in a way that drives increased consistency is really important. I think we're a long way off from having the types of science-based integrated labels that we have on nutrition. They'll start first if we move in that direction consistently. In carbon, I think it's going to be a long while before we get to the nature, biodiversity loss elements of that kind of more science-based labeling. However, the conversations are starting, and that's what starts to create the shift. Food brands are already leaning into the storytelling on nature benefits. The few areas where we've seen that come in a certification realm have been very meaningful. We shouldn't forget that. So when we look at the devastation of palm oil, for example, and the rapid shifts that certified labeling have been able to drive in those sourcing regimes without walking away from the types of income contribution that those ingredients provide in so many communities, but have instead gone into the agricultural practices and the nature diversity implications, those can have a big impact. And that was driven primarily by a labeling push. So there are big elements there. So You know, within WBCSD, we've got over 70 companies across the food and ag value chains working together with many partners, WWF included, the forum included, on how do we drive this much more consistently? How do we accelerate it? And it started with a couple of things around starting to drive how can companies make integrated decisions on health and environmental impacts of food and ingredient innovation and sourcing choices. It's moved now into providing training on what types of behavioral frameworks can be considered when thinking about how to bring this forward to consumers, because changing what's on offer can be not something that everybody loves at shelf. Where that works really well, however, is in the restaurant space. Chefs do that really well. So partnering there in food service is a great way to accelerate those kinds of tests and shifts. So we've been working in that kind of training with food service members first, then moving that into the food production. There's also the area of starting to raise visibility on what it means to have responsibly sourced ingredients. And we're working in this space already on responsible meat, for example, which I think we could all agree would have some substantial benefits, more so in some markets than others. To be frank, we've got to always balance the dietary nutrition needs with those environmental pressures. And then partnering in a variety of different types of campaigns. One of my current favorites is the SDG2 Advocacy Hub's big push on beans. Beans is how campaign, so starting to create consumer engagement and awareness on how to choose diversification options that are really low cost and affordable, drive health and environmental benefits in ways that might not have been considered. So it's these aspects of working together and uncovering some of the ways that we can drive the accelerators and do it faster together that we've been really embedded in, Brent.
Just staying with you for a minute, because the consumer often gets left out of the discussion. We know that, especially when we're talking about food systems, it's very early days, right? But business was key to the Paris Agreement in terms of getting a robust Paris Agreement, right? So, we're all here. It's fantastic that we've been here. Some of you guys have been here all day long. Good for you. And what's the role of business in terms of like leading towards a robust GBF, a robust Paris Agreement for food, and how can business lead the way, and especially leading up to COP28?
I think we should take a moment to celebrate how different this biodiversity COP is from that level of private sector engagement from any of the prior biodiversity COPs. There were over 1,000 applications from non-state actors to participate here in Montreal, and I think over 700 passes given to business. That is unprecedented when we think about the level of interest and engagement. And I think there was a lot of concern coming into this COP around, will that be all those who, and there are those in sectors who want to push against progress in this space. And what we're definitely seeing is that that's not proven to be true. The level of action that's already been brought in is, I think, exceeding expectations and certainly showing up and providing influence from what we're understanding into the policymakers. Some great interventions happening from the floor on that. Why? I think it's because business has already developed its roadmaps on climate. It has the accountability frameworks in place. It knows the types of data and questions it needs to ask. It's looked at what Scope 1 and Scope 2 and Scope 3 means in their business, which, for the first decade, you couldn't get past any corporate leader's head on what that implications were for a business. Because climate is past that, having the same conversation now in a very joined up way on nature loss, while still of concern, it creates confusion. The understanding of how they could get there is vast. So working together in partnership with so many of us here, one of the contributions that we brought forward is how do we speed up and accelerate that journey, aligning it to the climate journey so that business can move faster. So we've brought forward the nature positive roadmap guidance, of which there's a deep dive sector guidance piece in development for land use, particularly agriculture. These are the types of tools that will both link the framework and reporting mechanisms and planning for business to the climate journey, which helps us come into COP28 next year, but equally moves them faster, especially with the science-based targets now coming online with the first SBTN pilots next year, understanding how they should be piloting TNFD because they've been through the TCFD process. The readiness is going to really leapfrog the battles we had to fight on climate. And regardless of what happens with the framework, although we all hope we'll have a good outcome, we're going to move way faster in the private sector space, both business and financial, than we were able to do on climate for those reasons. And I think those intersection points are going to be what help us, Brent.
And anybody that says that we should not be working with certain sectors, I think that's a mistake. We need everybody on board, and everybody's got to do this. So for the second round of questions, Akanksha, I want to come to you for a question, and just for the other panelists, if you have a response to something that has been said, then the second round of question, you can respond to one of the other panelists, and then we're going to open it up to questions out here. If you guys have any questions, please let's have a robust dialogue with the audience. Akanksha, we're hearing a lot about nature positive and net zero and all these targets, and is there any connection between that and the consumer? Because that connection is often not made in the discussions.
Thanks for raising that. Hi, just a quick introduction, Akanksha. I head the nature and biodiversity work at the forum, so just super delighted. I just second what Diane said is the last COP14, which I was at in Sharm el-Sheikh. Biodiversity COP happened there even before Climate COP did. This would not have happened, right? So just being able to have that conversation cross-sectorally, across geography representation is absolutely fantastic. So just looking at the role of consumer in this entire space, and some colleagues of mine joke that it's such a mouthful, but it's important to be able to say the whole thing: net zero, nature positive, and socially equitable. So let's never forget the third piece, which is, of course, part of the goal that we all want to set out for. And I think we were speaking a little bit before, is the consumer as a term is such a monolith that it's important to break it down. There is no one consumer across the world, across socioeconomic classes, that can represent and help tackle the challenges that we all face. So whether it be the divisions between consumers in a developed country across socioeconomic class, or between developing, less developed countries and developed countries. So what is available to a relatively rich consumer is the ability to influence through the share of the wallet in terms of what he or she consumes, which is not the case for a consumer who may be living in, say, a supermarket desert area in a developed country, or in a developing country where there's literally not enough food. So I think just being able to disaggregate, and there may be a goal. So just to be able to disaggregate what we mean by consumers and the power that they can bring to the table, is that nuance is extremely critical. And then the second piece I want to also bring is on communications. And in that, the business and governments have a huge role to play. I mean, growing up, I remember in India, we were always targeted with ads in terms of drinking more milk and eating more eggs. That is consumer behavior over there. And I'm sure that consumer behavior can be shifted through mass communications, through campaigns, for a more net zero, nature positive consumption model as well. So it's just how do we come together through public campaigns and private sector push to achieve those outcomes. And then the last piece that I want to mention, which would actually empower, strengthen consumer choices, is transparency and information. So what I as a consumer receive is really just the price of the product. I have no clue in terms of what the externalities attached to that price of the product are, or a thought experiment I was doing with somebody. Wouldn't it be brilliant for every product that I'm consuming, just let's take food as an example, if I could know what the value chain looked like from end to end, and how much margin was kept at each segment of that value chain. So today, the assumption is that the consumer just wants to have the cheapest product, fastest, delivered to him or her. But that's also because we have distanced the consumer from where the product is, or the food is actually grown. So I think just being able to bring that kind of transparency, traceability would make a huge difference. And last, I think at the World Economic Forum, but also with many partners, we try to do is look at the system as a whole and not the issue. And therefore, a off tangent but hopefully connected agenda that I want to put on the table here is on just cities and food. We don't often talk about it because food, we just think about rural areas. But by 2050, two-thirds of the world population will be in cities. And if we just go by the trend that we are living in cities today, most people don't know where their food comes from. I mean, I used to joke when I used to eat meat, is like, I don't need to know where my meat comes from so long as it's coming from the shelf and it's clean. So I'm not the only one, is all I'm saying, is the more visibility, transparency, connection that an individual citizen has with nature, that also shifts the way we consume food which comes from nature. And the two things actually cannot be disaggregated. So there's something about our own consciousness, the way we connect with the planet, and therefore what we consume in terms of food as well.
So much rich there to unpack, but just on communications, do you think we're getting the messaging right? And are we investing enough in communications to get the message right?
So again, since many of us in the non-state actor, we cannot influence the negotiations as much, but we can do is brainstorm amongst ourselves in terms of good ideas. And wouldn't it be brilliant with the amount of money that gets spent into changing mindsets on football? We could do the same thing when it comes to nature. So I do think there is a lot more that can be done on communications. But then I do want to pick up on the point which was said by many of the panelists here, is on labeling. And particularly to Diane's point, is we are somewhere in a decent place when it comes to labeling on nutrition. We are nowhere when it comes to labeling on environmental indicators. And how do we make sure that there is a alignment and harmonization cross-border and cross-product categories on labeling?
Just making sure that we stay on time here. We got 9 minutes left, and before I come back to the further comments from here, will we have questions from the audience? Okay, so we will have questions. So I see 3 hands so far. So let's just come up with a couple of responses to what's been said, if there is any. Lasse, I saw you taking notes there.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just second what's been said by the previous speaker. And for consumers to make the right choices, they need to be informed to make informed choices, and that information is really not there. And I just wanted to point to one interesting thing you're seeing in many countries, particularly in a country like Canada, where we are now. There's a big discrepancy between the national dietary guidelines and the policies and regulations, let alone the financial flows that are pushing production and consumption. So it would be interesting as a starting point, when a country comes up with quite ambitious national dietary guidelines, that would be followed by a significant budget to roll that out and make consumers aware of it. You remember the 5 a day that was launched in the UK like 15 years ago? That played a little part. It made some changes, but not anywhere near the significant changes we need to see. And the budgets for promoting healthy food and food choices that takes the externalities into consideration is marginal, tiny, compared to the big budgets of unsustainable food that is on the market. So, and just to Diane's point, I very much believe in, the power of companies, but I think the good old-fashioned PPP, public-private partnership, needs to maybe be reframed. There needs to be stronger measures in place to adjust, and both sides, the public funds needs to be less scared and more open to embracing the role of business, but business also needs to be more open to let go some of the focus on the bottom line and focus more on the externalities as well.
Thank you, Lasse. And we are running short of time here. So, Phil, and then we're going to pivot to the audience. And when we bring the audience in, please only ask questions and keep them short so we can hear from as many people as possible. Okay, so Phil.
Yeah, sure. Just briefly reflecting on Genevieve's comments about the kinds of legal or policy measures that we could lean into. I think what we've discussed here is wanting, or is a recognition that our food, what we pay for our food, doesn't doesn't capture the full social and ecological costs of its production. And if we address that, we face the issue of pricing people out of high quality foods that are ecologically and socially responsible. That's often a criticism or a concern, and I think it's important to point out that that's not a failure of the production system per se. That's a policy failure around equitable incomes, right? That's an economic challenge related to people not being able to afford food when food is a human right. And so policy mechanisms like a universal basic income, it come to mind perhaps as a fourth kind of legal and policy intervention that can help on the consumer side, as we also see reorientations around what our food costs and how that's reflected on the market.
Healthy food is a human right. Questions from the audience? Yes.
Hi, yes. Very good panel. Thank you very much. My name is Thomas Forster. I work with UN Habitat. I chose this panel to bring this up, although I could have in other ones, which is until just now, we really haven't heard about the agency of cities in relation to consumers. And the reason I say cognitive dissonance is that in the next room, we've got a pavilion going where the power and agency of cities and subnational governments in relation to food systems transformation is a really big ticket. So I think, I asked the question that how have, and not for necessarily everyone to discuss now because we don't have time, but is there any way in which any of you who are within the consumer topic of campaign and messaging and mobilization are engaging also with the representatives of municipal and subnational governments? Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody want to, maybe we can take one response? Okay, Genevieve.
So I don't see you anymore, but you know that I think that some national governments and cities, oh, I see you again, cities and municipalities are key actors. And when I said there's forums, multi-stakeholders forums where consumers can say what they have to say and participate in the elaboration of law, that's mostly in cities and food cities council, municipalities council. So they are key actors to address all the problematics we were talking about, including equity, poverty, etc. So they are key actors, and I just want to take the microphone time to just bring back one legislative example where France right now, it's a very new legislation, but France right now makes it mandatory to display the environmental impact of agricultural and food products in order to guide consumers. So they are trying right now to imagine how and which will be the method for calculating the environmental footprint of products. So it's a very innovative legislation, and it's another way where law can give a little help.
Thank you. Let's take one more quick. Let's try and squeeze in two quick questions, quick responses, so that we can finish on time.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna try and be quick because I'm here since this morning, so I have a lot of questions, but I'm gonna ask one about the subject now, consumers. So I'm Megan Roncier. I'm working for le réseau alimentaire de l'Est de Montréal. So we are a civil society organization who fights against food security here in Montreal, in the east of Montreal especially. So we are working with 40 local organizations, food banks, local solidarity grocery stores, and they work hard to feed people here in Montreal every day. And so in the subject of consumers, we often I heard a lot of things that the consumer have power, and we try every day in our mission to educate and sensibilize the consumers, but our consumers are people who use food banks, and often we hear that they just want to eat, they just want to have food in their plates, and they don't care about what is on the plate. They just want to eat. So that's hard to explain to them what is healthy and sustainable food. So maybe you have thoughts or things you want to share with us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's get one more question in, and then we'll turn to the panel.
Hello, I'm Jenny Davis-Peku. I work for Bain & Company global consulting firm. I spend a lot of time working with big consumer products companies on these issues. When you actually talk to consumers, 75 to 80% of them say they care, they want to buy sustainably, and they will even pay more. We all know that that's not actually what happens. When you ask consumers, only 9% of consumers care enough to pay more, irregardless of quality or other benefits. And so I do think, and when you look at the shelf, that's really where you see sustainable food positioned, is at a luxury premium end, and that can't be the way that we transform our food systems at pace and scale. So there are some examples that are emerging of trying to get sustainable food at affordable prices. So for example, Unilever's Future 50 Foods is doing that in emerging markets. You've got Pacific Island Tuna, which is a new tuna company that's doing that, bringing sustainable tuna onto the shelf of Walmart's private label. So I guess it's not really a question, but more of a comment, that actually understanding the consumers, what they will and won't pay for, and then mirroring that on the shelf. My view, if we wait for consumers to change, we're lost. If we get consumer products companies to change, for me, that's the winner, which I know, Diane, is what you work on.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but we're out of time. I wish we had more time to answer these questions, but maybe we can take some answers to these and some discussions in the margins after this panel. You know, every time I do this, and I'm blessed to be able to share panels with people like you guys, I just learn so much. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for your fantastic questions, everybody. The consumer does have power. We heard some constraints and what needs to happen to do that. And, you know, it's up to us to actually use that power. So thank you, everybody, for your time. And let's do it.
Great. We are going to come on in. We're going to shift gears, and our next session is going to be moderated by Helena Wright from FAIR, and we are going to talk about the power of finance.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want to go here? Hi, hello, and welcome to the panel that we have now on the power of finance, aligning agricultural subsidies with nature and biodiversity goals, and shifting the trillions to a nature-positive economy. Delighted to be here again with a set of really eminent panelists and our keynote speaker, Tony Juniper, as well. Just to briefly introduce this panel, as you know, there's almost $500 billion of harmful agricultural subsidies globally, and under Target 18 of the biodiversity framework, there is a proposal to repurpose and realign those subsidies. Just to take a couple of moments, just 2 or 3 minutes, to explain who FAIR is. I'm Helena Wright, I'm the Policy Director at FAIR. We're a 70 trillion investor network focused on the ESG risks and opportunities in the global food system. And we run collaborative engagements where investors call on companies to improve their performance against risks such as deforestation, water waste, and other related risks, including climate change. According to our recent index report, over 80% of meat and dairy companies do not have policies on animal waste pollution, and over 80% do not assess if they are based in water-stressed areas. But investors cannot manage these risks alone. We also need policymakers to act. So last year, for example, investors backed calls for the EU to realign their subsidies. And earlier this year, in fact, 18 trillion of investors backed a call for a clearer roadmap for the agriculture and land use sector up to 2050. So that's just a brief introduction from me. I would now like to turn over to our keynote speaker, Tony Juniper, the chair of Natural England. Over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Helena, and good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to what I'm sure is going to be a fascinating discussion. If you look at the global picture and the ecological stresses and strains now facing the world, you are confronted by two very big picture trends. One is global heating, and the other is the rapid decline in the health of the natural world. If you were going to come with a headline in relation to the global heating, it would of course be around the rapid phase out of fossil fuels. If you are looking at the nature and biodiversity crisis, then the parallel sector that we must attend to with a matter of urgency is our food system. And the food system, of course, is shaped by many different factors. One is food culture and the ever-rising expectation of large quantities of cheap food being available to people. Another is patterns of trade and supply chains. One more is the tax regime. Another is regulation and how we limit certain kinds of activities which are environmentally harmful. And then, of course, there is the massive question of subsidies. $500 billion per year is being deployed in order to incentivize different kinds of agricultural activities. Many of them are quite damaging. So shifting subsidies becomes one of the really major tools that we have in the box. And many questions being discussed here about financing for nature recovery, where we will find the resources to embark on this new program of finding harmony with nature. Well, one place we can look where there's a lot of money already being deployed is in relation to those subsidies. There are one or two glimpses across the world where we can see work in progress to change the way in which we do this. I'm lucky enough to be the leader of Natural England, the British government's advisor on the natural environment in that country. We are a regulator, we deliver programs on the ground, and crucially, we are the advisor to the British government on coming with policies that can meet these problems in relation to nature and nature's recovery. One area where we are very active at the moment is in helping to design a new agricultural subsidy regime. And at the moment in England, we're looking to deploy a new scheme called Environmental Land Management, which is seeking to switch subsidies from being about payments for managing agricultural land only for food production, and instead to start putting money behind payments for public goods. Now, a public good, you will be aware, is a term used by economists to describe things that are not in the market. So can we find ways of incentivizing carbon capture? Not in the market. Nature recovery? Not in the market. The protection of beautiful landscapes? Not in the market. Clean rivers? Not in the market. Can we use those subsidies to switch behavior to start driving towards those different outcomes? We have a scheme in progress that will incentivize integrated pest management compared with pesticide use, to be looking at how we can restore biodiversity in agricultural landscapes, including bird and insect populations, and also looking at large-scale land use change, where we can switch those subsidies into the creation of large patches of newly rewilded woodland, wetland, and grasslands. So this is an exciting moment. Far too few examples in progress in terms of how this could look at the global level, but it seems like the door finally is open. This has been on the agenda for more than 3 decades, to my certain knowledge, but hopefully at COP15, we will see language that begins to take the world in a different direction. With that, Helena, I think you're going to invite the other panelists to say a few words.
Thanks very much, Tony. That's a really inspiring start to the panel. I now want to invite our first panelist, Alexander Burr, the ESG lead for Legal and General Investment Management. I know that Alex has to leave a few minutes early, so if you'd like to go ahead, Alex. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Helena. So I lead on ESG policy at Legal and General Investment Management. For those that don't know us, we're about 1.8 trillion institutional investor based out of the UK. So part of what we do in our broader engagement program is with corporates, but also with policymakers and regulators. About a couple of years ago, we noticed, well, I think we all know in this room that the agricultural sector needs reform, better alignment with climate and nature goals. So about a couple of years ago, we came together as a small group, academia, so Chatham House, FAIR, and a few other like-minded investors to discuss what we could do and how we could engage with regulators. We focused on the largest agricultural subsidy provider, the European Union, specifically their common agricultural policies in the region of about 270 billion over each of their programs. The way in which we engaged wasn't just sort of trying to knock on the door and say, your subsidies aren't aligned. We tried to come something productive. So we produced a paper which was exactly, as Tony was saying, sort of aligning with regenerative farming, how you bring a just transition to the agricultural sector. I think in the end we had about 2 trillion worth of investors behind that, and I think this October, I think the OECD actually came out with a very supportive statement and engagement on that too. Now, we know it's a very political topic in the EU, so it's not going to be solved instantly, so I think it's an ongoing campaign which we hope to continue over the next year or so.
Thanks very much, Alex. That's really helpful to hear about the role of investors in this. I'd now like to turn to our second panelist, David Bennell, a senior advisor at TIFS. Over to you.
Apologies, I was saying bye to our panelists. So I'm David Bennell from Transformational Investing in Food Systems. Our director, Rex Raymond, if you don't mind raising your hand, is over there. And Lauren Baker might be in the room. I don't see her, from the Global Alliance for Future Food. We're an affiliate program of the Global Alliance. So if you have questions, you've got 3 of us as sitting ducks here. I'd like to start by saying thank you for coming to this instead of celebrating the World Cup or watching the World Cup. If you heard screaming throughout the pavilion, I think you know which exhibit booth that came from. If you don't want to know, I won't say it out loud. But thanks for being here. Elena, thanks for the invite. And WWF, thank you also for the inspiration behind the panel. So TIFS, Transformational Investing in Food Systems, is an investor network. And so my brief comments right now, Helena, will be primarily focused around impact investing. I'm a limited partner in a private equity fund here representing TIFS. So these comments are primarily around private capital. And I know I'm at a UN COP, so we talk about the private sector, and private capital is a very specific type of finance, which I won't go into, but my comments come from that standpoint. So in the CBD text, there's some language right now about, air quotes, aligning financial flows. And I would argue that it's impossible to do that. It will be like herding cats or even herding squirrels to try and do that without taking a really, really essential systems investing approach. So let me just give you some examples. We've heard some numbers about subsidies. Let me give you examples of sort of the perverse headwinds that we're up against. So because I'm from the US, which I didn't tell you, but you might be able to tell, let me just tell you some quick stats there, and I'll just pick on the US for a second. 10% of US farms in the US receive 78% of subsidies in agriculture. That's pretty easy math to do, 10% and 78%. So not at all evenly distributed. In some years, this is the best one, up to 50 people on the Forbes 400 list of wealthiest Americans get agricultural subsidies. Exactly. WTO, sorry. Really sort of crazy. And if you don't remember anything I said, go learn about public choice theory, and you may understand why these things happen, not just in the United States. So how can this happen? Read a little bit about public choice theory, and you'll figure it out pretty quickly. The thing that I think is really fascinating, and then Helene, I'll close my comments for now, is there are also these perverse disconnections between what we're subsidizing and the other things that we care deeply about, from not just a systems investing approach, but from a global food systems approach and a health approach. About 6% of annual US subsidies go to, gotta cheat, corn syrup, high fructose corn syrup, cornstarch, and high fat oils. So 6% of US subsidies go to, my words, no one else's, I would call junk food, or things that are major ingredients in junk foods. And what happens when we all eat too much of that stuff? Fun to snack on for many people. Unfortunately, it can make up a huge part of their daily diet. It's why the US, among other countries, has quite an obesity and lifestyle-related disease problem. So the interconnectedness of these things, from whatever financial flow perspective you want to take, are real and significant, and subsidies present part of the problem, not the only problem. Helena, back to you.
Thanks, David. That's a really important point, and great to hear about the US perspective, which is obviously extremely important. I'd like to now turn to Luke Spajic, the policy advisor at NUF and also a student at Oxford University, for your perspective, Luke.
Thank you, Helena, for organizing this panel, and thank you for everybody for coming. So I thought I'd build a little bit on what was just said about the challenges of reforming agricultural subsidies, because I'm assuming that everybody in this room is at least partly convinced that we need to change agricultural subsidies. We're at a biodiversity conference, and we know that biodiversity is declining, and how we are investing public funds has played a quite large role in that. And I think the first point that I wanted to mention, you've actually highlighted, is that lots of the subsidies, even purely from an economic perspective, are very inefficient in targeting large farms. I saw in an OECD report, actually, that most of these subsidies go towards large farms who already earn above the national average income in already rich countries. So this is part of the problem of the design of the subsidies, but it also causes part of the problem in reforming subsidies, which is that we have large economic interests which have a very clear resistance to reforming subsidies. Yeah. And since that is a small group of people, it's relatively easy for them to mobilize. Whereas if we're talking about reforming agricultural subsidies for biodiversity or climate or water quality or health, those benefits are diffuse across all of society, and it's very hard as somebody who doesn't follow agriculture with a large fraction of their time to understand how an agricultural subsidy will influence why they find it hard to afford healthy food, for example. So this means that we have a small group of people who are very motivated to resist agricultural subsidy reform, and less people who are motivated to influence policymakers to change the reform. And I think this is where rooms such as these can come in, where we really need to put the foot forward and engage in political processes to put up an equal mobilization for the benefits of reforming agricultural subsidies. So very quickly, as Helena mentioned, I'm the policy advisor at NUF, which is a mycoprotein company, a meat alternative company. And we obviously need to charge subsidies at a large rate, but we don't need to change the entire food system immediately to get very large results. For example, although we should definitely do that, there was a public paper published in Nature earlier this year which said that if we switched 20% of beef to mycoprotein, that would reduce pressure on 80% of future deforestation. So there are really quick wins we can get, and I would argue that agricultural subsidies are a key part of that. And perhaps expand a little bit on what they could target, move from and to later on in the panel.
Thanks very much, Luke. That's really important. I'd like to hand over now to Eleni Abilajari, the Executive Director of Sustainability in the Digital Age, for your introduction. Thanks.
Thank you. So I have dual perspective. So I was born in Rwanda and I live in Canada. And I come from a place around the world where there are a lot of people who live on less than $5 a day. And I live in a country where cows get subsidies of $10 a day. And so for me, there's a tension around what are we valuing globally and how are we translating that into our financial systems. And just going back to the junk food that causes diabetes and all sorts of non-communicable disease. In Canada alone, the consumption of junk food is linked to diabetes that costs the government $6 billion a year. So what would happen if we factored in, those externalities and dependencies and those effects into how we're pricing junk food and how we're taxing companies that are producing those products? So part of it is what do we value in society and how do we reimagine our financial systems to reflect a nature positive economy that's regenerative and that really leaves nobody behind and values all human beings. And so the challenge for me is really reconciling having one foot in the global north and one foot in the global south and saying, how do we look at what's happening today and make sure that our food systems reflect healthy food systems that really allow sustainable livelihoods everywhere on the planet?
Thank you. That's a really important point to make about the health benefits and also the equity global perspective there as well. And now I'd like to turn to our final panelist, Jao Kampari, the Global Food Lead at WWF, for your introduction. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Elaine. Delighted to be here. I also have a global role, but I have my life in Brazil. I live in São Paulo, so I'd like to start by reacting to something that David mentioned about the World Cup. After what happened to our soccer team last Friday, I love being here talking about subsidies and not watching the World Cup today.
Same
here. It's I love it. So anyway, but back to the subsidies. It feels to me right now that we have a food day. We're talking about subsidies, but the CBD now is starting to smell like Sharm el Sheikh and COP27, because what's happening in the negotiations room on Target 11, there are countries that are opposing any form of subsidy reform. Right? I mean, this is almost unacceptable, to be frank. If we can unpack, I mean, we need to redirect at least up to 1 trillion in environmental harmful subsidies. That could be an important contribution for closing the gap that we need to reverse biodiversity laws. I have some numbers here. For example, as of 2019, the current spending on biodiversity conservation is between 124 and 143 billion per year, against a total estimated biodiversity protection need of between 722 and 967 billion per year. This leaves a current biodiversity financing gap of between 598 billion and 824 billion per year. And this is from these numbers are from February of this year. Can you imagine what would happen if we redirect a part only of the 1.8 trillion that is destroying nature every year into bridging and financing the gap on conservation, right? About $960 billion per year is spent on subsidies, and less than 5% is spent on any form of conservation. Climate finance, it's about, I think, 3% that is directed to changing the way things are happening. So it's appalling to me that we have a food day at Sharm el Sheikh. We had 5 food systems pavilions, and still there is a cognitive problem between what happens in the pavilions and what happens in the negotiation rooms. I really hope that things will change for the better. I really hope that the messages we're giving in this panel will get translated into the other rooms. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Elena. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, João. That's a really important point, and a lot of powerful statistics coming out from our panelists here. We all know that it makes economic sense to reform subsidies. So I have a question for all of the panelists, really, whoever wants to take this question. What do you actually see as the biggest challenge in actually reforming now the harmful subsidies, apart from pointing out how much economic sense it makes? Perhaps I could turn to you first, Tony, in terms of what's happening in the UK. How do you see this process of reforming some subsidy taking place, and what are the biggest challenges for you?
So I would say the biggest challenge is convincing the incumbent interests to embrace the process of change. I mean, the point was made a moment ago that, you know, there are some very economically significant entities that benefit from subsidies, and very often they have quite a strong voice in the policy making and in the political realm. And so convincing them to change their perspective seems to me to be really quite a big part of the equation. One of the things that Natural England has been seeking to do in the UK, in England at least, with the farming community, is to point out how the long-term food security of the nation depends upon healthy nature and the recovery of biodiversity. There is no economic sector which is more dependent on a healthy environment than agriculture. Healthy soils with microbiological diversity, sufficient fresh water, stable climate, pollinating insects, natural pest control, all of these things have a very considerable economic benefit linked to them. But it's invisible in terms of how we run the system at the moment. And so making that visible and having conversations with people in agriculture to see that actually this is in their interest to go down this path, I think is an important part of the equation. So convincing the farmers to embrace what we're talking about here, so that that then translates into a smoother transition in the policy, I think is critical. Because I think what's going on here, João, very likely is that these countries are coming and resisting what's being said, what we're saying, on the grounds of there being very significant agribusiness interests who are saying, don't do it.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, so perhaps that's another question for you, João, as well. I mean, from your perspective, what do you think is the most important step actually that we need to take, and what steps can we take to actually transition these subsidies?
I think, we heard a lot in the panels this morning. I think there are so many systemic lock-ins that prevent good ideas from flourishing. And everybody, when we talk about subsidy, everybody nods. I mean, you know, subsidies need to be redirected, need to be repurposed for nature positive, climate neutral, hopefully one day carbon negative agriculture. But there are lock-ins, there are interests, private and public interests, that locks these negotiations from you know, escalating to the next level. We have seen with the pandemic and the war that rent-seeking behavior escalated to the point of many governments, for example, wanting to go and backslide on their environmental legislation instead of saying, okay, we do have a crisis to deal with, but, you know, let's understand the trade-offs between what we're proposing in the short term and the long term. There was no long-term plan. It was like nationalize all food systems, close the front, close the borders. And, you know, it was like crazy what was happening. So we cannot allow these systemic lock-ins to prevail anymore. We need to identify and address what's happening, what's keeping these ideas or propositions from actually taking effect, and we have to push to make them concrete, Elena. That's
Thanks,
what I
João.
would say. Thank you.
So yeah, also a question for you, Eleni. I wanted to ask you more about your work and how have you been involved in the reform of subsidies, including for regenerative agriculture? What do you see as the next steps?
So one of the things I think is really important is if we don't change how we do agriculture, we have 60 seasons, growing seasons left. So in Africa, we have about 65% of soils that are degraded. I think it's 1/3 on average everywhere on the planet. So the reality is, as much as COVID was an emergency, soil health is an emergency we need to deal with. We were able to bring public-private partnerships to bring vaccines for COVID-19 in an accelerated way we'd never saw before. And I think it's the same thing we need to do today in terms of healthy soils and bringing back biodiversity. We really need an emergency plan that has a long-term vision and that really encourages all of us to work how we can. So I've been involved, and it's interesting, Joao, because you were talking about, what happened to the food systems at the beginning of COVID-19. And my big fear was we were going to see massive famines and hunger around the world. So I initiated dialogues between India and Africa around what can we do at that food security interface, and how can practices that localize inputs that promote knowledge intensive versus resource intensive agriculture, that really value what smallholder farmers can bring to the table, how could that play in terms of changing how we're working? And then if we add on the war, because really we had COVID, climate, and conflict, there's the reality that chemical inputs were just unavailable in a lot of places. So that also became an opportunity of how do we localize inputs and make them regenerative. And so this has created a new space that we didn't have before COVID-19 that really allows us to reimagine a food system that has more localization, that increases digitalization in terms of decreasing the spaces where people do not need contact. In terms of the pandemic, one of the fears was if we lock our borders, we're preventing the virus from flowing. But the reality is, if we digitalized our flows, we could have flow of goods and also keep people safer. And an example, I'm an advisor to the rallying cry that's looking at women agriculturalists and farmers in Africa and how they can help transition us to sustainable food systems. And what happened was women who had no access to cell phones had to go out and buy seeds and go to the markets and were more exposed than the ones who could transact electronically. And in a particular case, one of these women died, and so she left her family behind. And so the reality is, where we are, most of us worked from home in the early times of COVID. We're able to keep ourselves safe. We're probably the first to get vaccines. And so one of the realities we have to face is, how do we use innovation? How do we use wisdom of our ancestors? Because a lot of regenerative practices existed for millennia. And so in the state of Andhra Pradesh, where I've been collaborating with the community of natural farming there, they have over 1 million farmers who have adopted regenerative agricultural practices. And this builds on the women's self-help groups that a decade before, so this is a 20-year progress, about women training other women and really transmitting knowledge to become more self-reliant and to creating more healthy environments for their families, as well as in terms of transacting. And so one of the things that I think is really important is how to reimagine our systems. Because, you're talking about how do we have agriculture that isn't contributing to greenhouse gas emissions and actually becomes a source of carbon sequestration and bringing back biodiversity? We all know here it's possible. But it's how to reimagine our systems, especially our financial systems, and the needed subsidies to support that. And so what I'm looking at is, how do we bring about the needed data to show that this transition is possible, can bring profit, and is sustainable in the long term? Because one of the things is we're lacking data, especially for smallholder farmers, the 570 million smallholder farmers that feed 70% of the population of the planet. We need to ensure that we have the data to show that de-risking investing in them is critical, is urgent, necessary, and doable.
Thanks, Helene. I think there's a lot of common themes coming out of the panel in terms of the urgency of this issue. It's urgent to reform our food system, to reform our subsidies, soil health, you mentioned, the climate change emergency, and also hunger and food security as well. So now I just wanted to turn to you, Luke. I have a couple of questions for you as well. What do you think subsidies should be repurposed towards? And also, how can we support just transition for farmers as well?
You actually summed this up very well earlier in your remarks, said that subsidies really represent what we value as society and what we want the government and society to support. So previously that was food production, and often that came from environmentally unfriendly sources. For example, in Australia, we've had quite large government support for our livestock industry for about 100 years. And what we really need to do is embed everything that's coming out of summits like, well, should be coming out of summits like this, focused on biodiversity and climate change, into what we value as society. And I think that arguably that's already happening. We've seen many top-down and bottom-up movements towards biodiversity and environmentally friendly actions. And one specific thing we could do is reorient towards natural capital accounting, which has been alluded a little bit, and payment for ecosystem services, which is we already provide very large funds for ecosystem provisioning services, such as the production of food and fiber and aquaculture, but we have provided less support for ecosystem regulatory services such as biodiversity and clean water and clean air and healthy soil. And we really need to equally value and put into economic reward those services. And that's been done in some places. For example, China has implemented a while ago actually a grain to green program where farmers were supported to rewild some of their land. And I think that often when we have these conversations, we're talking about, for example, building stock of carbon in soil and improving on-farm biodiversity, and those things are very important, but we also need to not limit ourselves to keeping things the way they are in terms of keeping the vast majority of the land that we use as farms. And we heard a little bit about rewild earlier, and we really need to make sure that the policies we have and the subsidies we have encourage that as much as possible in a way that matches the ecosystem function the way it should be. So the way we could do that is funding rewilding programs. We also need to free up the land that will actually make that possible, because as we know, we use the vast majority of land surface for agriculture. Lots of that is for livestock. And if we reform subsidies so that we encourage healthier and more sustainable diets, we can free up lots of the land that we need for biodiversity, both to stop future encroachment on nature and to give up the space to rewild and support the recovery of nature. So in terms of a just transition, what can we do? Fortunately, we don't need to eliminate agricultural subsidies, and I think that reforming agricultural subsidies offers a more politically viable and acceptable way of discussing this. So what we need to change from a focus on food production to, for example, from land stewardship and forest stewardship. And by doing this and supporting, for example, retraining and payment for ecosystem services, lots of the economic interests that we've mentioned, which have previously posed a barrier to eliminating subsidies, might be a little bit more amenable to supporting a change in role with time if there's a belief that that is valued. And I think that's the really key piece that we need to keep in mind, is that this is very economic, but also many people working in agriculture have been, for example, in Australia, seen as stewards of the land and providing healthy food and food for both Australia and the world for many generations. And then all of a sudden, society has paid a lot more attention to climate and health and animal welfare. So I think that if we include those who currently reform subsidies in solutions and show that changing what is produced and how will be valued, that will provide a little bit more political impetus that help us move forward. And that's what I see is a key part of the just transition, as well as the economic element.
Thanks, Luke. That's a really important point there about the role of involving farmers as well. I'd finally like to ask David to answer a couple of questions there and also reflect on the other panelists' comments as well. My question for you, David, is what is the role of investors and private capital as well in this change, this transition, and in terms of financing sustainable food systems? And then after that, I think we can see whether we have a couple of time for questions from the audience. Thanks, David.
This is a really important question, and I would say I'm so busy admiring my fellow panelists. I'm a bit of a fanboy. I'd love to comment and riff on almost everything everyone said. I mean, the United States, we opened Pandora's box with subsidies for good reasons. In the late 20s, the Dust Bowl crisis, the Great Depression, all hitting at the same time. And one of the original and wonderful uses of subsidies was focused on soil health. So how ironic that we might have taken something with really good intentions, approved by a united government. I don't mean the United States government. I mean, you know how complicated my country is right now from a governmental standpoint. Everybody agreed this was a good idea, and now, 100 years later, it's turned on its head. Really interesting comment about mobile phones, mobile payments. I think some of this from an investor private capital standpoint depends on what the definition of subsidy is. And I really appreciate your comment about, or my words, listening to you. This could be about reformation, not elimination. So M-Pesa, the amazing mobile payments company, and I think we have a large UK group here on the panel, so I'll follow up if I got this wrong. But M-Pesa was subsidized by DFID in the UK for a long, long time. But now smallholder farmers all over the world have a phone that's a wallet, that's a bank, that's a lifeline, that's a take the photo and there's a soil sample and you could theoretically get some sort of carbon credit based on some satellite reading the high optics on your phone. I mean, this is remarkable. But you could argue that subsidy, if it hadn't happened, depending on what we mean by subsidy. So I'm also appreciating, okay, reformation, perhaps not elimination. And as our friend from Brazil points out, meanwhile, across the way, there are parties getting way in the way of that. So I guess a last comment from a subsidy standpoint, impact investors have a really interesting perspective on how they price risk. So de-risking is really important. And so to the extent that governments and private capital do play a role as early adopters, coming in and taking some of the risk out, as DFID did with M-Pesa, is probably essential. So how do we not screw this up as we reform it? If we are going to try and eliminate it, what does it get replaced by? So how do we take this well-intentioned 1920s model and make it a much more well-intentioned and effective model in the 21st century? So really interesting questions that I don't have.
Thanks, David. That's a really interesting point. I think it's sparking a lot of ideas of, what could happen in the future to support farmers. I just wanted to see if we have time to take a few questions quickly from the audience. I know that we've only got about 10 minutes left, so if anybody wants to raise their hand, I can see a question there at the back. I might take 3 questions and then we can see who wants to answer them. So there was a lady at the back and then somebody here as well. There's a lady there.
Thank you very much. Great exchange. My name is Kirsten. I work for GIZ. We implement projects most of the time on behalf of the German government. And for example, for energy projects, we have a vision. We call it Vision 100. So our target is 100% coverage, 100% renewable. And I'm asking myself all the time for sustainable agri-food systems, what could that be? So what could be the good vision we should be working towards, and also for the question of subsidies? Thank you.
There was another lady there, I think, that had a question as well. We'll just take 2 questions perhaps and then come back to the panel.
Thank you. So thank you to the panelists.
My name is Irish Bagilat from the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development, and I'm from the Philippines. So what I wanted to first mention is the mechanism that AFA or our organization has been, advocating, which are the strengthening of farmers associations or organizations and agricultural cooperatives, because we have seen already on the ground in many countries where we have members that farmers who are part of cooperatives or organizations were able to sustain their agroecological practices, especially when they are supported in terms of market linkage. And farmers who were not supported, of course, were not able to sustain the organic practices. And we have seen this in the Philippines. And also now we have, the report that encourage investment in membership of farmers into organization because of the evidence of the link between income, farmers' income, and their membership or participation in organizations. And we have seen this because they have, they can share cost, as a collective as a collective, and they can also negotiate prices, and they share dividends, especially if it's a cooperative, and then also in decision making. So while there are frustrations, yes, but we have also seen some hope, some inspiration, where farmers who are organized are able to be part of committees at the national level and are able to engage in the decision making um, processes. And we have seen in countries where we have members, and they were able to, they were able to really influence the program design, and it was um, responsive to their needs. And what I wanted to ask is on financing farmers organizations so they can be more equipped to engage in the market, in the policy making, and also, in servicing their members, especially providing economic services. And we have seen also cooperatives who were able to provide full value chain services from womb to tomb, not beyond agriculture. And in Lao, the Lao Farmer Network, through the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program, or GAFS, they were able to to incorporate a component there for direct financing for farmers organizations, so that farmers can actually, tap some of, the resources, so they can innovate specific financial products or services tailored to smallholder farmers.
Thanks.
And also to their needs. So my question now is, what do you see that needs to be done so that we can have more, financing for farmers organizations?
Thanks. I think that's a really important question there about the financing of nature-friendly farmers networks as well. Would anyone from the panel like to take either of those questions? I think we've got about 5 more minutes.
Make a quick remark on that one, Helena. So on the building the voice of the farmers who traditionally don't have access to these big policy discussions is really quite an important point, because the large-scale industrial agribusiness, of course, they have deeper pockets, they have more resources, they can mobilize communications campaigns, they can be more effective in the policy-making space, including protecting the existing subsidy regimes that they benefit from. And so building the voice of the many millions of farmers who don't have that capability to project a point of view is quite a key thing. And one of the dynamics in play in England at the moment actually is a movement of farmers who are very focused on ecological agriculture. And unlike the large-scale agribusiness, they don't have those kinds of financial resources, but they are being backed by foundations who've understood the link between agriculture and nature recovery, and so have seen a strategic opportunity to back that voice in terms of fostering the kind of shift we're speaking about today. So if there are foundations here who are looking at this conversation and thinking about what they might do, then backing some of those so far less loud voices, I think, would be an important thing that could contribute to change over time.
Thanks, Tony. Zhao, next to you.
Yeah, thanks, Elena. I'd like to just provide some insights for the questions for the colleague from GIZ in the back. And I'll share what we're doing at WWF as an example. Our vision of a successful food system is one that is nature positive, people positive, and carbon negative. And there are four things that we need to do to accomplish this vision, if you will, or the work that we do to deliver on this vision. First of all, we partner with humanitarian organizations to include the excluded, right? There are 10%, we produce food on the planet, as I stated this morning, for more than 10 billion people, and we're about 8 billion on the planet. And about, close to 1 billion people suffer from chronic hunger or malnutrition. So they don't participate in this food system that we talk about. We need, first and foremost, to bring them, include the excluded. Second, we need to do dietary transitions, right? The things that we eat are not aligned with, are not aligning human and planetary health. We need to be watchful about what we do with dietary transitions. Third is about the production. I think we heard from our other colleague the power of agroecology and regenerative agriculture. Agroecology is guided by 13 principles, right? And these principles tend to be able to break the systemic lock-ins that I was talking about it before. So agroecology and other regenerative practices could do it. And last but not least is to reduce food loss and food waste, right? On a planet where people suffer because they don't have enough food to eat, or do not have a choice. All of us here have a choice. They don't. It's unethical and immoral, actually, to be wasting so much food. So sometimes we keep looking for solutions, but what solutions, what technology? We need to look into the problems that we have, and be more how can I say, more human, actually, and extend our hands to other fellow human beings that don't have what to eat. So solidarity is part of this. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. I think we're slightly out of time for the panel, but that was a really fascinating debate from all of the panelists. I'd just like to quickly wrap up as well as summarize some of the discussion here. I think it's almost difficult to stop this discussion because it's been such a fascinating and really important topic that we're actually discussing here. But I think there's some common themes in terms of the urgency of this topic for soil, for hunger, for malnutrition, for climate and for nature and for the ecosystem services on which we all depend for our survival and for our economy. There's been a lot of discussion about the just transitions for farmers. These subsidies are not resolved overnight, as Alex from Elgin mentioned before he's left, and also the importance of dietary transitions as well as overcoming the systemic lock-ins, especially from particular interest groups, and how we actually address that issue is going to be a key one moving forward. And I'd just like to quickly answer the other question as well on the panel, if I may, quickly before we wrap up, around what we see as a clearer roadmap. I think it's very helpful that the FAO has announced at COP27 that they will produce a clearer roadmap to 2050 for agriculture and land use, and that will hopefully be a very helpful initiative amongst all of what we've discussed today here on this panel. So with that, I'd just like to very much wrap up and thank all of our esteemed panelists for being here today. It was an excellent debate. Thank you.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea, would it? So nature-friendly farming network, you're aware of.
You did well. You definitely.
Max, can you send me a picture? Did she just say my name? Because we didn't talk about it.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Hello. Oh, did I say
whoops.
All right. All right. We have one more session to go to round out our food day. And we are going to... Brian Kernahan here. Will you just wave, Brian, from Manulife? Is Brian in the room? I know. Is that you? Wonderful. All right, let me introduce you to your moderator. Thanks so much, Brian. Please, please. Can we? Can you guys take it off? Hi, David. Can you?
I know you need to go.
Sorry. No, no, no. You please take it off. I am. No, because we have one more panel, and we just need to keep going time. Please take the conversation off. Wonderful. Great. Yes, I'm shooing people. Thank you, everyone. We have one last panel of the day, of Food Day, to pull together a lot of the themes that have come up around CPGs, around market linkages, around the role of business. I am going to introduce Diane Holdorf from WBCSD, who is the moderator for the next panel and will introduce this session.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diane Holdorf from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, WBCSD. Just going to take a moment to thank our partners, WWF and IFAD, for putting together what is an actually remarkable first ever food day at a biodiversity COP. And I know, this is the final session. Can we just have an immense round of applause for the fact that this day has brought more focus on the agenda of the role of land use in agriculture and addressing biodiversity, while also connecting the agenda to climate and equity and hunger and nutrition, than I think we would have for sure seen without this momentum. So just a big, again, recognition to that. This last panel is going to really focus on the power of business. So this is around how we move from ambition to action. And I know that this has been a theme throughout the course of the entire day. But before we get into the scene setting conversation, before we recognize and welcome our panelists, I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the heritage of the land on which we're meeting, because there's also incredibly tremendous power in the history of the space that we're in. And we need to recognize that this is traditional and still unceded territory of the Mohawk people. This is something that hasn't really been covered sufficiently, I think. It comes up, but not always. And so in our closing session today, I wanted to make sure that we highlight that and that we acknowledge it. The Mohawk territory actually, it was expansive and went all the way down into upstate New York. I grew up in the Mohawk River Valley. So for me, it's sort of this tremendous, sort of on almost an emotional connection to the fact that where we're meeting right now is actually traditional territories for coming together across nations. So the fact that we're having this very momentous biodiversity COP in such a special place on such heritage, I just wanted to acknowledge in this last session of the day as we wind down food, because we don't always keep that front and center. What we really want to bring as our close, though, today is to talk about the breadth of the systems action that we need to take to drive the changes that will hopefully come out of a robust post-2020 global biodiversity framework, but that will surely have momentum behind it because of the leadership of the great number of what they call in UN speak non-state actors and what we call leaders of business and finance and the sectors that are actually driving the types of change that we need. We know that without that kind of private sector leadership, the acceleration that we have to have in transforming food and agricultural systems and land use as a whole is not going to be achieved. And yet there is truly good news in this. We've had a lot of momentum coming out of the climate COPs, where land use and the role of agriculture has really been recognized. Again, I think it's worth noting that just last month in Sharm el-Sheikh at Climate COP 27, there was again another first time momentous event, and that was that there was actually 5 food pavilions in the climate COP. Now, we could argue whether 5 is too many or exactly right or confusing. I don't think that matters. For me, it shows momentum, focus, action, and commitment. And that's really how we have to continue to show up. We also saw 2 years ago the first ever UN Food Systems Summit. That did more to mobilize the collective systems thinking on this agenda than really anything that we had seen prior. And we have leaders of those action areas in the room with us here today, proving that we can carry these themes through. Next year will be the global stocktake on that UN Food Systems Summit, and next year will be the global stocktake on climate. It's important for us to continue the momentum that's coming out of this nature Convention Summit into those 2 events next year to continue to keep the rise on that agenda. Why? I mean, we've been talking about it here all day. We know that global food systems are one of the largest drivers of nature loss and biodiversity challenge. And yet, the food system is one of the most reliant on healthy, natural systems. And so the interplay here is critical for us to be able to set ourselves up for continued resilience and continued success. When we talk about the types of funding that's needed in the biodiversity COP, which is why the emerging nations walked out of the negotiations today and last night until it's addressed, it comes directly back to the issues that we've been talking about here all day on food systems. That type of funding for adaptation, resilience, and investment in action is needed at the federal levels. But yet we're already seeing those actions coming out of the private sector leaders who are joining us here today. So we're going to come in and talk about the types of tools and systems that will drive those accelerators. First, show courage, commitment, and action to the negotiators who still have a few days yet to go to land the level of ambition that we want. And it's important for them to pick up these themes. So we'll continue to carry this through into them. But that yet provide the ways to bring those who aren't just front runners on this agenda with us on this journey. And that's so important because it's not just the big organizations who have the capacity to lean in on these solutions who we need to bring forward, but through our supply chain work, through our engagement with SMEs, we have to help bring everybody along on this journey. And, you know, we've brought a couple of ways of doing that together with nature positive roadmap guidance to understand the steps, a restoration framework that will start to set the guidance for how investments can be directed. But there's so much more that needs to be done. And that's why I'm so excited to introduce our panel here today. So we're going to have, and I'll go in the order of those who are sitting with me, a really interesting discussion today. For close out this conversation. First, I'm really happy to welcome Nikki King here, Head of Sustainability for Unilever North America. So you'll be able to translate for us, Nikki, all of the amazing work that Unilever is doing into the context here. So we're looking forward to hearing that. Then we've got Anke Kvast, Vice President of Climate and Nature at Yara. Yara is the leading voice in what it looks like to transform the input sector in a way that drives sustainability for the solutions. And we know that that's one of the big areas of opportunity across the drivers of nature loss. So Anke, it's great to have you here and we're looking forward to that. And then Tanya Steele. So great to have you with us, Tanya. Tanya is the CEO of WWF UK, another tremendous partner in how we're driving this and one who's been leading a tremendous amount of work on food in particular. And then at the end here, Brian, it's great to have you with us. Brian Kernahan is the Chief Sustainability Officer of Manulife Investment Management. And when we talk about what it means to have ownership, investment, and direct guidance, Brian's at the forefront of the work that's happening in that space. So we'll really look forward to hearing from Brian as well. So Tanya, I'm going to start the conversation off with you, please. Let's talk about this. Carry the themes through that we've been hearing today. Why does business need nature and biodiversity to survive?
Diane, thank you very much for your kind introduction, but also thank you as well for reminding us of the ancestry and the heritage of the lands in which we're sat here today. I think it's actually incredibly pertinent to the debate as well. So a sincere thank you for that. I guess perhaps if I'll just make a few comments, and I'll certainly echo some comments that Diane's already made, and hopefully my fellow panelists as well. I mean, there is no doubt that currently the food system is to nature what the fossil fuel industry is to climate. It's responsible for more than 60% of nature loss and 80% of all deforestation globally. But the major difference between the two is that food businesses rely on nature to produce food, and some in industry, many in industry, are really starting to understand the very significant impact ecosystem collapse will have on business profitability, resilience, and indeed longevity as well. I mean, we know well without healthy forests, much of the water cycling capacity for rain-fed agriculture will be disrupted. Last year, a study published in Nature concluded that deforestation in the Amazon was now costing the Brazilian agricultural sector over $1 billion a year, more than it was making in increased revenues from expansion. Without healthy populations of pollinators and healthy soils, the crops that food businesses rely upon, of course, will not be fertilized. And food production becomes increasingly reliant on more intensive methods and expensive fertilizers, further damaging the very natural systems that we rely on. But conversely, addressing these risks by actively restoring nature is a huge business opportunity, and more secure and resilient supply chains, as well as consumer benefits, not to mention the societal benefits of providing people with nutritious food. So how can we transform our food systems to support businesses to actually make the changes they need to be part of the solution than the problem? And we believe there are three things that businesses need to do urgently. Firstly, they need to demonstrate a step change in accountability. Critically, this needs to be across climate and nature. Secondly, they need to step up their advocacy for the changes in the policy frameworks that currently work against a nature-positive transition, in addition to taking action themselves. And thirdly, they need to step up their support to farmers to shift to regenerative, nature-positive forms of production. WWF globally has long worked with several individual food businesses to pursue these three actions, and I guess I'll particularly reflect on the UK, with organisations like Tesco's, John Lewis Partnership and Sodexo. And there's no doubt that such individual leadership is important, but what we found is that the magic ingredient to drive impact is actually collaboration. This is why at WWF UK we developed something called the Retailer's Commitment for Nature. And this was born out of our pathfinding work with Tesco. And it was announced at COP26 in Glasgow just over 12 months ago. The WWF basket sets out a series of outcomes and measures to support the goal of halving the environmental impact of UK shopping baskets by 2030. So recognising that in order to halt and restore nature loss by 2030, the nature positive mission, which we're all united under here at COP15, it's only actually possible if we start to drill into the drivers of biodiversity loss. Importantly, the basket's also about climate and nature, driving accountability and action across agriculture, deforestation, diets, food waste, packaging, and marine. And in order to really demonstrate that step change in accountability, the signatories, and these are 5 major supermarkets, 50% of all food retailed in the UK, have committed to setting 1.5 degree SBTIs, that's science-based targets, across all scopes and all timeframes, and to provide data to enable WWF to report annually on the sector's progress across all the dimensions of the basket. And we delivered our first report just a few weeks ago. So in order to provide the step change in advocacy, WWF now convenes these CEOs regularly under both legal guidance, there is always a competition lawyer in the room, to support a joint advocacy agenda. And really to provide the step change in support for everything from farmers' transition to nature-positive production, the group is really helping to drive the solutions and indeed the innovation. So what we found, it's essential that businesses do these 3 things, that action is vital. However, our learning is that it's even more powerful if it's done in collaboration. pre-competitively, if you will. That's what we've managed to achieve by leveraging this partnership with the UK's largest retailers to drive this sectoral WWF basket initiative. Our role will always be to hold businesses to account for their commitments and ensure that they're acting with the ambition required to address both the climate and nature crisis to deliver positive food systems. But if we can certainly convene that on a collaborative and a successful basis, that for us is always going to be a major pathfinder and way through. But for now, I'm really looking forward to fellow comments and indeed the discussion that I know is going to follow as well. Thank you.
That's great, Tanya. You've done such a great job laying out what are the biggest priorities, where to focus. You know, those 3 key points that you brought in, allow business leaders to really drill in on what it is they need to do, and then you brought them together. And that power of collective engagement in ways that are legally appropriate, because we have to watch for antitrust in all spaces that we're operating in, can really, it's a difference maker. And we've watched that. I love that breadbasket concept. So thank you so much for that. I would like to come to you, Anka, next. Again, another front runner. I want to really recognize Yara's leadership in this. It's not always understood how big a role that the input part of the value chain can contribute in the food system transformation. It's often just looked at as one of the, sometimes rightfully so, areas of challenge. But there's been real shifts in how that is considered. So talk to us a little bit about how you're tackling this challenge and how do you really bring it into the issues of nature loss within a business like Yara?
Thank you very much for inviting me. First of all, I'm very happy to be here. It's my first COP, and I'm a bit nervous, to be honest, because I'm feeling really the responsibility. Yara was born in a food crisis 100 years ago when we have just a big crisis, faced a big crisis, and we were requiring nitrogen to produce enough food to feed the world. And this is the reason why we existed in the first moment, feeding the world. But we are learning on the go, and we are a science-driven company. So we have changed our mission, feeding the world and protecting the planet. And this is what we all need to do. And we are proud to be part of the food system because it's the most important system we have. It's also the biggest system we have. And thank you for raising all the impact the food system has. There is no place for unsustainable business on this planet anymore. We got this message. We made a deep dive, a strategic deep dive, analyzed what are our dependencies and what are our impacts. And we are 100% dependent on nature. That's a conclusion. So we have to take our responsibility. And we are working on our scope 1 and 2 in climate, and we are a bit more advanced in climate. I don't know whether you have heard, we have established a new company, CleanCo, which is producing green ammonia now based on hydro, solar, or wind power, so that we are decarbonizing the production of the system and going also via blue ammonia and serving also green energy then to diesel fuel and energy market, but mainly also producing fertilizer, which is then decarbonized. And on top, we are also addressing many more elements like circular economy and also soil health, and how we can bring all the data streams together. We have established WADA, which is developing the universal, you could say, basically a global field ID, so that we can also have a common denominator what we are doing on the ground. But the main focus now, and there is a big ambition to bring regenerative agriculture up to scale, mainstream regenerative agriculture, as soon as possible, because we have only 7 harvests left until 2030. So we need to basically start today. And what we are addressing there is basically climate, soil health, resource use, biodiversity, and farmers' prosperity. So we are combining climate and nature in the implementation on the ground, because you cannot do this in separation. And the food system has to design practices which are serving all these elements at the same moment. And we have a toolbox already in place to provide solutions to the farmer. But we are also aware that we still need to learn a lot. What does it mean, regenerative agriculture? Every farmer is facing a different reality, and the reality is also changing already because of climate change. So we have to be careful in listening what is really required. We need to assess and then prioritize, following also the science-based target logic and not making too quick conclusions. And this is a challenge on one hand, but also an opportunity to reinvent basically agriculture and transform it to an outcome-based system for food, but also for climate and nature. And I hope that we will generate a lot of additional revenue streams for farmers in future, so that the farmer can also afford this. Because we have to consider never touch a running machine, you know. The farmer has a fine-tuned system and is living on this fine-tuned system. And we are now asking the farmer to change. And who is taking the risk and who is taking the investment cost? I think we are all depending on the food system, and we have to help the farmer and enable the farmer to drive the change, because a majority of the impact is taking place on the ground. And we are sensing this responsibility, developing the toolbox and engaging outside Yara in the framework development, co-definition, co-design process and collaboration to bring this up to speed. So we know what needs to be done, and resource efficiency is also the best business case for all. And therefore, we have a very strong focus on the nitrogen use efficiency, because that is our core product. It's very natural that we are developing solutions for that. We are taking this responsibility. For the nitrogen use efficiency, we have developed already digital tools and services to provide decision support for farmers, because a farmer sometimes applies more nitrogen than needed because of a risk management. But with better decision support systems and sensing technologies, we can help the farmer to reduce basically this buffer and reduce the input and drive the efficiency. We are working with research together to define what is then the planetary boundary and what is the regional boundary for nitrogen, and how can we manage the nitrogen within the corridor, which can be basically tolerated by the climate and also by nature, but while ensuring that the farmer has a livelihood. So that's the road we are on. But we are also aware that we can't do that on our own. We are depending that the whole food system is with us on this journey, and that we are learning all together on the go and get started as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Anka, thank you so much for so many reasons. First of all, for keeping the farmer at the center, which is not often discussed enough, because that is where the burden of pressure almost always falls, is to the level of transition that we need at the farm. And the level of business model innovation, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute, that Yara is showing all the way down into the farmer's business from a support mechanism standpoint with tools and data and digitalization is key. And you know, listening carefully to everything that Anka shared, this was an amazing example of what the power of business delivers in business model innovation. So it's not just business model innovation supporting to the farm with digitalization, different tools, which by the way upends the belief that an input provider only can make money through selling more inputs. Because by changing the business model and helping the farmers get smarter in what's applied, you're also changing the services that you're delivering. But the other piece of business model innovation is operating at that intersection of the food and energy nexus, which is something we don't talk enough about either, and completely shifting the business model innovation into green energy supply to provide buffers for business and provide opportunities for renewable business growth. So listening to these types of examples is really important because it shows what is actually possible. And I just want to give another shout out to Yara for a moment as well. We were very closely involved. We have to remember we're still in a global crisis with the war in Ukraine. and the issues that that's driving on both the energy crisis and the food crisis. And when the UN set up their global crisis emergency response groups on food and energy, we were working very closely with them. And Yara really stepped up on addressing the fertilizer crisis together with others, but taking a leading role in mapping out what are the implications for that, particularly to high-risk countries, which is still playing out today. So just another acknowledgement and recognition, and thank you for that leadership. Okay, moving on the topic of our conversation, power of business innovation. Brian, I'm going to come to you next. Manulife is maybe not a name that people would all recognize as it relates to agriculture and land use, and that you're playing an incredibly important role in accelerating the types of systems transformation that we need. So talk to us a little bit about the role of finance and the steps that you're taking as you help reframe what a nature-positive food system can look like.
Thanks, Diane, and already lots of synergies between my fellow panelists and what we're talking about. Let me say I will focus this on our agriculture business, investing in agriculture, second largest institutional investment manager for agriculture globally. But more importantly, for this last conversation, we are the farmers. So we just don't invest in this. We have of all of our employees, 80+% are in the field, right? So this is farmers managing the land, foresters managing our timberlands, largest timberlands. So we understand this dynamic, and we understand the challenges, because this all truly does flow back to the land, where that is the nature we're all depending on. I appreciate the analogy of fossil fuels and climate and ag and nature. The difference, of course, that we all know is we still have to feed the world. We can transition away from fossil fuels, and we are, and we need to, but we still have to feed. So sustainable management needs to be at the core of this, and that's fundamentally what we do. And so I think part of what finance, and in my world, investments, is here to do is take the signal from this convention that we all hope will be delivered here very shortly, that governments have said whatever they're going to say, and then scale it, right? We've heard throughout this convention that the private sector has the capability, and probably the only capability, to truly scale nature-based solutions, and I would say that's very true. Investing in nature and nature systems like agriculture is definitely one of those, and so I think I think the role is clear. However, we can definitely do it wrong if we don't make some fundamental shifts that my fellow panelists and I think are all concerned about, and that is making sure that we take some actions to put nature in front of everything we do, which I would say society has neglected. And so even for us, who we believe we have a very sustainable program, we still are making sure that we have a deforestation policy at the beginning of every investment, so that we just don't do that. We don't contribute to it. We don't invest in forests in lands that were previously deforested, therefore are now ag. So we have to take care of, on the investment side, in order to allow the investment capital to be a driver and help us scale, we have to take some things right off the table very quickly. We can't be in those sensitive communities, ecological communities. We can't be deforesting and destroying one environment simply to feed the planet. That's easier to do if you're committed. So not easy if you can't get conviction, but easier to do if you're committed. I think the other thing that we would argue is really the harder challenge, and it was also referenced, which is, and I wrote it down, every farmer is facing a different reality. Absolutely true. The other challenge in nature, and that's been talked about, ultimately much more complex than climate change. There is no single thing. There is no carbon dioxide equivalent that we can all get our head around. We can't simply say reduce emissions, increase sequestration. That is not the solution when it comes to nature, because every farmer is different, every farm is different, every place on this planet is different. And so we too have taken to making sure that we have robust management systems of the farms that cover all of those topics that you described. chemicals and biodiversity and people and energy, et cetera, and make sure that we, through an outcomes-based approach, are managing better for those indicators, and we are holding ourselves accountable to that through third-party certification and auditing of our practices. It is not the norm in agriculture to do this. It's a norm in our other business in forestry for 28 years now, where you have these standards that truly allow the supply chains to know what happens at the farm, because that's where it all starts, and then move through the supply chain, this confidence, this assurance that all of these factors are being taken into consideration. It has to be outcome-based, though. We cannot prescribe this solution, and that's, I would say, our biggest challenge here. Let's not be quick to say, here's how you do regenerative ag, and therefore you can only qualify to be nature positive once you've done it. You have to say, do regenerative ag, and do it in a way that fits your farm, in your place, in your location, and get some assurance that that's happening. But if we are quick, which we have been in the past, to force a prescriptive solution to agriculture, I don't think we'll have nature positive contribution to agriculture, and I don't think we'll have a food system that can survive. And so I think that's the role that we have to finally come to. The last thing I'll say is that that's in our core business of just managing food. If we do all of that well as the investment sector, we have an opportunity to put out products, to have capital, to want to do more, impact agriculture, right? So not just putting, the financial return of this first and bringing capital in that way, but bring in a goal of more biodiversity. So X% of the land has to be managed for biodiversity while you're farming the other side. There's a market, I think, that investment capital can come to agriculture to keep feeding the world, but at the same time allow us to kind of supercharge outcomes and impact as long as they know that they can do both. So I'll stop there.
Brian, that's great. Every time you share, you bring the robust nature of a finance operation to how you're managing what is effectively a land-based portfolio of assets. And by thinking through how we look at the types of KPIs and measurements and certifications and auditability of the actions and the steps that you're taking, while knowing that 80% of your employee base are those farm-based workers, keeping them at the center of the decision-making, it totally shifts how we think about what is possible. And that's the example that we need to continue to model, grounding it in the regenerative agricultural outcomes and the measurements that prove what's possible. So, amazing examples of what you can do when you've got the type of scale of footprint that you have and the level of direct investment and management on that. So thanks, Brian, for lifting so many of those great examples. And I'm going to come to you next, Nikki, our last speaker on the panel here before we go to a few questions from the audience. Unilever has been leading as one of the, recognized branded leader, sustainability leader for so long. You've actually been way out in front as well on the nature positive journey as you were on the climate net zero journey. That's been showing up in a lot of really interesting ways through your ingredients, through your products, and through your innovation. And I'm sure you'll speak to a whole variety of ways that you're talking about it. Share us a little bit about what have you learned on that journey, and what advice would you give to other companies from what it is that you've undertaken at Unilever?
Sure. So thank you for having me. I'm excited. This is my first COP too. So are we good there? So at Unilever, we all know that food systems can generate about a third of global greenhouse gas emissions. I'm sure you've all heard that 100 times today, and they drive nature loss. But food systems are also vulnerable to climate change and nature loss, even though they contribute to the crisis. There's no choosing between adequate food systems, protecting nature, and environmental sustainability. They're all inextricably linked, and we have to tackle them together. And economically, there's evidence that shows that a nature positive transition can generate $10 trillion in business value and up to 350 million jobs by 2030, which is massive. At Unilever, we also know that we both impact nature and we depend on it. So as one of the world's largest food companies with brands in over 190 countries, it's really our duty to help create a food system that's good for everyone involved. And like you said, we've been on this journey for more than a decade. It started back in 2010 with our Unilever Sustainable Living Plan, which had over 70 sustainability goals. And in 2020, we launched our Unilever Compass for Sustainable Business, which has about a little more than 30 robust sustainability targets, all focused in climate, nature, and people. Some of our targets are 2039 net zero from farm to fork. We also have a commitment to a deforestation-free supply chain by 2023. That's next year, coming very, very quickly. 100% sustainably sourced ingredients. We also have a commitment to empower our smallholder farmers, and that's something that's very important to us. And then last, one of the big goals that we launched was to protect and regenerate 1.5 million hectares of land, forests, and oceans. And we're really doing this through our brands. One of the things that we also did is we launched a $1 billion climate and nature fund internally. And this is something our brands can tap into. They can apply for funding where they can implement big impact projects. They have to be large projects on climate and nature. And so that's really helping us make a big impact. And a couple of examples that I'll share with you that our brands are doing. So first, our Hellmann's brand, soy is one of the key ingredients in mayonnaise. And our soy that we use in our Hellmann's mayo is 100% sustainably sourced. But on the ground in the US, we're partnering with people like ADM and the Practical Farmers of Iowa to implement regenerative practices with over 750 farmers, and this will impact over 50,000 hectares of farmlands in the US. And those practices are already yielding results. We have seen a 33% increase in water quality. We've seen a decrease in greenhouse gas emissions and decreased soil erosion, which is pretty impactful. Our Knorr brand, rice is one of the key ingredients, and we've partnered with the University of Arkansas and our farmers in Arkansas to implement regenerative and sustainable practices to help reduce methane and water use. And in the first year alone with that project, we saw more than a 30% decrease in methane and a 20% decrease in water use. So pretty impactful programs that we're actually doing on the ground. So really circling back to your question of advice I would give, I think there are three things. The first is really companies need to understand their supply chain, do an assessment, understand where your hotspots are, and identify the areas where you can make the biggest impact. The second is set SMART goals. I know nature goals are new to most of us, and we don't really have science-based guidance yet. It's coming. But we cannot procrastinate for perfection. We have to do something now or we're not going to make the impact that's needed. And third and finally, and I think this really is in alignment with the rest of my panelists, is we really need to collaborate and advocate. So at Unilever, we are truly committed to a net positive future where we are going to restore nature, protect forests, and restore landscapes. We can make a lot of progress through the projects that we're implementing, but it's going to take much more than that. Biodiversity is a systemic crisis, and it's going to require systemic change and interventions by national governments. So every one of us in this room can do more collaboration and advocacy in that regard.
I don't know about you, but every time I listen to Unilever, I'm always so amazed at the breadth and the depth and the level of ambition in the work that you're doing. And it's just reinforced with all the different locations that you're operating in. Those examples here in North America where I think we're particularly powerful. So great guidance to take away and understanding that even though we don't necessarily have all the tools like clear science-based targets yet, although we're close, we're not waiting and the steps to take. So we only have a few minutes left. I think I'm looking, can we take a few questions as closing comments? I think, why don't we take 2 or 3 questions, then I'll ask the panelists to try to summarize quick responses to them as closing comments. Please introduce yourself And if you can keep your questions short, it helps us move fast.
I will. Thank you. Nicola Dyer, currently Safe Seaweed Coalition, formerly program manager of the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program, which the representative from Asian Farmers Association mentioned earlier. One of our key areas that we really wanted to deepen was empowering smallholder farmers. So you can imagine, Nikki, that my ears went, ooh, listen to what she just said. So what does empowering smallholder farmers mean to you? I'm directing that question to you, but I'd love to hear from the other panelists on that as well. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Nicola. We'll take two more and then we'll incorporate responses.
Hi, my name is Swaroop. I am from HSBC. We look at trade financing and value chain financing. And adding on to the question just posed on supporting smallholders and deeper tiers of supply chain, we are the largest trade finance bank in the world. We are looking to really deepen impact in deeper tiers of supply chains. So wanted to understand your views on how more can be done in that space, and how can finance be an enabler? What's your take on impact in deeper tiers?
So what empowering smallholder means, and then how do you unlock the finance through to smallholders is what I'm hearing as well. Great. Is there one more question that we can take? Yep, right there.
Thank you. I work for GIZ, and I just want to know if nature positive food systems are part of your competitive area. Are you competing, or are you sharing your knowledge and your lessons learned freely?
So is nature positive pre-competitive or competitive advantage? Good questions. So what I'll do is I'll come back down the panelists. Brian, I think I'll start with you and come this direction. Please take it as an opportunity. You don't have to respond to all three of those, the one that is most material and relevant, and any closing thoughts that you have.
Yeah, thanks for all that. I'll say this on kind of empowering smallholders, and I alluded to it. We need to let them do their job with direction, and I think we have to figure out the way to bring direction to smallholders, but they have to be empowered to do it. And empowering them is meaning let them work and so forth. The supply chain, I think, also is related to this. So if we're doing it well on the farm, I think we can incentivize the supply chain to take action too. You can do it through financing on loans. You can do it through putting restrictions in terms of what you expect from the supply chain, which does ultimately back up to the landowner again, oftentimes. But it's gonna be, I think, the way we're gonna have to continue to move through the supply chain. Last thing. I live in a pre-competitive world, although I work for an investment firm. I think the competitive nature of things that are going on right now is troubling, because it forces us to get a little exuberant with how we talk about things, and that is going to continue to be a problem. And we have to allow for kind of free exchange of ideas so that we can get there together. Thanks.
Thank you, and it's great to hear the focus actually on smallholder farmers. And I'd just like to make a comment on that, and then quickly on nature positive. Certainly in the experience of the work we've been doing in WWF generally, and indeed also in the UK, is one of the things I think we'd highlight is creating the conditions where smallholders actually are sufficiently empowered and indeed supported. I know I saw this recently firsthand in terms of spending some time with our colleagues in Borneo, in Sabah, where we're supporting a jurisdictional based approach for palm oil, and certainly working with both HSBC and Unilever, I should say, within that. And ultimately, that's bringing additional benefits. Yes, of course, it's driving a more sustainable outcome from a palm oil perspective, but also by drawing statewide those smallholder farmers together, it's providing some other benefits, certainly in terms of potentially cheaper cost of insurance, but also enabling some advocacy. Some of the issues that are holding many of those smallholders back sit at a national level. Where is the support for them in terms of some of the papers for workers, or any other range of larger level advocacy that a smallholder farmer can never get over the line? So I think there can be real benefits, but create the conditions. And I would include within that the financial conditions. What is the cost of cash in terms of the loan book for those smallholder farmers? And if that's running into kind of double figures, then that's a huge barrier. But actually, by starting to incentivize that behavior and actually contract on that basis, I think again that can help the conditions for that. quickly in terms of is nature positive, pre-competitive? And this isn't just an NGO, airy-fairy, isn't it lovely that we all sit together and hold hands together? I do think by the industry moving together, it makes it easier. So this doesn't have to be a competitive issue. And I think it really enables the systemic change that we've heard articulated so eloquently this afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very relevant question. First of all, it's very complex also, because what is important is to understand that with smallholders, we are on a journey. And this journey has to start with sharing knowledge and enablement. And it's a high number of farmers, so it's not so easy to reach them. And Yara has a lot of crop clinics and all kinds of stuff, but we have learned it's not enough. So we have to bring the knowledge sharing in a digital format to farmers. And we have translated our knowledge into digital tools and services and made them affordable, because for the big scale farmers, you can take the high tech stuff, but for smallholders, you have to develop new solutions which are affordable and also easy to use. And we have developed a portfolio of different digital tools and services, and also some handheld devices which can also plugged into a smartphone, so that it's affordable and usable for the farmer. There is a lot of opportunities around this. And I think we are just at the beginning, because the digitalization and access to global knowledge, if it's translated into something which is relevant for the smallholders, there's a fantastic potential. And we are on this journey. And also engagement platforms can be so powerful. WhatsApp groups and all these things. I think we should share or we should build engagement platforms for smallholder farmers, so that they can learn also from each other, and that they can also enrich their life by sharing their experience. Because what I have experienced is farmers are also very proud if they can share their learning. So this kind of enablement is also part of a transformation process. Thank you.
So I'll wrap us up very quickly. So I agree with my fellow panelists. I mean, we've always been pretty good about sharing our knowledge, because we think that's really important to the extent that we can, because we do, as an industry, we all need to move together on this journey in order to make the impact needed. With regard to empowering smallholder farmers, I mean, really, we do quite a bit, but I would say we have a sustainable agriculture code, which has a set of principles that provides guidance. We just recently launched our regenerative agriculture principles as well. So, you know, between that guidance, and we provide tools and financing and quite a bit of other things that help the farmers along. So.
I think that's such a powerful way to end our day here in the Food Day sessions, is again keeping the farmer at the center and thinking about how we transform with technology, business innovation, and incomes generation opportunities, keeping nature at the forefront of how we make that possible. So a huge round of thanks to an amazing panel. Thank you, all of you. And again, thanks to the partners, WWF as well, who really made a food day here at COP15 possible. Thanks, everybody.
It's on now? Yeah, we came to the end of the first ever food day at a CBD. You'll remember that, you know, we called for food days at COP, so as I mentioned this morning, in Glasgow last year, right? And we also called for the convergence of food of the three Rio conferences, the three Rio conventions. So we had the first food day in Abidjan for UNCCD this year, second one in Sharm el Sheikh for COP27, and now at COP15. So we see now the three Rio conventions on a united front, having food at the front and center of the solutions that we need to bring for the biodiversity crisis we face, for the climate crisis, and for the food insecurity. So it's a great joy to have this day, but our work is only beginning. There is a negotiation. There are negotiations going on out there, and we need to be watchful. We need to really push for the messages that were issued here throughout the day to be heard and translated into the negotiations room. So hopefully we'll have a GBF that provides the world what it needs, right? So for the sake of people, climate, and nature. So thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next COP for another food day or food week. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.